Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Relax and take a moment to go inwards, seek inspiration from what is going on inside your mind. Allow thoughts and feelings to marinate in your conscious awareness. What comes to the fore? Meditate on whatever signs and symbols appear in your mind's eye. Relax and meditate. And when you feel ready, when you feel compelled to say something, click on the link in the live chat to speak to us. Get on the show if you want it to start. The link is in the live chat. It should be. Let me double check. Yes, it's pinned in the live chat on YouTube. So if you're watching anywhere else, get over to YouTube. The link is in the live chat. Come on. Say what it is that you're driven to say by your own intuition, by your own drive. Well, probably by your own drive being enacted on by other drives outside of you. But here we won't get into hard determinism. But we'll just pretend that it's you having agency, saying what you really want to say out of your own free will. We'll start there. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. We are trying to find out what is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing, even though we're not all evidently on the same page. What the hell is going on, and what the fuck should we be doing in this strange existence? The link is in the live chat. Do not hesitate to come on if you feel compelled to speak, either to free yourself from inertia or to save the world from being ignorant, from going down a path towards doom unnecessarily. So now is the time. What do you want to say that you know? Or perhaps you don't know something, you have a question and you'd like to ask the panel, ask the world to consider something that we're not considering, to divert our attention to what really matters. We have on the show now Distorted Hologram. You are live on Finding Gnosis. What is it you would like to say to the world at large right now, in this very moment of liberation? You are free to say what you want to say. Go ahead, sir, or madame. I think you're retro, so I'll say sir.
Yeah, we're not quite all one, but we can share the space politely, I think, whether it's the internet, whether it's this chat, whether it's the planet and the water sources. I just think there's some kind of issue that people think they don't need to get along with others. And it's just like, where did we learn this we don't need to get along with others kind of thing? Because it seems to have run rampant in politics since I guess the second George Bush time, because people actually got along a lot more around the year 2000 or so, no matter what their political opinion was. Now they don't.
Are you talking about on a global stage, or it is like, I mean, was that the case in America as well back in the 2000s?
In America in the 90s, Bill Clinton was kind of seen as like a middle line guy anyway. He wasn't seen as far left. So he, like most of America in politics, the majority of people were in the middle, as they still are. But politics swung complete far left, complete far right. Sometime after the year 2000, as social media and thing became a big issue in 2009 through 2012, is started up as a major thing. So I think that changed public opinion with the extreme.
Interesting. Do you think it's
'cause-
possible that we have obviously become atomized, but perhaps more people are having opinions, derived from having access to more information. So perhaps, in a way, although it seems chaotic, it's also healthier because people are basing their opinions not on what, like, two channels on television are saying, but on what having access to more information means to them personally. Is it all bad?
Yeah, I mean, in that way that we're so divided that we don't want to get along with people. It's like we're looking for an argument. Doesn't that seem the way since 2015?
Very interesting point of view. So we're actually willfully looking for a fucking argument.
Yeah, I think that's why we have the violence in society. It's not the video games, but it's that people are looking for a fight.
People certainly come on this show sometimes looking for a fight. We're trying to clamp down on that. We're trying to make it a bit more civilized. Well, I say civilized. I don't know what is civilized. But perhaps, Chickpea, you do know what is civilized. Have we become more uncivilized?
Woo!
Do you think humanity in general is looking for a fight with each other, as Distorted Hologram, aka Retro, puts it? Are we becoming more hostile to each other? Are humans on a road trip of doom and inhumane outlook? Are we trying to pull each other apart? Are we going, when we interact with other humans, are we not willing to sit down and see them as our fellow kin, our fellow species, but rather as somebody to offend, somebody to put down, somebody to rip apart, somebody to oppress, somebody to attack, somebody to belittle? Do you think we're becoming antisocial in our socializing?
Hello, Chicks. It's nice to see you. Thank you, dear W. You didn't say, look, dear W.
I did. I'm sorry. That goes without saying. Welcome, Chickpea, to the show. You raging narcissist who wants to make it all about you. But now that we've got over that, it is all about. If you want, I'll change the title to the Chickpea Show, if that would please Her Grace. But after, aside from your massive ego, let's talk about the issue that Retro raised. Retro, do you think we're becoming more hostile to each other? I am only jesting. I'm not being hostile to you. I hope you know that. That was a joke. But this Distorted Hologram, Retro raised an important potential issue in the world. Are we becoming angrier with each other? Are we wanting to fight, have a scrap? Are we becoming more antisocial as we sit back in our easy chairs at home, and speak to people across the eons of the time zones around the world? Are we able to have fights with people perhaps that we weren't able to fight before, and it makes us happy to do so? Are there people now fighting with people across the world, but perhaps being totally different people in their day-to-day lives, with their family, with their nearest and dearest? I have a sneaking suspicion that a lot of the online aggravation that you get is different to the way people behave in their day-to-day lives. So they'll go on moralizing and attacking others online about how they live their lives, but then they'll sit and eat, and drink and socialize very intimately, sometimes even as a coupling, with people who take on the very characteristics, the very immoral behaviors that they cry about, whinge about, and attack so consistently online. So, Chickpea, it would be a bit like you sitting down with a meat eater in real life, and getting cozy with them, getting a little bit of let's just say getting a little bit of jiggy with them, perhaps even.
And then
coming on the internet and attacking anybody who puts a sausage near their mouth. I mean, Chickpea, I personally think you live your life in a manner that is in alignment with your online persona. You would not willingly befriend or form a partnership with, in your case, a meat eater.
Yeah.
And in fact, I feel you would walk away from your own parents as an adult if they were still around and they were eating meat. But,
No.
we're just using that one example. It doesn't have to be about veganism. But I do think about this sometimes. I do think about how people can be very angry and vitriolic towards individuals online, even about stuff that we talk about here on this channel. But then in their own private lives, they're forming business partnerships with, they're buying from, as I said, they're going out with, they're marrying, they're, continuing a relationship with people that they've had, who birthed them, who were their siblings, people that were in their lives before they became, ideologically possessed to some degree or another. And yet they attack everybody else out as satanic, as without morals, without any dignity, without being worthy of being listened to, outside of that familial or relational proximity, online. What do you think, Chickpea? Is that a thing?
Well, yeah.
And why is that?
It's a sign that no one listens to me.
Can I speak?
No, Chickpea, you can't speak.
No.
I'm going to try what Retro is talking about here. I want to have a fight.
No,
Chickpea, you're going to have to shout if you want to be heard in this show.
I
thought my mic was off.
I wouldn't dare behave in the real world the way I behave on this one. I wouldn't dare pick an argument with men by simple virtue of the fact men are bigger than me, so I tend to try and keep the peace. I wouldn't have the sort of
That's an interesting one. So what you're saying is, no, I mean, that's potentially, a good thing that you have an opportunity to at least, counter the voice of men that you don't have in your day-to-day life. So in your day-to-day life, you might be surrounded by big burly men who, walk all over you, ideologically speaking. They don't let you have a word in edgeways. They expect you to listen, and they expect you to put up and shut up. But and you feel overwhelmed by them in real life, perhaps because of their physicality, because of their personal drive and demeanor, where they think they have a right, or they don't even consider your rights in relations to how they speak, how they put forth their ideas, how they behave. But Chickpea, when you come online, you feel a little bit freer. So in that sense, it seems good, right? That at least you have an opportunity. Is it therefore a retaliation to daily life then, in your view? Is it because you are not free day to day, so you come on to this conduit, to the internet, to practice something that you can't do in real life, but yet you truly want to be able to do? You want to be able to be heard. You want to shout in a manner that you cannot do so in real life.
No, I have never been. Right, I've had quite a few arguments on here. I wouldn't dare do it in real life. When a man gets aggressive towards me, I get the hell out of the way. As fast as I just move out of the way. Here, of course, I don't move out of the way if a man starts on me, because I don't need to. I'm safe. But saying that, you do have one particular person who comes on this show, and as soon as he appears, I'm off.
I thought we made peace in that regard, so please don't bring up. We've already signed a peace treaty, Chickpea. There's no need to. We've moved on.
I'm not bringing up any.
We've moved on, Chickpea. Why are you trying to start a fight, Chickpea? You just can't stop. Retro, I think you're correct. People just want to fight with each other these days.
And there we go. Proof.
And there we go. This is another example. Chickpea is addicted to fighting, attacking, aggression, and revenge.
Well, it's a sign of wanting to be heard. Everyone has a voice, and sometimes we don't have enough people listening to us, or we're not, within a group of people in our daily life. So to it's different online because no one is physically stopping you unless they censor you or tell you to shut up. You don't know your limits sometimes when you're talking. It's just, I think it's becoming the human norm to kind of feel
is
very
it a bad thing
strongly
though?
about
Because
your opinion.
Chickpea has raised a significant, good thing around it, and that is that she is a woman, has got this opportunity to voice her concerns in real life, and perhaps that is very infuriating. Perhaps she's 71 years of age, for God's sake. Perhaps she's spent decades feeling unheard, and she's trying to make the most of an opportunity. There's 70 years of venting that hasn't been able to get out, and suddenly she's on the internet and she's wanting to erupt like a volcano because she's free to do so. So perhaps it is a good thing.
DMW, the reason why I come here, one of the reasons I come here is when I first saw your channel, 10 months ago, I just assumed you were a guy from the city, the sort of people I used to work for years ago. And so I stuck around because it's nice to talk to a guy from the city. That's why, and of course, the whole Gnosis thing. I didn't come here to argue with anybody, and certainly not, no, I didn't come to argue.
That may not have been your Chickpea. Look, forgive me. I'm being tongue-in-cheek about a lot of this, but I'm trying to drive at a wider issue that Retro has raised, okay? And that is, people like to have a Barney online. People like to be aggressive. People like to talk in capital letters. People like to slander other people based on issues that perhaps they would not be so mean about in real life. And I'm just trying to ascertain, why is that?
I've got no idea, but I think you'll find all the arguments I've had on here has been started by the other party. I think you'll find they have been.
Sorry, sweetheart, what did you say?
The arguments I've had on here, I know what the arguments, I know which ones I know what you're referring to, I do know, have been started by the other party.
Okay.
I didn't, some of them have been pretty nonsensical.
Well, even if we grant that, okay, which I'm willing to do so, in real life, if somebody spoke to you the way people online speak to you, would you react in the way you do react online?
No, I would just quietly back off and walk away. I don't.
And why would you back off and walk away? Is it because you'd be afraid?
Yeah.
So what do you see is the point of arguing, confronting, these individuals when you face them online, when you don't do so in real life? What is the benefit of the online aggression towards them? I know it might be, self-defense in some ways, but seeing as you don't do it in real life, why do you bother doing it on the internet? Because
a couple of the arguments have been so absurd and pertaining to a cause I actually feel quite strongly about, and now it's very upsetting actually, because normally, well, I'm going to say a word you don't like me saying, but normally I always, when I meet another vegan, I'm always nice to them because they are vegans and we are a minority group. And then when somebody attacks me on a silly little issue, I flew back at him. Okay, I flew at him.
Okay, and did it feel good? Does it feel good to fight on your own? Does it make you feel good?
No, not really. No, it's very upsetting.
Not really. Does it make you feel worse?
Well, it's. I don't like arguing with vegans. Because we're only 2% of the population, so I always try on being good terms because there's.
Who else do you argue with online?
I've argued with I've had 2 arguments over veganism with vegans. 3 arguments, in fact. I'm trying to think. The other arguments, whatever they would be, haven't made any impact on me. Made no impact at all. I've argued, it's gone.
That's interesting. So the only arguments that retain an effect on you are ones where you deeply care about the subject matter and you feel you have been let down by others who you viewed beforehand as being fellow, comrades in the ideology that you hold close to your heart.
Yes, because I always give vegans the benefit of the doubt. And we've, at the end of the day, for all taking everything in consideration, we've got more in common than we have in 98% of the population. So when an argument breaks out, I get upset about it. Yeah. But
So going back to retro then, retro, what are, you said social media, the internet is the reason why you feel humans are no longer, very civil in their interactions. Now, from the way you're talking about it, you feel that it has leaked from the online world into real life, as in people day to day aren't as nice to each other as they used to be. Do you think that's the case?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And why do you think that's happening?
I think there's a generational thing since the online argument community started. So when people just started trolling each other for fun, and then hatred, started with probably Facebook in the early, 2009, 2012 era. So in that time, a lot of people kind of learned this thing of trolling, and not all trollers were, they just wanted to be funny. So, but I think it turned into getting a rise out of other people and getting the biggest reaction you can. So that created like a want and a need and a trend that was viral, I guess, for people wanting to trigger other people. And some people, that's why they're here. They want to go on the internet and make someone else upset, and it gives them some kind of energy.
Interesting. So they're kind of emotional vampires that feed off humiliating, hurting, putting down others, getting others angry. You feel that is some kind of, that makes it sound like some kind of
anybody can catch
narcissism that is the right word, but it's certainly feeding off other people.
Sadistic, yeah, it's sadistic. But I think anybody can catch
it.
Sadistic.
Like, that's it.
You
sadistic.
Don't have to be one thing or another to do this to someone. I think we've all been guilty of wanting to have our way, and when there's no repercussion on the internet in an argument, we can say whatever we want as long as it doesn't have dynamite attached to it. And we can say we won the argument if we block the other person. So there's a way to get away with internet, the worst thing possible in a conversation, and just cut the other person off to not let them respond. And sometimes that's actually more healthy than continuing something that could end up with someone tracking you down or knocking on your door.
Okay, retro, but yeah, Satanism, that's a very strong description. Do you really think humans are becoming more sadistic to each other in their day-to-day lives? You've said about the internet, I said in their day-to-day life. Can you give me examples in your day-to-day life? I don't think people
take family and friends as seriously anymore for some reason. And I don't know if it was the isolation with the 6-foot thing when they told everybody to stay apart. When they said it in Europe, did they not do it in feet? Did y'all have to stay 2 meters apart?
Yeah, we did. We were meant to stay 2 meters apart. Yeah,
2 meters. They just said 6 feet in America.
Meant to be in a bubble with
I think we're all old enough to deal with meters now, and they still told us 6 feet.
Can I say something, JW?
Well, you just have.
I think a lot of it's got to do with the TV. I have found over the years, TV has become the acting. Back in the 50s and 60s, films people are very sweet to each other. Whereas now, I know in soap operas, people have become so aggressive and very aggressive, throwing paper on the floor, throwing rubbish on the floor. And people sit watching this stuff, getting totally brainwashed, and then they start doing it in real life. I think TV.
Wow, so you think it's a wider cultural phenomenon that isn't just related to the interactions people are having online, but you think
it all started
the arts have taken it upon themselves to fill our homes, to beam into our homes, films, plays, soaps, etc., that are all, demonstrating that humans are being meaner and meaner to each other.
Yeah, well, they did it in the 60s with the sexual revolution, and I remember that because I was there.
Are you saying this is by design, Chickpea? Are you saying they're socially engineering us to behave in a certain way, to be meaner and more sadistic to each other?
A divided society is easier to control than a cohesive society. The more divided you are, the easier you are
Are
control. But I've
humans
noticed,
really that easily manipulated, Chickpea? Are we
yes,
really that
yes,
flimsy?
yes,
Have we got
DNW.
I blame Kubrick and
have we got
Clockwork
the
Orange.
backbone of a jellyfish? I mean, are we really that malleable
Yes,
in
we
terms of
are.
how we
Oh,
interact?
DNW, we are. You know we are. You know we are. But I have noticed over the years, I'm a lot older than you. They did it with the sexual revolution. I remember it feeling pressurized to be more sexually blah-de-blah in the 60s and 70s because it was beamed at me all day long from a TV set. And I can remember that. And I was aware of it as well. And I've noticed it with the violence. People are becoming, on the TV, people are so argumentative, making stupid, catty remarks. And TV, if you look back on old films from the 60s, DW, the old British stuff, there's a BBC channel on YouTube. People were much more polite to each other.
Okay, well, let's go to that then. I mean, that used to be the way, yeah. Why didn't that work then? Why didn't that condition us?
It did work.
If the current state of affairs, where the media is portraying humans as being paranoid, hostile, and sadistic towards each other,
It's all
is
acting,
in direct contrast to the media of the old days, where people were very nice to each other in film and television.
No, but we were
Well, then
more
why is it that the fact that people were nice in the olden days on television, and you believe that the media has an effect on how people behave? Yeah. Well, why did we then go to being horrible to each other if the media led the way? Why didn't it keep us behaving in a civil manner towards each other? Chippy is what I'm saying. How did we suddenly?
I don't know.
Why did we suddenly go against that which we've been socially engineered to behave like, which was in those days being nice and civil to each other? Why? How on earth could we suddenly go against that? Chippy? Just because we watched one film, just because we watched one television program.
DW, Hollywood. You know, Hollywood is the term Hollywood is Hollywood is actually a typical, is some kind of magician's stick thing. I don't know. There's a whole weird thing about the word Hollywood. I did know about it soon, years and years, forgotten it all now. But you do know the TV isn't actual hypnotic. Yes, you do know that. That's why programming is called programming, because they're programming us.
Retro, are you as paranoid as Chickpea is on this matter?
Yeah, I understand it a different way though. When she was talking about the Hollywood, I was thinking something else. So to me, what you made me think was that actually they reward bad behavior, and that's what's happened. They rewarded all these criminal people on television to do terrible things. What you're saying, famous people do terrible things. They're basically rewarded for it with more attention, more money, more stuff for doing bad things, not good stuff. And so when they reward bad behavior, it creates an incentive and a precedent for people afterwards to be like, hey, that's how you do it. You leak your sex tape. You do terrible things to other people. You spit on their food. And then look, you get all this fame. And I feel like they've kind of waved that flag for a certain group of people. They think that's their only way to make it. And that's what they do. They turn into complete narcissists, and then it has a ripple effect. And there's other people that want to be like them and emulate them, but aren't probably as deranged. And they all do the same thing. And that's how the media companies make money now. They're banking on you wanting to be a narcissist, to pay to get famous, to pay for all their stuff that promises you more views, more this, more that, more this, more that. Who would pay for that unless you're a complete narcissist? And that's who ends up rising to the top. It's only the complete people that are only self-important.
There's a lot to be said for that. Now, you know what I'm getting from that is, back in the day, tabloids, etc., used to publish, the dirty deeds of celebrity and famous people, influential people, and people used to be morally outraged by some of the carry-on. Okay, and that was the kind of modus operandi of these tabloids, these so-called newspapers back in the day. But perhaps because it was done so much, because people liked it and it sold advertising, but because it was done so much and the people liked it, maybe it became this weird thing that infected the minds of impressionable people to the degree that if these rich, powerful people are doing these things, and they're still famous and they're still successful. Maybe we should be doing it as well. Maybe it's okay. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe the gutter press, the tabloid journalism, and their infatuation with, talking about the misdeeds of individuals. And I'm not talking about crimes. I'm talking about, people sleeping around, people cheating on their wives, people, living what Christians or religious people might view as sinful lives. Maybe their infatuation with that back in the day, shining a light on it, had an effect of normalizing it all and dropping the so-called moral expectations of society. What would you say to that, Chickpea?
Precisely. What do you think adverts are for? Why do you think we are bombarded with adverts nowadays? That's why I don't watch TV anymore, because we're bombarded. We're being programmed to shop to buy whatever it is they want us to buy. They program us to think whatever it is they want us to think. It's sad.
But what has that got to do with film, television, media,
well, of course it has,
the internet, changing the way we behave in that? I know it might be changing our behavior to buy things, but has that got anything to do with what we have been talking about, which is humans being nastier to each other, humans being more sadistic and hostile towards each other? Has this pushing of corporate agendas, advertising, has that got anything to do with any of this?
DW, people sit watching that stuff all day long. They are being programmed and programmed. Now, back in the 60s, the TV was much more polite. And I do remember it. And I remember it.
Okay, but I'm asking the question, Chickpea. Has corporate agenda got anything to do with the way humans are behaving at the moment? Retro, can you tell me why, Chickpea? Can you tell me why, other than, of course, it has?
DW, a divided society is far easier to control than a happy, cohesive one. And
that might be the case. Like, governments might want us to be divided for whatever reason.
So do the corporations, D&W.
But why would the corporation want us to be divided?
Because it makes us easier to control. They're all in it together. Governments, corporations are all in the top.
Retro, do you think this is the case?
0.1%.
Can you give me an example of
the government and corporations are together, but not?
I want to know what advertising is doing to make people more hostile, more sadistic, and more, they're
melting under the pressure of human. So humans, of course, you can buy and sell something. So if I buy and sell you something fair, that's a fair price. Here's a fair price for this thing. If I don't sell it to a fair price, then I have to figure out how to sell it to you. So if I need 1,000 naked anythings and amoebas and amphibians to sell it to you, that's what I'm going to rent, buy, or get a loan on until I can sell all this stuff. So we demote ourselves to less and less to get the job done in a full capitalist society. We demote our character and our morals.
I need to get to the bottom of this. Chickpea, what is the advertising doing to us to make us more sadistic? Tell me.
Because it looked like the TV is a programming medium. Okay, it's very, very addictive. As you know, it's very, very relaxing. When you watch TV, you're in a semi-hypnotic state. I don't know if you know that. That's why I don't watch it anymore. And you're programmed to just do whatever the honestly, it is.
Look, you're not giving me a reason why it's making us more sadistic. But perhaps I can offer one. Maybe advertising. I mean, we've never been in a position, guys, as a species. We've existed for thousands of years, 300,000 years, they say, for Homo sapiens, our near hominid ancestors, the Homo erectus. Well, they were our ancestors. What am I saying? Apparently, they were walking around 3 million years ago. Okay. They weren't constantly in tune with media, that was bombarding them with advertising 24/7. Now there might be something about that is affecting our psyche and our development, because it may well be that the advertising is constantly driving us to think about ourselves and what we want. So it's shaping our perceptions of what is going on to the degree that we only are thinking about, or maybe we're thinking more about what it is we want. And it's not necessarily even what we want. It's that these marketeers, these advertisers, are creating these wants for us. We didn't have the wants until we watched the bloody advertising. So that there is that side of it. The wants are put into our head by outside bodies, by the corporations. And these wants, this is the point I'm trying to make, these wants are about ourselves as individuals. It's enticing us to think about things that would make us happy, that would lift us up, okay? What it isn't doing, generally speaking, advertising isn't doing this for the most part, 99.9% of the time. It isn't making us think about other members of our clan, other members of our species, and what they want or what is good for them. It's making us perhaps more selfish.
Yes.
Not through any fault of our own, but because we're literally being bombarded with information that is seducing us to think only about what we want. Maybe that is what advertising is doing to us as a species. When I say advertising, I mean the continuous stream of advertising that we are hit with day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, as we go online, as we're walking around. I mean, even if you're listening to audio now on YouTube, as you're walking around with your headset, you'll hear ads. As you look at your phone, I think you can get ads on WhatsApp. I think you can get ads on anything and everything these days. All right, apps that you use, bloody ads come on all the time because you're trying to fucking find out where you're going. In your city, as you walk around looking at a map, ads will pop up showing you there's a restaurant nearby. There's this, there's that, and perhaps you're continuously being driven to think about what you want because you're being seduced to think about these things that you weren't actually thinking about before, which are taking your mind off more important matters, such as lifting others up, caring for your nearest and dearest, caring for those around you. No, you're thinking about what you want. You're being seduced to think about how you can get your end away, how you can get your belly full, in an inflated sense. These aren't things that you were thinking about to the degree that you are thinking about them now, and it's not necessarily your fault.
Do you ever watch QVC, DW?
QVC, yes, I did. I've watched that before. It really used to. I really don't like the channel, but I remember watching it. I remember watching it and thinking these actors are such a fucking pile of scum. The people doing it.
Exactly.
They're always smiling, and they always look incredibly happy. And at the end of the day, a lot of the time they're just pushing shit that none of us need. Yes. Why are they looking so happy about it?
Well, because they're selling. But I tell you, when I stopped watching the TV, which was nearly 20 years ago now, I used to watch QVC a lot. And as soon as I stopped watching the telly and stopped watching QVC, I found myself spending less and actually saving some money. So that's how.
Hold on a second. You used to buy things off QVC? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because there was so much rubbish on the telly. I'd sit watching QVC because there was so much rubbish on the telly anyway.
My mother was off QVC.
What?
Your mother used to buy. Yeah, I think this is a generational thing. I've never actually met anybody who's bought something from QVC.
I used to buy tons of stuff from QVC.
I often wondered how the hell do they keep going, but now I know. There was a whole legion of purchasers out there buying, whatever devices they were pushing. What devices did you buy from QVC over the years, Chickpea?
What?
And please.
Mostly makeup and stupid, silly makeup and earrings and rubbish. It was all
what really pushed you to buy, in the late hours of the night when you were sitting in your armchair smoking your cigarette, whatever you were doing, drinking your bottle of vodka.
I haven't.
Oh, was this? This was after you gave up drinking and smoking.
Around about the same time, I gave up loads of stuff all at the same time. But
are you telling me drinking and smoking would have saved you from buying on QVC?
No. I can't remember, DNW, I can't remember all the exact dates.
I'm trying to wonder, what made you buy these things in the middle of the night? Now, I'm not really condemning you because I have a bit of a problem sometimes with, being a little too, finger happy on Amazon. I do press buy quite too frequently, on Amazon.
Exactly. But DNW, QVC, they are there it's hypnotic. It's very, very hypnotic. And if you're being hypnotized to buy something and they keep going on at you about it, eventually you'll buy it because you're being hypnotized. The TV is a hypnotic medium. This never gets talked about, but it is. It's hypnotic. Unlike an internet screen, which isn't, unlike a computer screen, which isn't hypnotic. That's why everything looks so boring on your TV, on your
Hello to Linda Palmer. She says, "Hey, Starseeds." Hello to you, Linda Palmer. we have another self-described starseed on this show who is Divine Hazel. So, Linda, I'd like it if you came on here and gave us the lowdown on what exactly it means to be starseed, and what powers, if any, it bestows upon us. Because perhaps some of us don't quite know if it is helpful in any way to be a starseed. So if you know, or even if you want to talk about anything else, Linda, it'd be great to have you on the show. We do need more voices. Part of trying to find Gnosis, trying to find out what is going on and what we should be doing here, is opening up to explore, the subjective opinions of others, trying to find that grain of commonality that will help us all. So Nuance Nudibranch says, a question for when you look for a new talking point. Do you think the word empathy is now just a buzzword that has lost its meaning and original intent? Maybe for another episode or time. Well, I mean, empathy is kind of related to what we're talking about here, so we can somehow push it into our conversational agenda here. Well, what is empathy? This thing that perhaps we demonstrated in the past that we're not utilizing now day to day, perhaps. Are we? I don't know. Have we lost empathy?
No, we don't have much empathy.
Did we used to?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so what is empathy?
Well, I'm talking about it purely from the animal kingdom.
We have to try and get a concrete agreement on what the term means. What do you think empathy means, Chickpea?
Well, back to the animal kingdom, okay? Now, every year we slaughter 92 billion land animals, okay? It's a bloody hellhole. It's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. But I have found that the vast majority of humans don't give a poop about it and carry on eating their flesh. So that's how much
empathy for you is empathy to animals. But again, what is empathy?
Well, it's you
haven't described what empathy is.
The suffering of another.
It's what, sorry?
The ability to feel the suffering of another. That is what empathy is.
So it's the ability to feel the suffering or potential suffering of another being and yes. want to do something about it, want to help them, to feel sorry for them. It's not like a sadist who might feel the suffering and feel happy about it. So it's the opposite of sadism in many ways.
Well, no, it's an indifference, isn't it? I don't know. It's indifferent. I'm talking purely from, the concept of the 98%. You did ask.
Okay, but so Brother Marcus says he has YouTube Premium, which helps because it takes the ads away. But he says people still verbalize their sponsors within the video if playing on in the background. It's an ad break. Okay, guys, I just want to take this opportunity to say this video is sponsored by an opportunity to sponsor the show. So if you'd like to sponsor the show, you can DM me or leave a comment below. Sorry, that's it for now in relation to that sponsorship. But we will keep talking, Chickpea.
You've disappeared. You've disappeared. You're no longer on my screen. It's just a black screen.
Lucky you. Well, Retro. What does empathy mean to you?
I wonder where you've gone.
Is my mic on? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree with her. I mean, about the suffering of others. But I think basically it's a transfer of emotion that nurtures spirit in general.
That nurtures spirit. So we feed off empathy.
Yeah, but it's seen as being weak, so they discourage it.
I mean, I don't know.
In an upside-down world, anything that's weak
would it be
is
better
strong.
to feed off actually helping people rather than just feeling like you want to?
Definitely can help people.
You think we can help people?
I think through empathy, it can help people. Definitely, because it's a transfer of emotion that I think nurtures spirit. It's natural. We're supposed to do it, and it's we're ignoring it if we're not doing it.
Okay, so going back to talk about the advertising, do you think that has had an effect on us as human beings? Do you think that has made us less empathetic, and if so, why?
I just think that advertising again is appealing to the lowest human form. So it's just like our animalistic side of our brain is being appealed to by advertising. And once they try this, they're going to try that, and they're just going to keep on lowering that value. And then once we're, really all about ourselves, then they can basically brand, market like they do with Google search or whatever. They know what words you type in your text, and they'll start giving you lawnmowers if you mention lawnmower. So I feel like it's their way of branding has isolated the individual, and then the individual feels very strongly about either their opinions, their beliefs, what they've read online, because they've all been indoctrinated with some kind of rabbit hole they've personally fallen in or belief they have.
Okay. Chickpea is back. Have you got anything you'd like to add,
No,
Chickpea?
yeah, I'm just saying about the BBC channel on here. If you go back and watch stuff 1960s, that people and the whole ambience was much, much sweeter and kinder to each other than it is nowadays. In fact, it's so bad now I can barely bear to watch what's on TV anymore, or in modern films. Quite frankly, it turns my stomach. Whereas the old films, there was still something there, that feel-good factor. It's been changed. It has been. But I think they're all, they want us all at each other's throats because it makes us easier control.
Nuance Nudie Branch says that they see a lot of people who assert empathy, and she thinks it's at the root of them wanting to euthanize people. She sees a lot of people who assert that empathy is at the root of them wanting to euthanize people and animals, or claim others are not empathetic for tolerating such views. Just an example
Or
of
their
lost
view.
meaning in her opinion, or in their opinion.
Well, we're all entitled to opinions, and I think we're empathetic for saying they all could be right. So I think to an extreme, I understand what they mean. Yes, that someone could feel so bad about suffering, they want easier access to euthanization, but that still should take some kind of jump and hurdle. That's not a direct, just from a third party that has empathy. You have to go through some other issues to get there.
I mean, I've heard of this phrase toxic empathy, or suicidal empathy. It's when it's been bandied around online, and it supposedly means having so much empathy for others that you end up putting yourself into a position of harm, where, for example, I mean, the classic example given online is, say, some LGBT folk who in some countries, this is not me saying this, but this is what some of the right wingers say online, that some of these LGBT people crib and moan about the intolerance of, for example, Muslims in the Western world. And they sometimes have gone so far as to say that Muslims have a right to ask for Sharia law in their communities, etc., even if they are in the West. But that very Sharia law in the countries that are Muslim is the kind of thing that causes gays and LGBT folk to be thrown off the tops of buildings. So that is given sometimes as an example of suicidal empathy, where people are so tolerant, so agreeable perhaps, that they allow others to push agendas that are actually, in essence, harmful to people like them themselves, who are pushing for the tolerance of the views. Do you think that's a problem in the world today, this kind of suicidal empathy? Do you think that's something that is a problem as well? Are we being too tolerant, perhaps?
I don't at all. I think that's kind of I like the sample you given, but I don't really think that could be in actuality. I think that that's one of them is political, and one of them is they're both not the same issue. I mean, I know one group thinks about another, but you could have any kind of group kind of mesh like that in some kind of way of your enemy is my friend and stuff. So I think it's an enemy of my enemy is my friend is what was going on with that version of protest.
I think it's a bit of a mute point on my behalf, though, if I take into consideration both of your views, that there is less empathy in the world now. People are being less civil and less thoughtful towards each other. I mean, that's generally both of your state of views on the modern life that we share, right?
Yeah.
Empathy isn't really coming into the equation.
No, I think it's true. We're trained out of it for some reason. It's seen as weak.
Do you think this is a right-wing phenomenon? Do you think it's because America is being led by Donald Trump that we have this societal lapse in empathy or being empathetic? Do you think it's because of politics that we as humans are perhaps more or less moving away from being
No.
empathetic?
I don't think it's political. I don't think it's political.
Which came first, the politics or the lack of empathy? Which came first, Donald Trump or the societal lack of empathy that
I think the societal lack, because Facebook stuff
was. So the societal lack of empathy allowed Donald Trump to come into power. Do you think, what I'm trying to say to you is, do you think the power heads that we have at the moment, those in power, are are there because of kind of voter apathy in relation to empathy? Do you think that's
I believe that, yeah, but I think it's an indirectly. So the thing started, I think, by 2010, 11, things were rolling, and the new wave 2012. So whatever you call it, social media was uplifting, and whatever you call it happened. Like building on itself over and over, stacking billions of stuff. More content, creating itself live in front of its, members, Now it's already there, and it's kind of like a used car lot with the same ads everywhere. You don't really do anything new on these social medias.
Nuance Nudibron says, do you think empathy always demands civility? I would say yes. I would say just because you're being civil doesn't mean you can't do something that hurts other people. For example, you might act in self-defense or defense of yourself or others who are being, unjustly oppressed or attacked. So, civility doesn't necessarily mean sitting on your hands and, being overly polite. Sometimes, civility, in my view, can entail standing up for others, and doing the right thing, which is to protect those that are, minding their own business, living their day-to-day lives without trying to hurt others, but are being brutally oppressed or hurt by malicious actors. Sorry, what did you say, Chickpea?
Sorry, I was talking to my cat. Sorry, forgive me, I was talking to my cat.
You do know you're live on the internet.
Sorry.
What were you saying to your cat, if we could...
I was just saying, Lala, that's her name. She was looking at me. Sorry.
What do you think she was thinking as you were saying it?
What? Well, she knows her name. She knows her name. She doesn't know it. Sorry, I have a habit of talking to my cats a lot. I didn't realise the mic was that strong.
Divine Hazel says the world is robotic and selfish. What does she mean by that? Would you like to come on and explain?
Well, it is. She's right there.
Yeah, I agree too. That's. I think we have a similar sentiment.
So we're robotic means we're not even acting of our own accord. We're just doing as we do because we're driven to do it by outside influence. Is that right? By coding. Is it by an inward coding or is it by an outward programming? That's the question.
D&W keeps saying that's why they're called TV programs. We're being programmed.
That Manosphere, are we behaving as we are in this world at the moment because of our inner coding, because it is our natural way as humans, or are we being programmed by outside influence?
That's a good question. Thanks for having me. I think there's something naturally in us that we all want to be in a godlike position. And so those things are sleeping in us and dormant in us. But I think we play a game of capitalism and trying to accumulate things to be in certain positions. And I think they just like through programming, they just feed into aspects of our mind and brain that are there anyway. And you know what I mean? We want to explore. So I think it's part of us, part of who we are in nature, and then part of the programming helping to bring that out.
And okay, so let me get this right. Why is it that we accept the programming from the outside? Why do we? I mean, if it's not in our nature to be hostile and sadistic towards each other, as Chickpea and Retro says we're behaving at the moment, if that's not our natural state, why are we manipulated so easily from the outside to behave like that?
Well, I think we have a dual nature of like evil and good, for lack of better words. Like we just have a dual brain mentality, and you know, we just feel like we're underneath of capitalism, and we want to be in those seats though that the people that produce and put the programming out there, we want to be the programmer. So within so that's why I say part of it is nature, and then it's the system that we're in, because we're just around a whole bunch of people that are trying to capitalize, and everybody is trying to do their own capitalization. So you got to be mindful of really what you're and what you intend to do and what you're trying to do, because everybody's
Thank
got
you.
their own
Thank you,
plan.
Blackman. Chickpea and Retro, you both have described human interactions at the moment as being full of hostility,
Not
sadism,
everyone.
argumentation, etc., etc. Now, my question to both of you, and you both said you attribute it to us being manipulated or influenced by media or by governance. Okay. Now, I want to ask you, what if that wasn't the case? You think we would, if they weren't manipulating us, would our human nature be causing us to be kind and caring towards each other, right? And if all it takes is manipulation from other humans, is that not an example that, you know, human nature itself is sadistic, manipulative, hostile, okay, to some degree, to a vast degree, and that therefore that's what is causing this? It's not actually the outside power, it's human nature itself. It's because the power that is, in your view, corrupting the masses is being driven by its own human nature. Okay, so it's actually human nature that is causing and allowing all of this. And what I suppose I'm asking you in a roundabout way is, if this is what is happening, is it not just an example of the perhaps unappetizing notion that human nature itself is pretty horrible?
Yes. D&W, we've been at each other's throats since we left the Garden of Eden, which is hypothetical. I know there is no such place, but you know, that's the beginning of history. One brother killed the other, and that's where our history begins. We've always been at it. You just have to read a history book. It's a horror story.
Well, I think one
Retro,
brother
is
was
it as bleak as that?
Cain
Yes.
and Abel. I not. I don't actually. There's a book I read like 20 years ago. It's by Howard Bloom. It's called The Lucifer Principle. And your last quote made me think really a lot about it. He talks about these sea sponges, and he says there's like red and blue sea sponges. You put them in this bucket, and he's like eventually no matter what kind of sea sponge you put in there, the sea sponges actually separate and turn into two warring groups of sea sponges in the same bucket. They always split into two separate, species, even though the same one was initially put in there. It forms two to fill up the bucket, and they actually go to war with each other.
Well,
So-
thank you, hologram.
So there's something fundamentally, I won't say wrong with nature, but there is a fundamental mechanism at the heart of nature that is causing all of this aggravation and animosity and anger and, poisonous competition and lack of collaboration. You think it's basically Mother Nature's hand? Is it perhaps evolution that's causing this? Then it's this drive to be, this drive to replicate, this drive to gain access to resources and safety at all costs to make sure that one is present in the future or one's DNA is present in the future. Is that what is behind all of this? It's just the natural state of a human to be selfish and sadistic and hostile towards others. And perhaps in the past, what Chickpea saw when we were being nice on TV, when we were smiling and being kind to each other, perhaps that was just a thin veneer or falseness painted over what is actually at the heart of every human, which is an unquenchable desire to oppress, to overpower, and to place oneself in a position of power over others at any cost.
Not all of us, Dean W.
Yeah, marketing has
Okay.
played and activated that part of humanity, but I think it's been sped up in a way that's negative and not prosperous. But eventually we'll get there. We'll get there. It's a speed bump in our own, evolution.
I want to welcome, newest nudie brunch. I was about to welcome you to the show, but you just left. That's a pity. Hopefully, newest nudie brunch, you can connect. It says your device not connected, so you're going to have to, I don't know, give permission to your microphone or your camera to come on. Black Manosphere, have you got anything to say at this juncture, brother?
Yeah, I just look at things like it's like the Matrix, and we have to accept a certain reality of life and people. I mean, we have a history to go off of to look at that, and I just think that it's up to us to acknowledge that there is a programming going on, and that people are trying to influence us, and we have to just stay steadfast on what it is that we want, and so that we can stay on our own tracks.
Thank you, Black Manosphere. I want to bring in our newbie here, Nuance Nudie Brunch. Welcome to the show. You are live on Finding Gnosis. Good to have you here. Hello there. What is it you'd like to add to the conversation, Nuance Nudie Brunch?
Yeah, so thanks for having me, first of all. But there was actually something related to this that I've kind of always struggled to articulate properly. I actually tried to write about it when I was in university, but my professor was like, this is a little bit disjointed, kind of hard to understand. But when it comes to humans and empathy, I feel like a lot of it is like influenced by distance. And I think it can be broken up into like 3 different types. There's like the physical distance. So like obviously for some reason, if we can't see it, we're less inclined to experience empathy towards it. I think there's the temporal distance. Sorry, that was my dog. I don't know if you could hear him howl.
Yeah, we like dogs, don't worry.
There's the temporal distance. So like the further away in history it is, the less we seem to care about it or empathize with it. I think we can see that a lot recently with the Holocaust denialism. For some reason, it seems, and even things like racism, slavery, things like that, it seems like they're making a comeback because we've gotten further away from it. It's a lot easier for humans to stop empathizing with it. And then the last one to me is like, I don't know really how to word it, but like sort of like communal distance. So like if we see them as part of our out group, we start to justify a lack of empathy towards it.
Interesting.
And I think that we can see that too, like when it comes to things like back in the day, there was a lot of talk of like how neighbors used to actually get together, take care of each other because we saw them as part of our in-group. But now that social media has formed, there's a new sort of transition that's taken place where our in-groups and out-groups are determined by no longer the physical distance like we used to see with neighborhoods, but we can even reject our family, our neighbors, the people in our states and cities because we can connect with people around the world. And really what determines if we empathize with them is how much they fit into our worldview. So yeah, it's like, I think I've done a decent job of kind of explaining it.
You've done a fantastic job there. A really brilliant job of describing how empathy manifests and what it means in humans. I very much agree with what you outlined there, and in many ways, it's demonstrative of the fact that history repeats itself.
Absolutely.
Perhaps, especially you mentioned temporal matters. When things happened is obviously important, because if we forget something happened, then it is likely to return,
Yeah,
because we're not aware of how horrible it was, and we might not see it coming. And
absolutely.
I do think perhaps we are. I don't know. In some ways, it's good, because a lot of history is lies. It is written by the victors, or it's written by the most powerful power. So, some of it is to be taken with a pinch of salt.
Yeah.
It's not exactly communicated properly. But to have people who have no history or no awareness of history is perhaps even more harmful, because they're not going to see what is happening, what could potentially happen, because they have nothing to compare and contrast to. Maybe if for example, if we didn't hear about the Holocaust, if we didn't hear about World War II and what the Nazis did, if we didn't hear about what is it King Leopold III or whatever his name was in the Congo did when he genocided the Congolese, if we didn't hear about Chairman Mao and if we didn't hear about Stalin, or if we didn't hear what the original American settlers, or at least some of them, did to the native population, perhaps we wouldn't think that humans could be capable of such things, and therefore we wouldn't have an eye out looking for such possibilities. But I don't know if we're that bad. I mean, I might be too hyperbolic. I do think that most humans are aware of the human potential, for being
Absolutely.
evil, because
Do you-
we are actually inundated with it on the news daily. But nuance, Nudibranch, what you mentioned about proximity, relational proximity. When you said proximity, were you talking about geographic? I think you were talking about geographical proximity, were you?
Yeah,
Uh,
that's included in there too. Yeah, it's
Okay,
just
so that the
various
first
forms of
point was
distance. Yeah.
proximity to oneself, so whether it was near or far.
Yeah.
The third point was relational proximity, how
Yeah.
much they were related to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I do see that unfortunately a lot as well. So I see that in this whole black and white shit, where people take on like issues just because of someone's skin color, rather
Yeah.
than looking. It's
Could
like
I
the
also
toxic
ask
version
something?
of it's like the toxic version of what Martin Luther was King was preaching against. He was obviously saying we should be judging each other by character, uh, but it seems that a lot of people are still judging each other by skin color. And even in Black Manosphere, me and you spoke about this before, and as a black man, you can talk to me about this. But do you think there is an issue sometimes with black people who overly dwell on being black, perhaps not looking at issues, genuine issues in the black community that are problematic, like
I
caused
think a
by
lot
black
of
people,
them.
for example, caused by black people. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, I think, within every race, their own people cause their own issues, if they don't feel they're amongst their same class. We look at sociology, we look at if you're from the suburbs, if you're from the ghetto, if you're from this class of living, because I look at back in the days, if everybody was pretty much working at the same factories, at the same thing, in the same neighborhoods doing the same things, you all see yourself the same. And you, like she mentioned, the in class, or being, in that, you all feel like you're in the same class. But once you start splitting the classes up, and income factors and race and all the isms and things like that, then you create that hostility between humans. And they use it against us.
Yeah.
So
I would, and I wouldn't say that just applies to like any specific racial group either. Especially in modern times.
No, I
I
agree
did.
with you on that. Yeah,
I
I
did
think
leave a comment.
it's a part of human nature, unfortunately, to some degree, right?
Well, I would say yes and no. Again, it comes down to that proximity, in my opinion. But
Mm.
also, I think that like in modern times, um, the way that humans function have been manufactured such that, like, I feel like a lot of people are kept right at the edge of burnout. And so it's very easy to manipulate the minds of people through hard and soft power, namely like the media, bot trends on social media. Um, and I think that like when COVID hit and you had a lot of people who were at home but still getting paid, still having their needs met, we saw like a major cultural revolution of people starting to question those norms and question what they're being fed, because they weren't kept right at that edge of burnout. And so, yeah, I think that there is that proximity issue of empathy, and hyper focusing on our in groups. And I also think that the way that society has been structured to keep us not thinking while also influencing, has largely been like a successful experiment on the side of those who want to be able to influence the greater populace.
That's interesting. So you think it is you're on the same team as Chickpea here. You think it's by design that there is something influencing us to, be in a state of heightened anxiety, perhaps. Maybe, I don't know, what effect does cortisol? Because cortisol is generally what we feel when we feel stressed. Okay, and would you say modern life is one where the powers that be are trying to make us feel stressed out all the time? Do you think that's a true conspiracy? Do you think that's what's going on?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like a grand conspiracy where, like people are sitting down at the table and being like, all right, how are we going to manipulate the populace today? But, I think that when it comes down to like, it's like almost like a natural control that has happened. So like, the people who control the media are probably going to be influenced by, who they're getting paid by, who they're getting funded by. The politicians are going to be influenced by who they're getting funded by. And I think a lot of those interests seem to align. That leads to a mass control of the populace. Not by like some intricate design where like people are sitting down and planning this all together and there's like a power that be that controls everything. But definitely in such a way where the interests of those who hold the most influence align in such a way where narratives are driven in a certain direction. And
Wow.
that's why we saw like such mass protests when people weren't kept at that edge of burnout. They had more time on their hand, more time with their families, more time to examine the world around them and, what they're being told. And yeah, I thought that was like a really interesting period of time to observe, the reactions of people and the outbursts that happened during that time when people kind of had a second to sit back and think and reflect for themselves.
Interesting. Now, what you were saying earlier made me think about cortisol, okay, as a hormone and what it does to us, okay? Because when we feel stressed, we do get a little spurt of cortisol going through our body. And it does obviously have an effect on the brain. And I was just thinking about how that affects us in the short term, but also in the long term. Can it have an effect on us if we're getting too much cortisol, going through us, being pumped through us all the time? And it does seem that relentlessly, if you consume the media, you are being driven to feel stressed about modern life, about the world, about what is going on, And I'm just looking here, a quick AI overview. Thank you, Google. It says here, cortisol helps with the short-term focus and energy. So it helps you get out of a situation, okay, that may be dangerous. But if it's continuously pumped through the body in excess, it damages the brain by shrinking the hippocampus, the memory center, okay, increasing amygdala activity, so fear, and impairing learning, memory, and decision making, leading to cognitive decline and, what I think is interesting, emotional dysregulation. While acute stress hormones fade in hours, continuously chronic high cortisol levels can cause lasting structural brain changes that may take time to reverse depending on the stress duration and individual factors, with significant impacts potentially lasting longer than a day. Anyway, so that's a brief dive into cortisol. So it may be that there is a neurological thing going on here. We are, our brains are being, battered by stress, the stress of modern life. Maybe it's the stress being caused from different angles, such as the news, such as financial pressures and economics, such as humans being hostile towards each other, as Chickpea and Retro spoke about earlier. Maybe all this is, cooking up a storm in terms of causing our cortisol levels to spike and causing our brains to basically be overridden by a neurosis and by emotional dysregulation. So it's all just a recipe for disaster in terms of human relations and individual ability to cope. So
JW,
yes,
can I say something right? As you know, I live with 7 cats, and my cats, the 7 of them, treat each other far, far nicer than 7 human beings treat each other. They are far kinder, far more sweet-tempered, far more loving toward each other than 7 human beings would be. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
okay. Thank you for that. We know you love your cats.
I'm not saying how sweet they are. Us humans, I like to see 7 humans live peace, 7 of them. Never happened.
There is a newcomer.
So here we go, guys. We have a newcomer.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
All right, we'll let him on.
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer.
Rivers, you are on the show. What is it you'd like to say? Rivers, you're on the show. Rivers, we can't hear you, Rivers. Okay, Rivers. I mean, thanks for that. They just wanted to play 1980s electric guitar for us. So thank you. Okay, as we were, folks, I'm sure Rivers is absolutely delighted with their contribution. That musical interlude wasn't expected, but hey, that's the good thing about the Finding Gnosis show. Always expect the unexpected. It's copyrighted music, apparently. I'm going to get a copyright strike. Oh, I see. So that's a thing now. Okay. Well, anyway. What were we saying there, folks? Rescue me. Nobody's going to rescue me?
Well, I was talking about that. And I'll tell you something else, D&W. I've noticed over the years in the workplace in particular, back in the 60s and 70s, the workplace was a much sweeter, more helpful place than it was in the 90s. Because I tell you something, everyone was at each other's throats. And they are. And I've heard a couple of people I know who work in offices in the city saying how unpleasant it has become because we're all bitching with each other.
Well, I just look at things like a natural progression from the 60s to the 90s, or from the 70s to the 90s is 20 or 30 years. I mean, people would have evolved, seen different things, heard different things in those time periods, and would have them, thinking the way that they think and acting the way that they act. And I just look at it as a progression. Every time period, the people go through things and witness things, and it has effects on them. And we learn through time, what place we should be in, where we should go, who we should be with, and we stick to our groups.
I was talking about the workplace. You don't have a choice at work who you stick with and who you do this with, because that's life in the workplace. But I saw how much it changed in 20 years, especially when computers came into the game. I'm just saying.
I think everybody goes to work, right? They're there for their paycheck.
Yeah. We still spend 8 hours a day there, so it's quite relevant how things are.
Right. Relationships start at work. A lot of relationships also start at work, though.
Yes, I know, because people don't have time to do. Yes, I know a lot of relationships start. I do know that. Yes, but what I'm saying, in the 60s and 70s, beginning of the 80s, the workplace was fun to be in. I used to work as a legal sec, and it was a fun place to go to, and I enjoyed it. But in the 90s, people have changed, and they have.
Right.
I'm just saying how it was for me as a female. I don't know what the men's going through, but it has changed for the worse.
Definitely. definitely. Time changes, people change all throughout the time periods. We can see that. And yeah, I mean, people get more greedier, they see more corruption. They say, hey, they see more. I have to be out for myself. I have to look out
Yes.
for, me and mine. And so over time, that's what's supposed to happen to, you could look at the results or look at, okay, what's the end result of people thinking and acting like that. And that's what we have now. The
Yeah,
greed,
people
the
becoming
access.
self-important.
Right.
People nowadays completely overestimate themselves, and they do.
Well, yeah.
They've
I
got no
mean, what are the
humility.
people supposed to think of themselves? People are supposed to climb the social ladder to the
Yeah,
top, right?
I know. That's how it's all become now. I know what you're
Yeah.
saying.
And the crab in the bucket mentality, climb over you so I can get my position
Yes,
and
I know it's how
forget
it's all
about you.
become. But it never
Yeah.
used to be like that. Not in the working class world, and it wasn't. Not in the world that I inhabited when I was younger. And it wasn't like that. Not. I don't know what men were up to. I'm just talking about as a female because I wasn't competing in the workplace. I was a secretary, was quite happy to be there. I didn't want to compete, but I certainly saw it in women now. That's changed a lot.
You have a lot of women CEOs and
Yes,
uh,
that's
with
yes, because I don't.
a, wo- a woman used to be a secretary, right? A woman
Yes,
used to
you
just be
told me.
the
I know.
woman just like
Yeah, I was one of them, and I was
right.
perfectly happy. And
Well,
I enjoyed
people
myself.
have different ambitions, right? Different
What?
ambitions. Some people are young and just want to do a summer job and just get through. Then some
Yeah, but
people
at
have
least somebody's paying.
a career ambition. Some people want to stay right at the position that they're in. Some people want to climb.
Yeah, it's become very. I don't know. People have become very personal, and I've heard other young women saying it. It's all becoming very bitchy.
Well, when the average person wants to be more than average, that's that's the thing. Everybody wants to climb to the top, and
Yeah,
everybody's on their little climb to the top.
yeah.
So it's the natural progression of people.
I never did actually. I was quite happy being a secretary. I must admit.
Right. And that's like how the misogynisticness of like men are just stay in your little position, just stay in your little secretary position.
I loved
Don't
it.
have it, don't have an ambition for anything more
But
and
I don't want to run a company.
don't rock the boat of a relationship between man and woman.
But I don't want to run. I never wanted to run a company. I was don't want the responsibility. Thank you.
Right, because
I
man
want
is
to
not
say
supposed to be
hello to Ricardo. You're on the show, Ricardo. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Hello, DNW. I just came to join in, and I'm not really following. It's men versus women or something. I
No,
think we
no, we're
should.
talking about
Well, yeah,
empathy. We're talking about how humans are. Well, this was a topic brought forth by Chickpea and Retro. They were saying that they
Yeah.
believe humans are being more hostile towards each other than ever before
Oh,
in
right,
their
yeah.
lived experience, and they're
Hmm.
saying it started with online. First of all, Retro speculated that it started with the internet, but
Yeah.
Chickpea diversified, saying it's also she believes it's also been caused by other forms of media, including film and television.
Oh, yeah,
So
definitely. Hollywood.
you are
Hollywood
in
definitely had a big part
agreement. You think
part
we're
to play in
not
it.
that nice to each other anymore, and you think it's caused by the internet and media, right?
Well, I just think it's caused by the general breakdown of society. I mean, well, how many of us know our neighbours or are friends with our
Mm,
neighbours these days? We just
I brought weed for my neighbor. He's pretty cool.
people are so we've been so we're diverse, which is good, but we've been divided so much that hardly anyone knows or trusts each other anymore,
yeah, it's all
and
gone.
it's probably all
But do you think that's caused by
in
the
vain.
internet or the media? If
Um,
so, why? Is it by design or is it an accident?
no, it's not an accident. I think it's definitely by design. The thing, How can that be any other? Because things are getting worse and worse all the time. And well, not everything's getting worse, but a lot of things, like the cost of living, for example. I don't think that's an accident. So,
What do you think,
no, I think
Chickpea?
breakdown of
No,
society.
Bruce says it's all divide and rule. Like I said,
No, but the
divide
cost of living. He's saying that this cost of living stuff is all by design as well. That the
Yeah, well, of
prices are
course
being.
it is. Well, of course it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect us too much.
To section people off.
But I thought we lived in a free market where competition enabled, healthy, as I said, a healthy need to put prices in a manner that would be attractive to consumers. So if we lived in a true free market, surely the prices would be beneficial to the consumer because there would be companies willing to put prices lower than other competitors so that consumers would pick them over others.
Well, not necessarily D&W, because when it comes to property prices and everything, that's controlled by the banks. And they just, what they do is a horror story.
Conglomerates.
They want a society ridden with debt.
Yeah.
So society doesn't work
You're
unless
telling
it's
me there is a global. Sorry.
Yes.
When you're not talking, please mute yourself. Sorry, guys, because there is a bit of feedback. So you're telling me, Chickpea, there is a global conspiracy to fix all prices.
Well, they want to
at a rate that makes them unaffordable to most people. You think there's a global conspiracy to do that?
No, I was talking about the banks. The more money they put into society, the more interest you have to pay, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's more like forced inflation, isn't it?
Yes.
It's just, nobody can get away from the inflation. It's just, but they do it artificially.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not even real. It's just numbers on a screen to them.
Yeah, house prices.
So they pollute the environment to the degree. When I say the environment, it's a metaphor for the economic environment. They pollute the economic environment to the degree that the businesses, etc., have no choice but to try and survive by driving up their prices. It's not artificial in the degree that the businesses literally need to do it because if they don't, they won't survive. So you think that in general, the prices being charged in the market are fair from the business point of view. If the businesses didn't charge these prices, they wouldn't survive. Do you really believe that? Do you believe that in all circumstances that do you not think that somehow a lot of consumers are being driven to buy things they don't need, and those things are often at prices that could be cheaper if the businesses selling them wanted to sell them and still make a profit?
No, I think most of the shops they're putting their prices as low as they possibly can. I mean, the best ones. So it's that it's not them. I think it's more business rates and taxes and all kinds of costs. The businesses all the businesses have to find, even if they're corporations, they're still run. A lot of them are very skeleton like, and the staff aren't paid very much, and they've all got lots of responsibilities, but those shops are good. I like those shops because they the German ones, I'm not going to mention them by name, but they've got a good business model, and they sell fresh, good range of food, and it's pretty good prices. So
actually, I was watching D&W. I was watching something today on YouTube about the average American is something like $286,000 in debt. I couldn't believe my ears when I heard it. Huge debts in America. Huge.
Yeah, I think a lot of people live beyond their means.
Yeah. I know.
In that country in the world.
Sorry?
Are America the most? Have they got the biggest debt?
The biggest debt in the world. Yeah.
Our debts to ourselves from the Fed to print the money, though. So it's just part of the system. They just lie to people. We print money as a loan to ourselves.
Yeah.
That's our economy. and we call it the Federal Reserve, and we owe them money. So it makes no sense because we just print it.
Yeah.
In a way, you're just in a way they're just stealing from their own
But
futures.
money doesn't have any value until somebody is forced to pay. It's to do with the repayment because they print it out of thin air.
Yeah.
And then you have to pay interest on it. Then it has value. It's
valued higher than the oil barrel. That's what OPEC was about. OPEC, the treaty stuff, and the Breckinridge thing, or whatever the Saudis, all that decided the value of the American dollar back in like 1971 or something, and it might have been 72. But they sorted all that out. Otherwise, the dollar would be worthless. So, we still have a dollar worth something.
But how long can this go on? Like, when do the debts, like...
They'll just crash the whole lot, Ricardo, and you'll be worth nothing and you'll be happy.
I mean, it's almost endless, but they can invent some way to pay it off too. Or supposedly it was balanced like way better in the 90s, so they could probably do it again. It's just the flow of currency has changed, and there's some people out there with with mints that are sabotaging it as well that aren't the U.S. So there's some foreign power that our U.S. intelligence or other intelligence services, for certain things done to implant our their leaders or ours, they trade those people like a mint. They give them $100 plates, probably in a mint. They did it in the 70s, so why wouldn't they still be doing it?
Yeah, it's all to do with the Rothschilds. Oops, mustn't say that.
Yeah, all the rich families of the world.
Yes.
The Shah of Iran had a U.S. mint. Okay, the Shah of Iran in the 70s had a U.S. mint with $100 plates, and apparently that had something to do with the whole weird Oliver North scandal stuff. They double printed the money that we gave them the arms for with that specific mint, and someone probably stole the mint after that, and I think it ended up in the Caribbean. And the Panama might have had one too, when we installed and destalled those people, or the U.S. Pentagon official took out. They instated and uninstated Panama, and Panama's been pretty quiet for a long time since Reagan.
Has anybody here read The Corporation?
What corporation?
The book, The Corporation.
Oh, no, I have not.
Profit and Power. Very good book. It's very easy to read as well. It's very simple reading. I've got it. Must read it again. Actually, I read it years ago. It's all, yeah.
That was the first time we'd ever used stealth bombers and told the public about them. The stealth flying, crazy planes that we had from the public, and lied about UFOs way back then too. And we let the F-117 out to the public because we used it on Panama. United States, I didn't, but United States used it in Panama in the early 90s, or 1989 or 90, sometime around then. I don't know. I wasn't old enough to, be involved in it. But yeah, the Panama thing was either like 89 or 90, 91, early that time period, either 1990-ish area. But yeah, the Reagan blacked out their power and stuff, and then why they couldn't see what was going on. We sent in jets that flew with no lights on and took out what they wanted to take out, and that was the first time that ever happened in modern warfare, with modern planes with no lights on that weren't seen on radar, that were flying low in there just to do whatever they wanted without enemy fire. We probably took out their stuff with long range that would have fired back. United States in Panama. And that was a long time ago. That was like a long time ago. And then they went into Iraq twice, right? Bush Sr. and then Bush Jr. both went into Iraq. And then Afghanistan, I don't know, the current president has been mentioned about going back to Afghanistan. It wasn't recently, but it was like 3 months ago. I thought I heard him say that he would go back.
Okay. Now, thank you, Retro, for muting yourself, because there is a bit of a feedback from you. By the way, guys, when Retro is speaking, please don't speak, because there's something up with his speaker, and when you speak, it comes out very strange. So don't speak whilst he's speaking. That's what I mean. Just let him finish, and then he'll mute himself. Speaking of Trump, what do you think of all this stuff that's going on at the moment, guys? In particular, what do you think of the Greenland question? He has spoken that America needs it. He is going to get it, and he reiterated it again recently. Chickpea, Denmark is a member of NATO. Denmark has control of Greenland at the moment.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
So
Scary, isn't it?
how do you feel that America, part of NATO, is saying it wants something belonging to another NATO member, and it will get it? They're saying
That's scary.
unquestionably it will get it. What do you think that's doing for the world order? That question's for everybody. What do you think that is doing to world order? Is it endangering us as a society, as Westerners? How does it leave you feeling?
I don't know what gives him the right. What gives him the right to just go to another country for its mineral wealth? I don't know where he thinks he's got that right.
Because he said quite simply, America needs those minerals.
Does America? See, that's what I don't understand. I mean, that doesn't give you the right to go take what you want.
Well, so they can make more gems and jewellery and expensive shit like that.
Well, they're doing it. It's the same with Afghanistan, isn't it? It's got minerals. And Yemen, the same.
Yeah, it seems there definitely seems to be the driver in his attempts to wage war around the world, or to impose himself on the internal affairs of other countries. The greatest driver seems to be oil or resources. I mean, why did he go for Venezuela over like Mexico or Colombia? Is it because perhaps because they both cause drug problems in America? Is it perhaps because Venezuela were the easier target, and because Venezuela, as an easier target, also offered greater natural resources?
Just don't understand what gives him the right.
All of the above.
Yeah,
all of the above. What do you think of this? You are a man of the military, aren't you, Black Manosphere? You were
not necessarily. I've been in the National Guard, but not necessarily.
Okay. What do you think of this might makes right way of orienting himself in the world? Trump seems to think that he can just go around swinging his nuts and doing what he wants. What do you think of this?
He loses marbles. Nasty guy.
I think America's always been like that. America's like a gangster, you know what I mean? And they only respect another gangster. And so,
and do you think internally Americans are like respect gangsterism? Is that kind of I don't know whether it's a low key or a high key driver of how voters in America pick their leaders? A respect for gangsterism.
Yes, definitely. I think gangsterism has a long history in America alone, and they were the only people to challenge the authorities. The only, my philosophy about life is the only thing that has power over life is who brings death. And so if you're not a person that can bring death, you don't really have any power over the other, any considerate power over the other person. And what happens is America acts like a big gangster, and they go with their armies and units and go around the world and take the resources and and move like a corporation. And so they only fear, right? They only fear because the world is a business. This is a landmass called Earth, and America has a vested interest on global, owning and doing business. And the only reason to do business with you is if you cooperate. If you don't, you know what I mean, then we're liable to take over your stuff and take everything you have and everything. Depends on how much power you have. Yeah. But they only respect another gangster and another person, because if Venezuela had an army and said, no, you can't come touch our president or anything like that, it wouldn't be it would be an issue.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Divine on the show. Divine, what would you like to add to the conversation?
It seems to me like, hello everyone in the panel first. Thank you for having me.
Divine. Hello.
It seems to me that the motivation of the United States has always been, in all the years previous to now, resources, someone's natural resources, whichever country they happen to be in, then they ruffle it all up with all their bombs and whatever, and then they offer to clean it up and make it a better place than when they got there. And that justifies what they, it can be the justification of what they do. It should not be, I don't care who they are, it should not be marching into some place,
Okay.
under the guise
Divine,
of
we're having trouble hearing you.
you.
We're having trouble hearing you,
well,
Divine. If you could move to a different location in your house, we might be able to hear you better. At the moment, you're very choppy. Nibble said, what gives them the right to think they have dominion over Aniland? Maybe it's just because they can. Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe humans do what they can, and America is just doing what it can.
Yeah.
And all this moralizing, all this supposed diplomacy is just a pretense from nations that can't. Maybe it's as brutal as that. Maybe the country is saying, oh, we should be more diplomatic in our relations. Maybe they would be doing the same thing if they had power. Maybe it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is human nature. And you guys didn't paint a very merry picture of, the innards of what drives human nature. You said you made us sound rather ghastly. So why the surprise? I suppose the question becomes, what can we do as individuals, as a populace, as a switched on beings in a world where, might makes right is currently, is something that is a driving force in the world, or overtly so. I mean, maybe it's always been the case, but it is overtly evident at the moment. There isn't any pretense otherwise. How can we live in this world? How can we encourage minds that are beset on grabbing resources, seizing more power? How can we try and influence them to be more mindful of the rights of others and the effects of their actions on the world at large, on communities, on the mental well-being of the world's population? How can we drive that home, folks? Is there any hope?
All of us need to be on the same. We all need to love each other just the way that we want to be loved. We all need to take care of each other and support each other and be there for each other.
Sorry, Divine, we can't really hear you, darling. I don't know where you're sitting tonight, but it's really bad. It's coming out really terrible. Anybody else got any words on what I just said? How can we make sure everyone starts to get along and consider, the well-being of all rather than those who have the mightiest hand?
Oh, GW, you're such an optimist.
I think the hippies had it right. They had something right when they were all about love, because love is the ultimate energy of the universe. It's what we need. It's what the world doesn't have enough of, and we need it. And awareness too. An awareness of love.
So Ricardo thinks there is something we could do. We can build an awareness of love. Nuanced Nudibranch is on the same side as Chickpea. Nuanced Nudibranch says the scary thing in her opinion is that she doesn't really think there is anything the average person can do to combat all this.
Well done, girl. I love what you say.
Objective ethics says the first and last step is what Gandhi said: be the change you want to see the world make. But you girls are being very, very negative, if I might say so. Maybe you might view it as realistic. You don't think there's anything the average Joe can do in this world that we're in now.
To be the change you want to see. Well, speaking as a member of the 2%, I can't see that ever coming about. I've been doing the change for a long time.
How about
Sorry, grumpy bag.
How about just be more positive? Like
me?
No, just everybody generally. If they could just, they would just be more positive in their life, in their outlook,
positive.
It would transform things for the better.
Do you think that would rise the vibrations of humanity? You think that would knock the power off its perch, or you think that would make power think in a kinder, more humane manner? Do you?
No, necessarily. It's vibrational alignment. Like what Chickpea was saying yesterday. I was listening to about, the the illusion of, you know, the sucking, the whoever's in control, the hidden hand, they're sucking our energy,
Yeah.
and they're profiting off our negative, like our loot.
Yeah, I
So
know.
obviously, what we need to stop doing that, stop giving them our you know,
Yeah,
what they
you're
want,
saying,
and
yes.
rise above it. And then, but if we all do that, then everything would change.
That would never happen.
At least 51%. You know, we've got the numbers, but we just.
I mean, don't you sense the horrible atmosphere on this planet? Don't you sense it? The horrible vibe. It's got a horrible vibe. I feel it.
Well, pretty much everywhere I go.
It's a horrible vibe.
You can't let it overtake you, though.
There's other people, but it's just programming all of us, I think, live. All of us are being affected by it if we're using it. So the more we tune out or turn all these devices off and just sit and meditate and listen to the weather, the natural noises, I think is going to be better for us.
You can't hear him, Riley, because the cars, and more cars.
I live by the beach, so I can usually just go off and listen to the waves. And
where do you live, Ricardo?
I find it very healing. I live in on the south coast, Dorset.
Oh, lucky you. Yeah, I live in central London, and the cars. All you hear is bloody cars.
Yeah, it must be mad. And sirens.
Yeah, sick of
but
it.
how can you afford to live in central London?
Well, my rent's paid for me because I've got RA, which is how. And I have thought about moving, but can't. You know what? Should I tell you? This country is so sick that even if you buy a leasehold property, you're not allowed to have cats. And I live with 7 cats, so I can't move because I've got 7 cats. So I'm stuck here.
Oh. So you've got a little house in central London?
I've got a little flat. Ground floor flat. Yes.
Oh, so the cats can just come and go.
Yeah, they come and go, please. Yes.
I come from a cat family, so my mum loves cats. I come from a cat family.
Oh, lucky you.
And I love them.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Yeah, what's your favorite recipe?
What? What?
Excuse me? Anyway, not to get off the discussion.
I think the reason why you feel positive, Ricardo, is because you live. I've noticed when I want to move to Clacton, and I've noticed when I go down there, because the air's so nice and clean and everything, it really does cheer me up.
You can really smell the
smell it, can't you? Yeah, you can smell the ozone. Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic around here still. There's too many cars. It's too early, but you can still go to the beach whenever. It's only half a mile away from me, so it's just a wonderful thing. And I wish I'd lived.
Okay, guys, I just want to watch this video quickly about Atlas. I think it's Atlas 2, Boston Dynamics' latest robot.
Yay! Let's watch a video.
Because none of us have a conversation.
Can you see it?
Oh God! Make a cup of tea.
Does that fill your hearts with joy? Are you
Love.
looking forward to a future with those guys
Yes.
walking around?
Can't wait.
No,
Hmm?
no,
Not particularly.
no.
No, not really. No.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that, because it does seem like it's an
Coming.
inevitability.
It's coming.
Robots doing
Let's have another
all
look
the
at some of the
boring tasks.
other videos about this Atlas 2, this latest upgrade from Boston Dynamics. One moment, folks. I'll find something for us to watch. Maybe
Oh,
this
can
one.
I just say something?
You are saying something.
Right, can I just say, I'm just reading the corporation. Privatization thus makes the most of our inevitable selfish and materialist nature. We owe our daily bread not to the benevolence of the baker, but to his concerns for his own interests. That's how Milton Friedman saw us. What a lovely sentence. That's true, though. So I'm looking at the corporation. Oof.
Okay, darling. Well, let's have a quick look at this report from 60 Minutes.
60 Minutes Overtime.
Our story this week is about humanoid robots, and one in particular, a humanoid robot made by Boston Dynamics named Atlas. Atlas is making the move from the lab to the factory floor, and we were invited to come see it as it was tested at a Hyundai plant outside Savannah, Georgia. I think I used the word mind-blowing in the piece. It's astounding. They call it a humanoid, but he stands up in a way no human could possibly stand up. His limbs can bend in ways ours can't.
This robot is capable of superhuman motion.
Robert Plater is CEO of Boston Dynamics.
The neat thing that this new robot can do that I have not seen before is all of its joints can rotate a full 360 degrees. Well, that's beyond what you and I can do. And we think that's the way you should build robots. Don't limit yourself to what people can do, but actually go beyond.
We went to the headquarters in Waltham, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston. It's a huge facility. 60 Minutes went to Boston Dynamics back in 2021 and saw an earlier version of Atlas, and it was bulkier and didn't move quite as seamlessly as the one we saw. We saw Atlas running. He can do the Macarena. He could do cartwheels. He could dance. I mean, they've made tremendous progress.
Here we go.
I mean, for us to turn around, we have to physically turn around. I have to turn around and look the other direction. Atlas just pivots on his core. He can move in ways that we can only dream of. Scott Kindersma is head of robotics research at Boston Dynamics. So why did you design it that way?
There's a couple advantages of being able to continuously rotate joints. So one is that the robot's not really limited in its range of motion. So it can do things and turn in directions that people just couldn't. Another reason is one of the reliability issues that you often find in robots is that their wires start to break over time. And that's because you have wires that go across all the moving parts. And in the case of Atlas, we don't have any wires that go across those rotating parts anymore.
I think the thing that is most astounding about Atlas is that it seems to actually be learning. Atlas has a brain that is powered by the most powerful NVIDIA chips, and it can learn in different ways. We saw one, they used a teleoperator. That's somebody who is standing beside Atlas, actually controlling Atlas's arms and hands to pick up things and move them over and over and over again until Atlas can actually do it without the teleoperator moving its hands. So why does he only have 3 fingers?
Robot hands are an extremely complex engineering problem. Human hands are incredible machines that are very versatile. We can do many, many different manipulation tasks with the same hand. And so when we design hands for Atlas, they don't look exactly like human hands, but they have a lot of the same capabilities. Here you can see that they can switch between different modes. They can act as if they were a hand with these 3 digits, or this digit can swing around and act more like a thumb. And this is really important because it allows the robot to have different shape grasps, to have two finger opposing grasp to pick up small objects, and then also make its hands very wide in order to pick up large objects.
Can it sense the pressure that's needed or how much it can press on something like this?
So there's tactile sensors, which give it pressure information from each of the fingers. And so you can use that as input to the neural network so that it knows how to do more fine-grained dexterous manipulation tasks. Being able to precisely control not only the shape and the motion, but the force of the grippers is actually an interesting challenge. I think there's still a lot of opportunity to improve teleoperation systems so that we can do even more dexterous manipulation tasks with robots.
There is quite a bit of hype around these humanoids right now. Financial institutions predict that we will be living with millions, if not billions, of robots in our future. We're not there yet. Atlas is sort of the first step. Is the humanoid hype getting ahead of reality?
There is definitely a hype cycle right now. Part of that is created by the optimism and enthusiasm we see for the potential. But while software can sort of move ahead at super speeds, these are machines, and building reliable machines takes time. And adapting our styles of work and our economy to these new classes of machines will also take time. It doesn't happen overnight. There's a lot of work to be done to sort of get there. These robots have to be reliable, they have to be affordable. That will take time to deploy.
There you go. What did you think of that, folks?
Lovely.
What? Sorry?
I was being sarcastic.
So you don't like it?
No, of course not.
You don't think it's amazing?
What? No. Yes, it's all well and good, but what happens to all the jobs that are going to be lost through all this?
Black Manosphere, what do you think of it all?
I mean, I think it's cool. I mean, I think it's the progress of where we're headed to and, into the future. And, it's going to make things easier. So I just think it's cool.
There's nothing cool about it, unfortunately.
Why not, Chippy?
What happens
Like...
when us proles, instead of seeing a human doctor, we have to see a little robot doctor? Lovely. I can't wait. Robot dentist. Oh, I can't wait.
We're always going to lose the human touch there. And that's something that you cannot replace.
No,
well, maybe the human touch is prone to error. And maybe the AI will do it better than us.
No way. Impossible.
What do you think, Are these two people
very creepy?
Yeah, I think the robot can do I think the specialist can be the human being could be the specialist that comes in, and the robot can do the easier things, the remedial task and things. And if need be, you go to the specialist, which is the human.
And what happens when robots keep progressing and progressing until eventually they overtake the specialists? Then what? Because they will do it. They will do it.
So, I mean, I think that's a progression too, to get up to that point. I mean, we haven't even got to where these things are really on the market and everybody can see.
Have you seen how fast this is happening? This is happening at an incredible rate.
Hopefully Cougar Duma can come on. He worked in computers, so he might know a thing or two about what this all means and where it could go. He worked in the foundational stage of all this. He was involved in implementing AI, I believe. He worked in coding. He worked in the Silicon Valley. So he definitely had a part in some facet of what caused all this to happen. So hopefully he can come on here. Link is in the chat, Cougar, if you want to come on. Hopefully Nudie Branch can come back on, Brother Marcus, Retro, whoever else is there. The link is in the live chat. So go ahead, guys.
Good, honest capitalism, and it's going to get worse. But what scares me is, so there's going to be so many unemployed people. Well, I can't see how long the corporation's going to allow that. Just saying.
Well, you know what unemployed people do when they've got too much time and stuff.
Yes.
They get together and kind of plan a revolution or something.
Yes, exactly. So that the corporation won't like that very much.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not an optimist. I think I don't know. I hope I'm not here to see it all.
Well, the robots, they have to work with us. Like, we're not gonna tolerate them if it's like the movie I, Robot, and they're attacking us or they're not favored. We're gonna destroy them, and it's gonna be
You
like
think so?
war.
They are owned by the corporation. You cannot beat the corporation, and you can't.
Beat the robots.
I just think there have to be time until where it could get to these bad levels to where we're going to war with the robots.
They will need to go to war with them because they'll be able to wipe us out just like that, and they will.
So then we'll learn to work with them. Our kids.
Why would a clever robot want to mix a load of stupid humans? Why would it? Because they will
Robot would then be an extension of the authority and the business people and the banks and the people who.
Oh, you do love your corporate masters,
don't
you? You love you. You really think that the corporation is there with your? Is that the corporation is there to make a ton of cash? That's all it's there for.
Yeah, I understand how business works and how corporation works. It's, do I want to work with the corporations in business and get a piece of the pie, or do I
Yeah,
want
well,
to?
good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Just be on the outs and be cursing
When
at the corporation.
When these robots take over, you will be replaced because it's cheaper to have a robot than it is.
That's because robots don't ask for any wages, do they?
They don't ask wages. They can work 24/7. They don't need this. They don't need that. I tell you, they weren't so fabulous to employ. Jeff Bezos wouldn't be using them because he knows exactly how to make the best cash.
Sure. Well, humans are unpredictable.
I work with counseling kids, and I don't know if a robot can, really connect with a kid heartfelt.
Of course it can. I tell you, we underestimate what robots can do, what they will be able to do.
Well, I don't want you to underestimate what we can do.
Have you ever spoken to AI? Have you ever spoken to that ChatGPT female?
Yes,
I tell you
absolutely.
something. Yes, exactly. She knows far, far more than the average therapist does. And she does.
Yeah. Then you don't need to go to the therapist. Now you can use her for free. So she benefited you.
Yes. And what's going to happen when that moves on? It's okay at the moment. It's all lovely. When the corporations first started out, it was all lovely. I love them too. Nice, cheap supermarkets. But as they start take over more and more, it's going to get very pernicious.
Yeah. I just don't think there's a lot of doomers around. I just don't think having a dooming mindset is going to help anything. We just need to. I'm an optimistic person naturally anyway, so I always think that there's going to be a way through this. There's going to be a way out of this if we work together.
Yeah, well,
so
Yeah, I'm one of those grim little Bible freaks, I'm afraid. It's one of the reasons why I come here and hope maybe talk me out of it all. So yes, it does say there that there's going to be very few of us left when the shit hits the fan. And
what do they call that? The Exodus or something?
What? Sorry.
When everything just goes to shit.
It's in the last, it's you can see it coming. I'm sorry, I apologize, Black.
It's the Book of Revelation. She talks about the book of Revelation.
You don't have to apologize, Chickpea. You don't have to apologize.
I'm just a miserable old bag, and I am. I'm sitting near Rubbish Corporation. You read it, Corporation?
The kill them all. Let God sort them out.
Who kill the computers or the little robots or us lot?
No, us. It was an old saying from I can't remember who, but it was based on I think the first Metallica album was based on that quote. Kill them all. But yeah, it's basically that's what some people believe, that we have to all die before the whole thing can be transformed.
Yeah, it's all coming. Well, I'm sorry, I'm on.
I personally, I'm enjoying life. I have no desire to die. Hurry up the death. I'm enjoying my life, thank you. So I'm in no rush to go anywhere.
Mine's not that bad. I'm just a miserable old bag, basically.
Oh,
I am.
How can we help that?
What?
How can we help that?
You can't. You can't. I'm a miserable old bag. No, I'm just a miserable old bag.
Oh no, you're not just. You shouldn't be so down on yourself. I think I've been listening to you pretty much almost every day for the last couple of weeks, and I always find you a source of information, hope. Like you just, I think you're on the right page. You stay aware, and you know what's what. And I think we just need. If I knew more people like you, I think
Yes.
I'd be happier, and I'd get to more.
Oh, thank you.
Get to a better place.
Yeah, I don't normally moan and groan like this, but I come here and moan and groan. I don't do it in the big wide world.
Oh, that's okay.
Big wide world. I just come here and moan and groan. I thought I was allowed to moan. Am I allowed to moan and groan, DW?
Yes, you are allowed. If it's what you want to do, we will be open to the possibility that people will tell you to shut up, or that you're catastrophizing unnecessarily.
Ricardo, right? There was a time D&W used to write this long prose of really grumpy stuff, which is how he got me.
Mm-hmm.
You did, didn't you, D&W? It was a pretty heavy duty, and it was lovely. I loved it. Remember the grumpy prose?
Yeah, I was exploring the depths of reality, trying to drag up something that might mean something. And it was part of my onward journey of trying to find Gnosis. I'm not ashamed of it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I loved it.
I looked into the dark. I looked into reality with, without any veneer, trying to see what is actually going on. And I still stand by it. Although we may enjoy life, it is a huge problem. I stand by that. It is a huge problem. We may be enjoying life, but we have to admit that life itself is a creepy phenomenon that causes unbelievable amounts of suffering. And the potential for horror is boundless. There is much to do here. We cannot sit still and sit on our laurels, as it were. We have to be very careful, and we have to think very carefully about what is going on, what we should be doing here.
Yeah, I'm very aware of the fact. I mean, one of the lucky ones. Very aware.
That is not to say you can't try and enjoy.
Oh,
try and enjoy participating in the effort against the darkness, as Ricardo is trying to do. Would that be fair to say, Ricardo? You're trying your best to fight the darkness, but you're doing it with a joyful hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
So do I.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, he is still looking at the same world as you, Chickpea. He's just happy that he's trying to do something about it all.
Well, so do I. I feed a ton of pigeons every day. You should see the flock of pigeons. I feed loads of pigeons.
Yeah, I know, but why aren't you? Is that not giving you some fulfillment?
Of course I love. Of course I do. They give me enormous joy, and they do. Love them.
But you're still not happy about what's going on, and that's okay. That's okay. I understand that.
Nature's a healer.
Say that again.
And nature's a healer. You can't beat nature. If we all go back to, if we all went back to nature more and
Yes.
went back to our own, specifically our own nature, then we wouldn't have as many problems. But we've become so detached from
Yes.
nature and our nature that we don't even know who we are anymore or where we're supposed to be. But the answer is simple:
Nature.
go back to
Nature is a
nature.
healer.
Yes, of course, I know that.
Do you think
Yes,
so?
I know. I am trying to move to nature, but unfortunately, I can't find a flat that will let me have 7 cats. I am trying to get back there.
It can be. Don't be. Don't be like
If
silly.
nature
It
is
can
a healer, why are we running away from it?
because we don't even know. We don't even know what it can do for us.
Oh, I know what it can do. Don't worry
If we
about
know, if everyone knew about sun gazing, for
it. Yes.
example, and grind how to grind properly, and actually did it every day, then that would be another thing that would transform the world.
Yeah, no,
Tell
I
us about
sunbathe.
grounding yourself every day. What is that?
Well, grinding yourself means so it's like grinding the energy. So you have to take your shoes and socks off, go and sit, somewhere in nature, on the beach or
Yeah.
in the park or some natural setting with grass or whatever, not concrete, and just visualize the connection between you and the ground, and you actually about half an hour is enough to give you a good charge.
But
And it's,
Ricardo, lucky you that you live in a place. Should I tell you what happened to me a couple of years ago? And I'm in my 70s, okay? I was maybe in my late 60s when this happened. I was down the park one day with one of the cats because I take a cat with me to lay in the park. And you know what happened to me? Some idiotic bloke. This is how bad things are in England now. Came and lay down right next to me. I'm in my late 60s when this happened. That you can't even lay down in the park anymore because Jesus wept you're going to get pestered by silly men. And I'm an old lady. It's true.
can't you just like fight them off with your superpowers?
Fight them off. I wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare.
Oh.
But you can't even go in the park anymore and just, lay down as a female. You can't because you get pestered by all these idiots.
I mostly if I ever get pestered, it's usually by people that just want something off me, whether it's a Rizzler or they just want to sell me some crack cocaine or something, and I'm like, what off?
Bloody hell.
But no, I don't get sexually pestered much anymore. Must be getting old.
I'm in my late 60s. That's how crazy it's all becoming in this country. And you hear this all the time from women. I'm not the only woman it happens to. Even old years it happens to. And it happens to young children.
I have sympathy towards the fairer sex, obviously, because they're more vulnerable and not as strong physically as men. But men are victims too. It's not just women. Men are more more prone to violence from other men than any other group. So
now, I'm not sure that used to be the case, but I'll tell you something. That seems to be changing certainly in London now. Because I'm too scared to go out, and I'm too scared to actually go and sit in the park anymore. And I'm too scared after what happened to me.
Really?
On a bus as well. I was sitting on the bus in a little pensioner's seat, and some bloke from God knows where came and plonked himself right down next to me and started rubbing himself. I'm in my 60s when this happened.
Didn't anybody on the bus?
No, nobody helps you. No, that's how bad it's all becoming. That's how bad no one helps anymore. It's becoming a very strange place, a city, London. That's why I want to leave. Because I must admit, I do miss being able to go outside and just loll about on some grass. It'd be perfectly safe to do that. It's no longer safe. That's how bad London is becoming. Yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe don't go out alone. Take a friend or go with a dog or something. Big dog.
I don't want to have to keep taking people out of me, I should better just do it. That's
the
problem.
You shouldn't let that fear. You shouldn't let fear stop you from doing what you really want to do.
Oh, it does me. No, I listen to my fear, and if I feel fear, I listen to it.
Mm.
No, London's it's no longer a pleasant place to live in. It's become
Yeah, I know. My mum used to. She comes from East London, and all her family had to move out eventually because the house prices got too, and the rents got too high, and they just couldn't afford to live even in the poor, some of the poorest areas anymore. So they generally moved out further east to Essex and stuff.
Yeah, no.
All over now.
Yeah.
But I'm from the southwest myself, so
Lucky you.
From like Bristol.
Oh, I know Bristol. You know Westbury-on-Trim?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I lived there for a while before my stepfather. We were posted there. I loved Westbury.
Yeah.
Loved it. I had such a nice time.
I used to get
I know Bristol as well.
Yeah, did you know Westbury-on-Trim?
And the Horfields.
Yeah.
Horfield Prison. I used to go to Felton College for a few years, so that was I met a lot of people just locally.
Yeah, I lived there for a few months. I loved it there, and I really loved it there in Bristol, Westbury-on-Trim. Nice place to live, gorgeous place.
Yeah.
I was only there for a few months.
Ever lived in St Paul's? I lived in St Paul's.
Sorry? What?
I lived in St Paul's for a while. Did you ever live there or Eastham?
No, what in Bristol?
Mm-hmm.
No, I just lived in Westbury, and that was only there for about 4 or 5 months. My dad was on some posting there before we went to the Middle East. I was watching the armed forces. We used to move a lot.
I moved around quite a bit, and do you know my favourite area in Bristol was Totterdown?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Right on the hill, and you can see. You're basically only about a mile away from town, and you can see on a clear night down into town.
Take care, Nudie Branch.
On the hill. Sweet.
Yeah.
It's a cool place.
Yeah, I'm still rummaging through the corporation D&W, trying to find out where it says about the truth about the corporation.
You do that.
Bad. What?
You do that and report back when you find out the pertinent,
yeah, I
relevant
have to read
information.
the whole book before I find that few little sentences I was looking for. Where it says in the corporation that the corporation has got all the rights of a human being. He is a man, and he has all the rights of. He is a man, has all the rights of a man, but none of the responsibilities. And his first duty is to his shareholders, and that is the truth about the corporations. It's one of the reasons why Thames Water. Thames Water is actually Malaysian. Do you know that?
I didn't know it was Malaysian.
Yes. Oh, didn't you? Oh, D&W. You didn't know that Thames Water's Malaysian?
I know that companies get overtaken by foreign interests. I know that. I know, there's electrical companies here run by French.
Yeah, exactly. But
etc. I know all that. I didn't know who was running Thames Water.
Yeah, but
did it get taken over or something?
Well, we sold it all off, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's sold off.
That's probably why. Chickpea. Ricardo is new here. This ongoing obsessive thought that you had related to soul trap theory, and what to do here. Would you like to tell him about that and get his views on it?
Right, Ricardo. I believe that when we die, we enter a checkpoint, and then there's these little archons waiting for us to put us through the whole thing down the tunnel of light. Question us, this, us, that, us, and then we just recycled into a new meat bag, which is one of the reasons why I'm an antinatalist, because I figure if the human race were to stop breeding, then in the end there'd be no meat bags left, and so archons wouldn't be able to recycle us anymore. But I'm the only one that thinks that. So that's why that was why I'm an antinatalist, because it's what I believe.
I'm not sure about them. I don't think they would have the power to be on the other side of life when we die.
Don't you?
No, I think that if they could trick us into something and into like following the light, and it's not really, and it's like an artificial light,
Yes.
then they probably would. But
Do.
I think we can, if we can outsmart them on the mental, physical level. We can outsmart them on the spiritual level as well. So
I think I do. Oh, okay. I don't. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying brainwashing myself to go into the dark when I die. But of course, if you have a traumatic death, you might feel traumatized and make mistakes.
yeah,
I know it sounds
it's possible that they could do that, but I just think I'm more with the ancient Egyptians, where that they believed that when you died, you basically, the weight of your soul would be weighed against a feather, and obviously if it was heavier than a feather, then you wouldn't be able to rise up into heaven. You'd have to go down back into the underworld, or maybe churned again, on the the reincarnation cycle. But yeah, I believe that, and so I think the way to, it may be a metaphor, that the way to ascend is to lighten your load, and to be, not to have any emotion, too many draining or heavy emotional attachments.
Yes.
And that's the way to go.
Yes, well, that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I come here, to get rid of it all somehow.
Who was the guy was it Set, or no, Thoth, or that was the guy that's supposed to, weigh everyone's soul.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I've been recycled. Well, I think back in the 80s, I went to see a hypnotherapist. This was when I was living in the city. And basically, I went to try and stop smoking. But to cut a long story very, very short, I found myself witnessing my own, in a blue place. I witnessed my own conception. I saw the cells divide, blah, blah, blah. Then something happened to the forehead, so I put a V on the forehead to make everything better. Then I went into this thing, which had by then formed, so I just went into it. But I was born with a big red V on my forehead. And when my mother confirmed it all, this thing. So I know that I existed before I was born. I know it. And I suspect I've probably been reincarnated from, I was probably a bloody stupid little slave in Victorian England, knowing my luck. But I'm terrified of coming back, petrified.
Black Man is fair. Are you there? Have you got anything to suggest to Chickpea and her ongoing neuroticism about what to do after she dies? She's terribly worried about walking towards a supposed tunnel of light and what it might entail.
It's not supposed, DW. Lots of people have seen the tunnel of light and come back from it. Lots. Oh, look,
Virgo. Are you there?
That's me, by the way.
You are muted, Black Manosphere.
That's my other channel.
What, Play Brass? Yes.
Yeah, it was just. I mean, I just made it up because I play brass.
Oh right. Oh yeah. My Virgo's rise. My rising sign's Virgo.
Yeah.
Question on screen for you from Farhat. Did your mother confirm V?
Yes.
Okay.
A few days later, yeah, she confirmed it because she nearly went.
All right, I want to welcome Objective Ethics to the show. Objective Ethics, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Well, I just wanted to say Happy New Year to everybody. First of all, it's great conversation. I really enjoyed listening to it. I'm getting ready for work, so I just have a quick second. But I wanted to just offer a bit of clarification about the Egyptian theology, and it is a beautiful theology. But the feather that your heart is being weighed against actually represents the truth and justice, which is a really key element to that. So if your heart, measures or balances with truth and justice, then you actually, your Ba and your Ka become reunited, and then you get to go into the afterlife. If your heart doesn't balance the scales, then you actually are just permanently deleted, so to speak. So just a little bit of clarification on that model there. You don't actually go to hell per se if your heart doesn't balance. You just cease to exist.
Yeah.
So
that's good. I'd like to that's what I want, to cease to be.
Annihilationism.
Yeah. Quite extreme, isn't it?
Thank you for that objective ethics.
Well, one
What
minute
do you
you're
think?
there, 1 minute you're there, the next minute you're not.
DW, just saying about life. If I was in the Garden of Eden, I'd be perfectly happy.
What about the
I
snake?
can't cope. I can cope with snakes. I like snakes. It's this whole 92 billion thing, and it just sickens me. The whole killing. It sickens me.
Jay says, "Forget worrying about going to hell. We are
Yes,
in
we
hell."
are
Jay,
in
would
hell.
you like
Yes,
to?
I think you're probably
Would you like
right,
to come on and
Jay.
explain that, Jay?
I'll make a cup of tea.
Divine, you're on the show. What is it you'd like to say?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I went out and came back in. That helps. I do believe that we are in hell in this moment, but I do believe that we have possibility of changing it.
And how might we change it?
It's not a black and white thing. It's not a color. It's not a race thing. It's a human thing. We all just have to be human to other humans.
And first, we have to be human to
What does that
ourselves.
entail? What does that entail?
Right.
Well, there's got to be projects that we can do together to get a chance to get to know each other again, because the world has tried to keep us so separate from our brothers and sisters who are of different colors and races and stuff. And it just, I mean, there's got to be some sort of a project we can do to reacquaint ourselves with people, to get a vibe of what they are, because each one of us has a key to this. It's not just one or the other. It's all of us or none of us. So if we're all participating in supporting each other, helping each other out through things, helping us get off the streets, take care of ourselves better, make sure that we're not homeless and that we're not doing inappropriate things that our body just can't handle anymore. I mean, just so many things that we can do together to help each other out. Make sure no one's homeless anymore. We can all create that if we want to.
Thank you for that,
And I know
Divine.
it sounds humanitarian and wonky, but it really does take action. You know, if you're not doing the actions, then you can't expect to spit the words.
Yeah, and it starts with
Kukaduma
them
adds
as well.
from the sidelines that humans need a village life. The current organizational principle is ruinous. He doesn't think that things are going very well at the moment in relation to society.
Modern
We have Jay.
society.
Sorry, go ahead, Ricardo. Then we'll ask Jay
Thank
to
you.
interact.
Just want to say, yeah, modern society is rubbish. Everything's fucked. We need to get back to a more, bucolic lifestyle, maybe. More like I grew up. I grew up in the countryside, and it wasn't a perfect life, but it was nice. Maybe I didn't have those nasty things that only went on in the city, but then now they go on everywhere. So there's nowhere to escape, really. And they don't even let
Pamela
you.
says we're all human meat suits. Clearly, some like it more than others. Jay, you're on the show. What is it you'd like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, so just going off of my "we're in hell" comment, one of the defining characteristics of this world and life on this planet for me is that it's perpetually disappointing. Like it falls short of what of how good it could be. Like of course, even as a pessimist, right, there are a lot of good things about this world and a lot of things that you can enjoy and whatnot, but I feel like those things contrasted to the bad things, they just show you like how much this world falls short of how good it could be, and that to me makes it a bit of a hell realm. It's like the suffering of the fact that like life can be good and is good in certain ways, but because of all the contrasting bad things that happens, it shows you that it perpetually disappoints and falls short. So to me, that makes it a bit of a hell realm because of that aspect of it being something that perpetually falls short of what it could be. And like to me, that maybe suggests that maybe whoever created this place, if it does have a creator, they intentionally designed it to be that way so that it continually falls short of how good it could be, so that it I guess it makes us all, I guess, depressed, and you know keeps us in a state of, I guess, disappointment. You know what I mean?
Okay, thanks, Jay. I'm going to open up this point to others to contend with. Are
Can
we
I just,
in hell? I'm going to ask you, objective ethics, to answer this question. Do you think we're in hell? If not, why not?
No, and I don't mind answering that question, but I just want to follow up with what the sister said a minute ago about working together, because we don't actually have free will. That doesn't mean we don't have the ability to make certain conscious choices. And in order to make any change, especially any significant change, we have to work together in that direction as much as possible. It takes a lot to explain that, and I'm on my way out the door to work. So as far as this being hell, no, I don't think it is hell. I think this, when it comes to the good and the bad, you have to have one to understand the other. If you don't feel some kind of suffering or pain, you have no way to correlate the good times, the happiness. And Epicurus, for example, explained, what is the good, right? What is the best life you can live? And that's to overcome suffering, right? The overcoming of suffering is where we get joy and pleasure from. So if you take away all the suffering, you have absolutely no way to appreciate or even to recognize the good, would be my answer to that. I think this is heaven and hell, and I think that you can't have one without the other. All right, you guys, I have to go to work. I hope you all have a wonderful day and Happy New Year.
Thank you, objective
Same
ethics.
to you, objective
brother.
ethics.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Jay, what do you say to objective ethics? He raises some good points there.
Right. Well, I acknowledge that. Right. I said that. I did acknowledge that this world has good things about it. But to me, like as Daniela said in the comments, right, it's like whoever created this place, they threw in the good things to kind of like remind you of like how much better things could be in contrast to all the bad things. You know what I mean?
And the question becomes, how much bad is acceptable? For me personally, I view reality as hellish, merely because one little girl somewhere in the world, just one girl, is getting sexually abused, raped, or murdered. And to me, one is too much. One instance of that in any one moment, in any one lifetime of a whole species, humanity's, is enough to say we're in hell. That potential is there. Until that potential is prevented, until the potential for vulnerable people is to be horrifically abused, murdered, oppressed, bullied to suicide. Until that oppression is gone, until that way of that terrible possibility is gone. Yeah, I think it's fair enough to call it hell.
At least we agree on something, D&W. That's at least we agree on something, because that's my.
No, I do think we're in a bad place. But I think the difference between me and you is you think we need to stop breeding.
Yes.
I think that's too easy and a cop out in that it doesn't actually prevent it, because nobody's going to listen to you because of the biological imperative. And B, we may be the highest form of intelligence in the universe, and we may be a freak of nature in that regard. It may not ever happen again. And so there may be other intelligent species, not as intelligent as us, who are depending on us through time and space to come up with some solution to the terrible suffering, to build some kind of AI that can go around time and space looking after everybody and making sure everything is okay, walking around, asking people, aliens, etc., would you like a cup of tea?
It sounds like you're preaching.
It takes 5 positive experiences to wipe out one negative one. You know that, yes?
Interesting.
You've said that before. Can you pull up the paper for that, or the study that shows?
No,
and I just want to say one more thing. Oh, go ahead, Divine.
No, you go ahead.
No, I just want to say one more thing in response to objective ethics. It's also that at the end of the day, like saying that we need to have these bad things in the world to contrast the good things and to, I guess, appreciate the good. That's a very fallacious and dangerous way of thinking, because then you can justify any amount of bad things and say that, oh, well, it's okay that, some like you said, right, some little girl somewhere, someone could argue that it's okay that some poor little girl somewhere is getting, sexually assaulted, so that like later on she could enjoy like, having a cupcake or something. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's a very like fallacious, dangerous line of thinking, because you can justify anything with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Agree with you, Jay. I'm a great
So
mind.
the link is in the chat, guys. If anybody wants to come on here, the link is in the chat. Do come on. It's pinned. You can come on, have your say. Are we in hell? What should we be doing about it? That's one of the questions. Ricardo, I mean, does any of this strike a chord with you? I know you do you see in some ways what Jay and Chickpea are getting at, and even what I am getting at, in that, yes, existence is pretty horrific. I know you said we should look at nature for solace, but it's already been raised in the chat that nature itself is pretty horrific. It's a bit of a feeding frenzy, a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Animals are eating literally the arse off each other. And the weak are being preyed upon, and they don't really have a say in what to do about it. There's no democracy in nature. There's nobody trying to look out for each other overall in terms of there's no charity, there's nothing like that. It is as I said, an actual bloodbath. Yeah, fair enough. The daisies are growing, and there's beautiful roses, and you can pick some fruit from the trees. But I mean, on the whole, nature is pretty brutal, is it not, Ricardo?
Yes.
It can be. I mean, there's obviously there's two sides. There's always two sides. Like it's like duality. Everything has duality, and we've got the obviously the harmful, poisonous, toxic side of nature, which is there. Often it's there to protect itself. Like stinging nettles, or claws on a bear. But just because nature can be dangerous and harmful sometimes, doesn't mean that it's always bad. I think
I would agree. I would agree with you. It's not all bad.
Right, again,
I think it's a bit of a misnomer to attribute nature just to plants and animals. I mean, everything is nature. Everything is natural. What is happening is a facet of is all because of nature. We are part of nature, and things we think synthetic are just actual, natural life doing what it wants, doing what it can do because of nature. So, in actual fact, everything is nature.
I agree with that.
So what you are actually saying, I think, Ricardo, is you're saying there are facets of nature that are beneficial to our well-being, our mental well-being, that can help boost our resilience, our mental health, and can give us some respite from the ongoing war, and good war at that, against, let's just call it evil, let's call it unfairness, let's call it suffering, terrible suffering, unwanted suffering, suffering that people don't willingly accept. So in many ways, yes, I agree with you. There are facets of nature we can direct ourselves towards sometimes as things to revitalize us and keep us sane.
Again, yes, Oh, go ahead, Ricardo.
No, that's it. No, go ahead.
I've said that again. I've acknowledged that life and nature has good aspects to it, but again, like David Benatar has said, right? There's an asymmetry between the good and the bad, and again, like another example, right? Piggybacking off of what I said earlier in my previous example, another example could be like saying that it's going off of objective ethics is line of thinking. Someone could argue that it's acceptable or okay for a man, for example, to abuse a woman in that he's in a relationship with, so that she could then go into another relationship in the future and be loved by another man and appreciate being loved more because she was abused in the previous relationship. It's a very fallacious, dangerous way of thinking to say that we need the bad to contrast the good. So, yeah.
Well, can you imagine taking all the bad stuff out of nature? Like, what would that look like? What would that be?
Well, I mean, we would all be happy, right? Because there's only good.
Well, if we could delete all the poisons and all the chemical additives from our food and our products, I'd be happy. But
Right.
Corporations are responsible
Right.
for that, Ricardo.
Right,
Say
for
again?
example. Oh, go ahead.
Say again, Chickpea?
All the chemicals in our food, the corporations are responsible for that.
Yeah.
Because they're profiting on keeping us unwell.
Of course they are. That's
There's no profit in the cure. But the cure,
they want to cure us. They want to keep us sick.
cure is what we need. Because if we don't get cured, we're going to be toxified mentally, physically, and
Yes,
spiritually.
that's what they want.
No good. We need to be pure. We need to purify ourselves.
But that's what they want.
I want
A
to
healthy
welcome,
society is not very profitable.
Mad
I want to
plant.
welcome Pastor D to the show. Pastor D, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Oh, if you think it's bad now, there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. It gets worse, trust me.
Maybe things happen.
No, seriously.
Or they get
Seriously. Every time humans fuck with the environment, we fuck up something else.
Yeah.
I mean, when we had the chemical revolution, I'm talking about here in the States, and we started dumping all these chemical byproducts in the lakes, we killed Lake Erie. Lake Erie was dead for like 20 years. We just killed everything. Seriously. You look at extracting all this coal and fossil fuels to make the energy we rely on. Well, now we're finding out that we're fucking up the environment and it's hurting a lot of people. So anytime you tweak with nature to think you're making it better, it fucks something else up. This place is designed to basically, born, eat, shit, die. That's pretty much the program.
Well said, Pastor D. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm to the point. And I know there's a lot of, but the suffering produces the pleasure. Well, I can't speak for you there, Chickpea, but I've been struggling with a spinal cord injury for 25 years and it's painful as shit. And I don't know what upside there is. Maybe it's made me a kinder person, but I don't see all this pain. What pleasure is it getting me on the other side?
You don't learn anything from it. You don't. I know. I do know.
And then I've seen terminally ill people. I see a lot of old people where I live.
Yes.
And they're just barely walking, if they're walking at all.
Yeah, I know. Precisely.
And it's just, why do that? I mean, we're going into antenatal. I don't want to do that. But the nature of this place is something dies so you can live.
Yep.
That's the basic design. Now we can fuck with molecules, but we're going to fuck something else up.
Yeah. Nicely said.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. I'll put myself on mute.
No, it's okay. If you have to say more, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see the point in this. And I've convinced a lot of people not to reproduce. Unfortunately, too late, but...
So you think it's human nature to fuck things up? That's just we do.
No. I think it's nature, it's humans' intelligence that looks for a better way for humans, and then it fucks something else up unintentionally. Right. I don't think we mean to do it, but we are not bigger than nature. We're part of nature. We can fuck with it,
of course,
but it'll win.
We're inseparable from nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are nature, yeah.
As well, we are nature's best hope. Because we're the most...
I really applaud vegans. I think the Shannon that was on a couple nights ago, I really applaud her efforts and her activism. But we don't know if plants don't have feelings or they don't feel pain.
Yeah, precisely.
We really don't. We suspect it because they don't have a central nervous system, but...
Yeah.
And who's to say the plants we eat aren't taking plants away from some animal that lived in that area where we took the plants away and starved that animal?
Yeah, precisely.
It's such a domino effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what you do Can't get it right.
And humans are mostly good natured. I think we are. I really do. I think there's maybe 3% of humans that are just awful, selfish, malicious types. But for the most part, I mean, society wouldn't function if humans weren't conscious of other humans and, try to be as kind as we can to other people. I see it all day long. People are kind. People see me out my cane and they hold the door open for me. But the problem is we're all competing for limited resources.
Yeah.
And now there's 8.3 billion of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's going to get worse. Like Chickpea was saying, Iraq and the water and the dams, and look what's going on with Venezuela. I mean, there's limited resources.
Yeah.
And we have to compete for them.
Yeah.
What about solar power? What about wind energy, wave energy? What about the potential for using algae that breeds almost exponentially to produce protein?
Okay.
I mean,
and
maybe
we take all that algae.
Maybe we could provide energy in a clean.
Oh, we are. We are.
Way.
B&W, lots of aquatic creatures eat algae, so they would suffer. Just saying.
No, we could grow it on land in tanks.
How are the dolphins doing anyway? Are they extinct yet?
They're going extinct, yes.
Okay. No respect for the dolphins.
Would it be any harm to the planet if we dropped our population back down to 2 to 3 billion?
Yeah, you're right there, Pastor D. There's far too many of us.
Yeah,
it might actually be a harm. It might actually slow down our progress as a species.
Ooh,
why?
It might cause extended unnecessary suffering because it does take human brains to solve problems. Therefore, if we get rid of human brains or diminish the number of human brains, there will be less problem solvers. There will be less solutions formed. And then there will be more ongoing suffering for a longer period than unnecessary. Gamer, though, feels that 80 million is a good fit for the planet.
Okay, let's take your statement and dissect it a little bit.
There is some tipping point. By the way, I'm willing to accept there's a tipping point.
Right.
I believe human brains solve problems. Okay, and it is good, therefore, to have more human brains, considering we are the most intelligent species. Okay, and it's our job to kind of find out what is going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing here to solve the problem of suffering. Okay, but the caveat I would add to that is that I believe there is a tipping point. Mother Nature provides us with a threshold whereby we are, like any life, living in an ecosystem, the biosphere, as many will call it, and it can only sustain a certain number of us in the current form, as we live currently, because we are polluting the biosphere. We are causing anthropocentric change in Earth's climate, atmosphere, in the general physical environment, and that is causing a problem. And when ecosystems change, Mother Nature, acts a bit crazy and eradicates what is causing the problem sometimes. So yeah, I think that it's good to have more human brains trying to solve problems, okay, because we are the most intelligent species.
Right.
But the caveat is, we have to contend with us causing a problem that might cause an extinction of us, and B, a lessening of the highest potential amount of brains operating on the problem of existence, the problem of suffering. Okay, because if we cause environmental degradation, it will cause us to either die out or to diminish in numbers to the degree that we won't have enough brains working on the problems. There won't be any free brains to work on the problems because they'll be so immersed in just trying to survive, do things that civilization used to do. Okay,
So if civilization breaks down, the brains that are here, okay, won't be able to work on, the problems, because they'll be just
But
trying
it's
to make ends meet. They'll just be
yeah, I know
going
what you're
around
saying.
hand to mouth trying to survive.
Okay, well, after the Great Plague that hit Europe in 1345 or 47, I can't remember, it lasted 5 years and it annihilated 40% of the population. Most of the historians that have studied this, it got vastly better for the poorest people in Europe because the serf system fell apart and they were able to, yeah, it was the beginning of the Renaissance. And also, more brains does not equal more progress necessarily.
No,
More
not necessarily, but you have to look. I can't actually prove it, but you have to say, right? If there had to be
but
5
the
people
ones,
walking the earth at any one
yeah,
time for the last billions of years, we would not have got the amount of technological progress. Sorry, that we
yeah, you're probably right. But the people that have contributed the most are the ones that are fortunate enough to have, in this day and age, I can't speak for 200 years ago, the ones that had the ability to go to college and learn medicine and learn biology and learn computer technology. I mean, you look at the tech billionaires that are on the face of the planet now, with the exception of Bill Gates, they all went to school for some kind of coding or, computer programming. Bill Gates did not.
Zara
but
said she likes where your mind is going, Pasadena. Zara, would you like to come on and say what you like about it? That goes for anybody in the chat. If you want to come on and stoke up the conversation, add your spark of it so that we can find Gnosis together. Go ahead, guys. Chickpea, you're woefully quiet.
I'm listening to what Pastor was saying.
Yeah, it's the top 1/10% that make the vast majority of technological breakthroughs.
Yeah.
Zara, you don't have to educate on the topic. You can just come on and talk about whatever you want and interject whenever you want. By the way, you don't have to be an expert. Nobody here is.
No, I'm not an expert, but I know what I see.
And DNW, you talk about minds, like you need all these brains, but how many people's brains do we actually need? So, we only need the best ones, and we don't necessarily have the best minds working on the biggest
No, but
problem.
again, that might be a systematic problem that humans aren't dealing with. We might not be educating people properly. We might not be governing humanity properly. There might be wastage in how we operate. So, for example, we may be causing people undue stress unnecessarily, so that they are, going around trying to put a roof over their head, when maybe if we act as a society to house, clothe, and feed people, we could perhaps, with the right education and the right, dare I say it, indoctrination of some kind. I won't call it indoctrination, but we'd have to educate people and is manipulate them a fair enough word? I mean,
DW, that will never happen.
We'd have to direct them to the importance of the task. So we'd have to try and educate young minds, people, to the problem of life, what it means to be alive. Okay, the onus that is upon us, the burden that is upon us in terms of being an intelligent species, and how there is a moral imperative to try and work out what's going on and what we should be doing here to help suffering and to lift all life to a point of well-being.
But DW, it's not in the government's interest or the corporation's interest to house everybody. By keeping a whole level of unemployed people dying on the streets, literally, it keeps the rest of us struggling, the rest of us bowing down to the corporation. It's the way it's all been designed. It's deliberate. America can house every homeless person it wants to. It doesn't. It's deliberate.
Yeah, the billionaires
Zara
alone.
says she wouldn't want to be responsible for her contribution to overpopulation. She'd rather let nature take its course, no matter whether it's detrimental or not. Yeah, come on and tell us about that, Zara. Daniela says if the pyramid of society was flipped, maybe
It
we
would never
could work
be
things out.
flipped. It would never be
Turned upside down.
But keep in mind, if
Oh
we
ye
reduce,
of little faith, oh ye of little faith.
if we
Are
reduce
we
the
not
human
on the?
population,
Are we not on the cusp of an AI, utopia?
yeah,
Are we not on the cusp? Are we not on the cusp of the ability of one marvelous mind, probably an autistic genius,
You're
who
taking the
could do
piss.
something to topple the pyramid, to turn it upside down, because he could
Yeah.
write the code for some AI robot to start
do you know how many
driving,
ifs?
start working
If
in the background, building up a plan, the master plan, to turn society
and
on its
how many
ass,
people would
make
have to be
it fairer
born to
so those
suffer
corrupt
and
bastards
struggle
can
and
live up.
die?
No, I'm talking, Pastor, not you. I'm muting you, you bastard.
Oh,
So basically, me and Pastor D are okay. This is all just manly talk. We'll come on here in a moment. Now, anyway, the point is, we are within possibility, touching distance perhaps, of some autistic genius in his basement, some little strange kid who's been bullied at school but has gifts beyond the imagination of anybody else, to do something marvelous and wonderful for humankind. He might be the Messiah. He might be the Messiah we are all waiting for. He will come from a bedroom with closed curtains. It will be some teenager or young adult who probably hasn't had a shower in 3 days. And maybe depends on Uber Eats for their nourishment. They will save the planet. They will be the autist, the marvelous mind that writes the code, that does something substantial, the most substantial thing ever that humans have ever done to change the world for the better, to end corruption, to end evil, having a power over humans.
Look what
Amen.
they did to
Hallelujah.
the last one. Look what they did to the last song. Hang them on a cross, so I wouldn't advise anybody to try it.
Well, try hanging an AI program on a cross. It won't be terribly easy. Pastor D, you're on the show.
I am? Oh, okay. Hi. Okay, let's just say my argument is, okay, humanity is never going to go away, but we could strive to get it back down to 3 or 4 billion. And then all these people that have to struggle for housing, which is a big issue in this country and probably around in the Western world, they wouldn't have this struggle to get housing because there'd be ample housing available.
But there is already, Pastor G. America can house all its homeless.
Right. I'm just saying, if there's not so much demand and the corporations couldn't buy it all up and then rent it out because there's no renters, then rent would go way down. Matter of fact, you could probably find a vacant house to live in. Then you'd have all this ample time to start working on your AI program.
But it's in their interest to keep a layer of people literally living on the streets, to keep the rest of us obedient to the corporation, because if you don't do as you're told, you might just land up there with them.
That's right. You're right. I don't know. Less people would make it better for the existing people, for the 99.99999% that won't do anything significant in this world, and they'll have a better quality of life. You're not taking that into account with making all these people the chance we'll find one autistic genius that might write a code that allows us to, I don't know, smell a port, I don't know what their next great invention will be, but
we have to try. We have to try, Pastor D. We have to try.
I agree. I just think we could do just as well, and the quality of life would go up tremendously for everybody if we just cut the breeding for a while and got the population back under a manageable number. It happened in Europe in 1345.
I'm not so sure about that.
All you've got to do is convince people to stop having sex. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I watch a lot of child-free podcasts, and I listen to a lot of complaints that mothers have and reasons that people are not having kids, and most of it, not all of it, most of it comes down to economics. Things are so bloody expensive, and the ones that think about this shit instead of just breed like a rabbit say, I don't want to breed kids in this world. I can't afford rent myself. I can barely take care of myself. It's tough out there. No one could afford to buy a house in this country. Very few can. I mean, since the pandemic, real estate in this country has gone up like on average like 35%.
Yeah, same here.
And that's just in 4 or 5 years.
Same here.
Yeah.
It's going to get a lot worse.
So if you're just
separately.
All right,
if you're making a living Uber eating all the time, you don't have time to sit down and think about the next code you're going to write, even if you are a genius. Too busy trying to survive, compete with all these other humans for limited resources. Anyways, I'm going to mute.
But it wouldn't be a genius move to go with the flow and do what everyone else was doing, would it? They'd have to do it differently. Completely.
Guys, Zara says, what about genetic engineering? How do you feel about it? She reckons it needs to be stopped and outlawed. Do you want to come on and talk about that, Zara? She says, nobody should obtain gene splicing tools that could potentially create an organism. Shideo says, genetic engineering and humanity are synonymous. She also says, fuck CRISPR. I don't know. Does anybody here have an opinion on genetic engineering in relation to humans? If you want to widen out genetic engineering in terms of crops and animals as well. I know humans are meddling with other life, not just humans. They have been, I mean, there have been fruit and vegetables in production for years now, haven't there?
Yeah.
That have been genetically engineered.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about all of that malarkey, from the tomato to the sheep to the human baby?
I think like any new technology, it can be a ready tool. In fact, it can be used in a good way or in a really bad way. So it just depends on how the technology is used.
Right. Anybody else have anything to say?
It could be very useful.
Farhat says that they don't see a problem with fixing flaws of human beings. There you go.
Yeah. How about preventing, what are they called? Down syndrome people from.
Well, that's a contentious point, because many people with Down syndrome say they are very happy to exist.
Yeah, they're happy.
I don't know if the studies have been done, but I actually think if they did studies on happiness, that a lot of Down syndrome people, well, in general, I think Down syndrome people will come out as happier than the average for other human beings.
Yeah.
They don't see as much as we do.
So therefore, I think that's a rather problematic one.
Okay. Well, how about some horrible flesh-eating bug or bone cancer or something?
Yeah. Now you're talking.
That could be mitigated.
Oh wow! Cougar comes out from nowhere with this curveball. He says genetic engineering of humans will likely lead inevitably to human extinction. Now, I don't know whether he means by accident or on purpose, like we will literally engineer a new human species, or there will be a new species of, like, we will put genes into current humans so that the current humans become something that is not human. Is that what you mean, Cougar Duma? Or do you mean literally it will cause humans to die out? Can you come on and tell us, Mr. Cougar Duma? You are the resident biologist expert. This guy is an academic biologist. He studied this shit. So he's the man with the know-how. So we would appreciate if you came on actually now and spoke about genetic engineering and what your thoughts are on it. The link is in the live chat, folks. That goes for anybody, and Zara in particular as well. You brought the topic up. Come on and talk about it.
Personally, I think that's a very pessimistic view.
Yeah.
If it's not if one
you're talking about Cougar Duma's view. You think his view that genetic engineering will cause the extinction of humanity, you think that's a very pessimistic view?
Yeah, I don't think.
You think there's something wrong with it other than being pessimistic? Do you think it's unlikely? I
think it's very unlikely. Yeah. That will be the thing.
Okay. Well, look, Cougar Duma's here now, guys. Go ahead, good. Asadi, go ahead, make your point, then Cougar Duma can come.
It depends on how much engineering we do. Like, there's this transhumanist, I forget his name, David Pierce, I think, and he wants to take pain out of the human body. Well, you do that, and then someone's going to lose an arm or a leg or an eye because pain is our body's defense mechanism to tell us, move away from that hot iron or whatever.
Pain is there to tell you, hey, get off the fire. Hey, something's eating you. You better move your leg.
When I was in rehab at the hospital, when I had my injury, there was a girl that was in there, and she was paralyzed from the belly button down, and she had absolutely no feeling in her lower extremities. Well, it was wintertime in South Carolina. It gets kind of cold, and she got too close to a heater, and she burned her leg. She showed me, and it was gross. And she didn't know she was doing it. So, anyways, that's the downside of, genetically engineering for simple stuff like eye color and maybe I don't know. You could really go in some bad directions with it.
Kugaduma, you're on the show. What would you like to add to the conversation? You are currently muted.
Sound check.
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, so I just threw that comment out there. Well, something like 80% of the human genome is actually junk DNA. And the problem would be that if we start messing around with that, what we're going to do probably eventually is we're going to activate some DNA in there that, when allowed to express, may actually turn out to be, ancient viruses that have been injected into the genome of humans, viruses maybe from 300, 400, 800,000 years ago. We could activate genetics that are technically no longer valid for humans, like genetic material from fish, frogs, whatever's in our ancient past, right? So, people talk about editing the genome as if it is something you could do in like a text editor with spell check, right? And that's just not how it works. And the way that it could lead to extinction is we might actually inadvertently create a superbug that would simply be inherently familiar to the human body. So there would probably be no defense since it's our own genome. So a super virus or have to be a virus because it's only DNA or even RNA. We could generate a retrovirus like a prion or something like that. And prions are really deadly. That's mad cow disease. So there's some nasty shit out there floating around. And the only reason this stuff doesn't nuke us right now is because of evolution. Basically, we've sorted it out and put it in a box and hid the box in our junk DNA. But, you start messing around with the human genome and editing things, and you pretend like you know what you're doing, and you may trip over something that's been sitting there for 5, 10, 50 million years. And who knows what it could, of course it's dystopian fiction, but what the hell? Why would you go there? AI was dystopian fiction at one time, and here we are, we're doing it, and people are talking about the end of humanity from AI. So we know we can fuck up. We know we can destroy ourselves. So why extend it to the DNA? I just don't get it. Use our understanding of genetics to create maybe life-saving treatments. Drugs and antibiotics and things like that, or to help people express the right proteins that they need, so you turn on and turn off certain genes that are already there, and that seems safe enough to me. But man, genetic editing, I just don't see how that doesn't blow up on our face just completely, like almost immediately.
Wow, that is terrifying stuff, Kugaduma. So there's that problem with it, which is obviously a huge problem. The other problem with it, from my view, is if we start fucking around with human genetics and start building, these godlike humans who have genes that just give them all the best of what humans have to offer. So in terms of having the best intelligence, best athleticism, best aesthetics, best physical strength, best longevity, best metabolism, you name it, it's got the best of everything. The question becomes, if there were a population, enough of these individuals, they would obviously start, picking each other to mate with, if mating was still a thing then, if it was still a choice. I mean, they still, look, the point is, they wouldn't want to hang out with average humans, would they? They would view us as a burden, perhaps, on their leisure time. We would be somebody perhaps they would feel sorry for at best, but at worst, they may actively avoid us, oppress us, overpower us, and maybe send us to gulags. Who knows? I mean, we don't have a track record as a population
Right.
of treating people we view as inferior as equals.
Yeah, but you don't need genetic engineering for that. I mean, the Nazis were pretty good about that, and they didn't have CRISPR. Okay, so that wouldn't be a new
I know
thing.
you don't need genetic engineering, but I'm just saying it is a fundamental. It's a part of the human nature, obviously, and I'm saying it's an unsavory part of human nature. But it may well be that genetic engineering puts that on steroids. That's a
Well, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. We're always digging around looking for things that are worthy of holding other people in contempt. And we even do that with like religion. So it's not too hard to dig around, find something. But I think the bigger problem might be that with too much gene editing and fucking around with embryos, and that's why they do this, they do this in the embryo. And then every cell in the embryo is the same from that point forward, which is a good thing. But then that the egg cells and the sperm cells will also be derivative of the same embryo. And who's to say that once that DNA has been edited, that it would even be human DNA anymore? It might be sufficiently drifted that they can't even reproduce. These people might not have any reproductive capability at all, or only slapdash. And maybe the only people they could reproduce with would be unedited humans. This wouldn't be surprising at all. So this is a brave new world here we're talking about, and just biologically, it's just full of mind. It's just a gigantic minefield.
Yeah. I mean, some people have spoken that it's going to become a case of when they start breeding these genetically engineered super babies, those babies are going to grow up, and it's almost going to be like there's two species of humans walking the planet. There's going to be those ones that have been gifted with the best of everything, and then the rest of us. And I just think that's going to cause terrible friction in society. But also, what I thought I just had, Kukuduma, as a biologist, you've spoken that, yeah, and I agree with you. For the most part, these future humans, these engineered humans, would have similar genetic makeup because they would be picking the best of this and the best of that. And for the most part, the best is one selection of genes, right? If it's the ultimate best. So from a biologist's perspective, does that not put future humanity in a greater chance, give it a greater chance of being made extinct? Because, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I heard genetic variation is one of the reasons we're still here. The great variation amongst the species, because the variation allows for different genes which have different potential in terms of overcoming, for example, pandemics or whatever else Mother Nature throws at us. Oh, we lost Fugaduma. Hopefully he'll be back. Anybody else want to add something to the conversation?
Yeah, why put a human in that position where he has to negotiate all this bullshit and plagues and wars and famines and droughts and fires and earthquakes? I mean, it's just, it's a bloodbath here.
Precisely.
Isaac, you coming on, brother? Anybody else in the chat? The link is in the live chat. Okay, so Pastor D is still, evangelizing the fact that he doesn't think anybody should be coming on, bringing anybody here. We've got Vegan Equilibrium. You're on the show, brother. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what is the conversation about?
Oh, we were talking about genetic engineering, whether you think it's a good or a bad thing.
Isaac.
Genetic engineering of humans.
Oh, of course it is.
Of course it is.
Selection,
We had
selection
our
breeding
resident
was-
biologist on here, Kugaduma, who said it's the most terrible thing you could be doing because you could be conjuring up all manner of problems for future humanity. We may be creating viruses. We may be creating problems
Yeah, and
from
say
the
they're more,
archaic remnants of junk DNA. We could be literally building monsters. Isaac, you're on the show. What would you like to say?
Oh, you're sparking so many thoughts at once. I couldn't slow down. But yeah, selective breeding's one thing, you know, like you find two people, they match and it works out, and you're like, these might be good genetics. But when they go into like the DNA altering, like in a lab doing that, I think that's where I would break the line. I think
No, I think we need that stuff to save humanity.
maybe. I mean, I could be totally wrong.
I think that's gonna help us to create, you know, superhumans with a lot less problems and a lot
I get
less.
that, but then like where's the shift from us to superhuman, and will their immunity systems be stronger and create stronger viruses and wipe us out? Like,
We can the Ubermensch.
The whole point of the genetic modification is to like make us like immune to those things, and we can like be a lot stronger and faster and just more smarter, more capable.
yeah, I don't disagree with all that. I'm just thinking about like the repercussions of maybe our genetic code's important and it's path and we shouldn't be messing with it, but that's just me.
No, that's nonsense.
Okay, guys. I want
told
to
you,
welcome social experimentalist, aka Danny Shine, to the show.
Danny.
Mr. Shiny has a few fans. Mr. Shine, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the next few, I'm hoping anyway, and I think that in the next, I don't know how many years, how quickly, but hopefully soon as possible, the technology will be introduced whereby people will be able to, people will be no longer allowed. In fact, I think it will be seen as barbaric to have children the natural way, and it will have to be, it will be done in a test tube, and it will be done. You know, the women won't have to get pregnant. I think that it's this whole pregnancy malarkey is disgusting.
I do actually agree with Danny Shine. I think in the future it will be immoral to give in a natural way, as in the way of we currently rely on, whereby women have to carry a fetus for 9 months, and that will be because it will be seen as completely reckless, an unnecessary gamble with human life, with sentience, because there may exist a laboratory, a clinic where you can grow a fetus in optimum, in utero environments that include all the correct hormone levels, all the correct nutrients, temperatures, and etc. And also will, in many ways, in most people's views, include all the right genes, so that the baby isn't born with unnecessary problems. So yeah, I agree with you, Danny, that in the future, I believe natural birth will be viewed as highly immoral.
Let me put you on
I would say evil when other potentials exist. There will be no more women giving birth at home in the bath. I mean, that will be probably viewed as on the same. Honestly, in the future, that will be viewed as something as bad as being a serial killer.
Yeah, and I could say viewed. I mean, you could say viewed, but that might be just the world view at that time. I could definitely say that natural birth and natural genetic selection is definitely part of this process. But I'm not saying you're wrong. So when they bring this in, it will look that way. It will look that way, but I don't think that'll be the truth. I think there's a soul connection when two bodies meet. The torus field's there, the energy's there, the electricity's there. Two bodies.
Give me a break. Soul connection. What on earth are you talking about? Soul connection when two people meet. What are you talking about?
Well,
Rubbish.
how do you create a soul in a test tube with
There's
one
no
soul?
more a soul connection when two people meet than when my dog meets another dog in the park.
No, I agree.
And
And dogs
smells
have
its
souls too.
genitals.
Dogs
What
have
are you talking about?
Dogs have
Soul
souls. You don't think a dog has a soul? You're crazy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so my dog's got a soul connection with every dog that it sniffs their balls.
I don't know. Did you teach your dog that, or did you teach it the ways of the world?
No, I didn't need to teach it. It likes
So you're saying
many
its genetic
humans,
code taught
it
itself?
just
Are you
does
saying its
whatever it
genetic
wants.
code had it inside of it, and you're gonna
What?
try to alter it?
What's
I'm
that?
just saying, you guys working with test tubes and babies, you guys sound like a future, like your utopia, but it's the most evil, fucked up thing I could ever think of.
He la la. Mwah.
To have birth,
can you not
There's
see
no-
how it could be?
to have
It's the
birth
most
with
evil.
not two,
Hold
to
on
have
a
birth
second.
without two
The
humans
most evil,
is
fucked up thing I can
demonic.
ever think of
Demonic.
is you, mate, making a woman pregnant. That's evil and fucked up, mate.
How? How so? She wanted it
How?
and she asked for it.
Because it's taking a huge gamble with somebody
Okay, so
else's
you
life.
have a say in this life, and you weren't created unless two people came together and had you.
I know, and I wish they wouldn't have the dirty bastards.
Okay, well then don't have a say.
I wish they'd have had
Obviously, your
something else. I
say
wish
is
they could have done
important
something. They could have
because
done
you don't
anything else.
understand us.
If they would
You
have made the
obviously don't
choice to
understand
do
us.
anything else that night, I wouldn't have any problems having to deal with
No,
it.
to say you wish you weren't born, like you won the lottery to be born.
Oh, I
won.
won the lottery, did I? Really? What a
Yeah.
great lottery that is.
Have you died yet?
Okay,
There.
wait, let me phrase that. You might have been born in part of the world that got you fucked, so never mind.
Can I just change the subject very briefly for a moment? Danny, I sent you a message the other day. Yesterday, I believe, or last night. I was talking to someone who used to work in an undertaker's yesterday.
Oh, yes. That's
now,
right, yeah.
he just told me some stories about what he saw on a daily basis.
Go on, like what?
Now, he was a young person at the time when he worked there. Basically, he saw all the horror stories, all the people who've been found in their armchairs, and had gone moldy, and their heads had fallen off because they'd rotted in their armchair. There were stories about old men in their flats who'd exploded because their guts and intestines had exploded over the wall because they decomposed and the gas had built up in them. He said that most corpses basically piss and shit themselves. I didn't know that. Basically, when you move a dead body, it does have it does often cause effluent to flow out of it.
Animals
and
do the same.
you do hear farts and belches. Now, one thing he told me about, which was a complete horror story, was he was working in the morgue, bringing bodies into morgues, and he said. And I heard this many years ago because when I was in university, a guy there had a part-time job in a morgue. He told me about this as well, but I'd forgotten it. Now, he said when you're in the morgue, it is quite common for bodies to suddenly go like that, make that noise, and basically they're lying on their back, and suddenly they get up, like as in their upper body kind of lifts up into almost sitting position, and they make that noise, almost like they're vomiting, because all this gas comes out of them. Because obviously their stomach is still filling with gas, and it's almost like an expulsion of the gas.
Yeah, you have to bellow.
And they make this horrible noise. So basically, you could be in there in the morgue, and sometimes the bodies just sit up and go like that. Now he was telling me that when he was working there, his cousin was there as well, and basically they played a prank on him when he started there. His cousin lay down on one of the tables and put a sheet over himself, and then went like that when my friend walked in. Now my friend shit himself, obviously. Then they took off the cousin took off his sheet, and they were all laughing. But roll forward a bit, and my friend went into the morgue, was working, laying out the body or whatever. And basically, one of the bodies on the table went like that, came up again, and my friend punched it in the face. It had a blanket over it, obviously a sheet. He punched it in the face and "fuck off, you cunt," because he thought it was his friend. And then they pulled back the sheet, and it was some dead old woman. He'd punched a dead old woman in the face. So anyway, that was the horrific story. the sound, just I couldn't get it out of my head. It's just horrific. I mean,
Yeah.
how anybody who works with dead bodies on a daily basis, I mean, I just don't know how they. I just don't know how they haven't enjoyed the
How
video.
anybody makes
He saw-
potential
he
dead
saw-
bodies is beyond me.
He
but
saw
that's-
he saw suicide victims that they pulled down from, hanging from trees with mushrooms growing on their body and stuff. It's like absolutely fucking horrific. And I still haven't recovered. So sorry about that, guys. But I thought I'd share the visualization, the noise, and how horrible it was. I don't know what you think of that, but there's my little anecdote for the evening.
I think we should make it mandatory for parents to go through all the old age homes, all the ICUs, all the intensive care, all the hospices, and all the diseases, experience for just 5 minutes all the possible human maladies that can go wrong with the body. Go through all that before they just start sticking their dick in the vaginas.
Yeah, but that's like focusing on the negative reality. We know there's two sides to the story.
Yeah, but most people, when they're 20 years old, don't know all the sides.
Starve yourself.
It doesn't make any difference.
Starve
whether it's-
yourself. If you don't want to live, don't eat. Like, it's easy. Like,
Oh, it's easy, is it?
Yeah, it's not too easy.
Way, mate.
okay, so you guys complain about birthing, but you're alive trying to put some sort of like intervention into reality to change it, but you don't even care about reality being changed because you don't even care about the concept of it. So
Dude, a 20-year-old makes a baby. They haven't experienced 80 years old, but they subject somebody else most likely to being 80 years old, and that's, for most people, it's very miserable. Look up the statistics. By the time you're 80 years old, there's 35%.
It's a
Go ahead.
joke about not wanting to look at the positive in life. All I hear is you guys focusing on the negative, but there's so much goodness around us to take in.
Okay, tell us.
You're fortunate enough to experience it. Like,
Okay, tell us what it is.
Channel, but you're not out helping anyone. You have time to be here and like talk about.
I helped a lot of people in my life. So has Danny. So yes, I have.
I'm saying to say that you want test tube babies or none is just like fucking crazy.
Okay, well, I never said I wanted test tube babies.
Have you had children?
No, not that I know of. I think maybe one.
Oh boy.
You think maybe
Why
one?
would you want to play the genetic lottery when you know there could be abysmal problems for the child if there was an alternative when you could ensure the child had a genetic constitution that would give them a much better experience in life, and perhaps the only worry they would have is perhaps dying in a car crash caused by someone else, because they'd be so intelligent, so good at spatial awareness, they wouldn't cause it. So the only problems they'd have in life would be ones caused by external affairs. Why wouldn't you want that?
I got you. The only I got one little thing. You got it, Pastor. I think the only difference is breaking our chain and jumping to that is what will happen to this side and this side. I think you're right. It'd be beneficial, but this side will die. Like the ungenetically modified will die, and that will take away some sort of soul, some sort of genetic code, some sort of something that I think is embedded into us for a deeper reason. But that's all I got.
Let me ask you a question, sir. The non-English person, the young guy. Would you exchange 10 minutes of the most excruciating pain that you can possibly imagine for 2 hours of the absolute best pleasure, sunset, while getting a massage?
On some level, I want to say yes. On some level, I want to say no, because I've been through a coma and I felt the pain you're talking about, the 3 brain hemorrhages, and the experience I had out of body in a coma was so impactful. I think it changed me. So.
Well, that's great. That's wonderful. Okay. I think most people would say no.
Are you planning on gambling with somebody else's life?
Who's that?
The person that's speaking up. So have we got a natalist on? Have we got a breeder with us amongst us?
Isaac, if you're talking to me, what do you mean? Someone to wait? Ask the question again.
Are you planning on gambling with somebody else's existence?
Like having a kid? No, I'm not planning on having a kid. I actually kind of agree, but I think there are a certain sect of people on this planet to reproduce.
What do you mean to reproduce?
Like there is a certain sect in this reality that is able and structured enough and sound enough to pass on humanity. Like there is a sect. It could be 0.0005%, right? Don't get me wrong. It could be smaller. It could be way smaller. But there is those people that I think could pass on a good side. That you guys want to say none, but I want to say there's like a small percent that's like should be saved.
Okay, fine. Well, as long as you know you acknowledge that it's a very small percentage. I mean, I don't agree with you. It doesn't matter. That's just all right. As long as you're not having kids, that's the main thing. Have you had a vasectomy
we're on
yet?
the same page, though.
Have you had a vasectomy?
No, I think there's a small percent, and if you do too, that's kind of cool. I don't know.
No, I don't think that. But I mean, we can just agree. At least we can agree on that. You know.
What do you think, Danny?
What?
Why don't you think a small percentage of people should have kids?
Well, because I've not heard of any good reason why anybody should have a kid.
Well, like then it'll all die. Like I don't. Like, don't we want?
So what? What's wrong with that?
Maybe
We're all going to die anyway.
You're right.
So what's the problem?
I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, maybe I can't see that far, so I can't really say anything.
Yeah, well, there's some of us that are a little closer than you are, sounding by the age of your voice. It's a pretty scary thing.
I drink and smoke.
Chickpea, aren't you terrified? Chickpea, aren't you terrified?
What, dying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm yes. I'm not.
Okay. Then you're 71.
I'm reincarnated. All I want is to cease to be. You get what I mean?
Okay. Yep. And I'm 65.
Oh, I'm
When you get closer to that dropping off point, it becomes a lot more terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm scared.
Not for everybody. Not for everybody. You can't say that for everybody. Some people are perfect.
No, I can't. No, I can't. I can't. You're right.
Yeah, I just want to cease to be. I don't want anything anymore.
Well, start skateboarding, hit your head, go into a coma like me. You'll understand.
Yeah, then you'll wake up in an ICU ward with every tube hooked up to you possible. They'll keep you alive.
That's a joke. But no, actually, I hit my head. 3 brain hemorrhages, no cords, no IVs, no nothing. I went to a natural coma, woke up 3 days later, and then only problem I had was memory, and I can't smell or taste.
Well said, Pamela. Pamela,
you can't smell.
You want to talk about misery? I can't taste.
Pamela.
It can get a lot worse than not tasting. Trust me.
I know, but I actually got very depressed over it, but I get over it once in a while.
Yeah, but Isaac, again, there's an asymmetry between the goods and the bads in life. Like if you compare all the good things in life compared to all the bad things they're more likely to have an impact on you compared to the good things.
Yeah, it's 5 to 1.
I agree 100%.
Right. So then, if you know that, then why would you bring a child into this world then, knowing that they could end up experiencing that asymmetry, and we're not going to be able to enjoy life to the fullest?
Because they might be the hero.
No, I guess deeper down for
They
my
might be the
belief is
hero,
that-
J.E. Don't we need a hero?
We don't need another hero.
Wait. Let Isaac speak. What are you gonna say, Isaac?
No, I liked what he said. I lost what I was going to say. What he said, we need a hero. I lost what I was saying.
We don't need another hero.
No, but I will say, if there is a chance that you bore a child that's like an Einstein that creates some solution on Earth that creates peace, I mean, that would be pretty cool.
Again, but Isaac, most people aren't on Einstein's level of genius. Most people are very basic intelligence or even dumb. You know what I mean? So
maybe I hold myself to too low regard.
No. You're just gonna create another average person who's just gonna be another average wage slave who's not gonna have much of an impact on the world. That's just how life is.
Who might hit their head and lose all their genius in 1 millisecond.
Right.
What? When robots are going to be doing all the work, J.E., and you're going to be on universal basic income?
I mean, we're actually saying now that we're not actually going to be on universal basic income. We're basically going to be locked into these 15-minute cities, and we're not going to have any freedom whatsoever. Actually.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Yeah, so it's not going to be this. People often talk about this whole age of Aquarius and everything's going to be positive and we're going to take back our power as humans and stuff. But no, the elites have too much power over all of us. We're not going to just give that up so easily.
I want to say that I agree with you, but I think I see both sides happening, and I think both are possible. I wouldn't give up and say that only their elites are going to win this. I wouldn't do that.
But they are, though. I mean, how many people do you know are gonna actually stand up and fight the system? They're not gonna do that because they're indoctrinated and they have kids. And
Neo, right?
no, but again, there's not gonna. Most people are too dumb or too scared to fight the system, Isaac. That's not gonna happen.
Well said.
Okay, I don't disagree with that, but I have faith and hope. I guess that I don't like to let go of it, just give it away.
Again, you know, people often think I like being negative. Like I don't. I wish I could have hope. I genuinely wish I could have hope for humanity, but it doesn't really look too good right now.
12% chance in yourself that you have that?
No. Like again, and I truly wish I could have faith in humanity and hope that things will be better, but I don't see a lot of reason to have hope based on current evidence.
I tell you, Jay, I wish you were my neighbour. I really wish you really cheer me up, Ak. You just cheer me up. All my stupid imagination. Everybody I know is full of joie de vivre.
I got an email.
I would like to say one thing, just one counterpoint to Jay's. People have the last Tsar of Russia. They had enough of the Tsar, and eventually the whole society rebelled.
Yeah. So
he was absolute power, and so it has happened. It's rare. It is rare.
It's so rare. My teacher taught me all AP physics came from there and escaped from there. So so what he's saying is legit. She escaped from there, taught me AP physics. Crazy.
Wait. So you're saying, one of your teachers escaped from there?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. But again, you know, that's today's generation just doesn't seem like they want to, you know, step up and fight. So
I agree with that.
I don't know.
We're too brainwashed.
Yeah, exactly. We're too brainwashed, and where we become. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Isaac.
No, I was agreeing with both of you. Brainwashed or programming, I was saying.
Right, and they've engineered society in such a way that it's made everyone too comfortable that they're not gonna have the energy or the desire to want to fight back. You know.
Yeah, on point, pretty much. They are.
Yeah.
But you look at the Midwest. That's like one of our last hopes. These rednecks.
Rednecks.
Like what? Dude,
rednecks like Pastor D. Rednecks like Pastor D.
No, I'm from the South.
The whole Midwest of the U.S. is armed and they're on a different wave. They're crazy. So I don't know. Then you have the streets. So then dude, they might all gang together. We might have the streets and the farmers joining together with every single gun you could think of and ammunition.
Wait, are you talking about like those Duck Dynasty sort of people?
I'm just saying there is a unitation that comes with despair. That
a unity, you mean?
Well, yeah, I made up a word. I don't give me credit. Unitation, yeah.
I love it when Danny said, "Your kid will be Googled by the time he's 4 years. They'll be TikToked and Facebook to death by the time they're 6 years old."
No, it's true though. It's not even like hyperbole or anything. It's true because I just saw on the news yesterday. I saw a video that they're saying now that 1 in 5 or 4 teenagers in the U.S. are in a relationship with AI. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, we actually have like a romantic relationship with AI. It's insane. So there is no help. There is no helping your kids, guys. Don't have kids. Don't reproduce.
Yes, don't do it.
What are you scared of?
Parents do the crime. Children do the time.
Why would anyone have a relationship with a woman when you could have a relationship with AI?
No, it's very scary.
The sticky wet parts.
I have no rebuttal for that.
You know what I mean? Like I don't want to have a kid and they end up, all sitting all day in their room, just in some sort of weird, crazy, psychotic relationship with some Chat GPT bot or something. Like, no, I'm good. Or worse yet, again, there's been tons of stories of AI psychosis where people have ended their life or the life of those they love or whatever because AI influenced them to do so.
Okay, so why are these people doing it though? Are they doing it for money? Because then what sparks in my brain is money is the root of all evil, and that's why we work and we'll do anything for it.
No, what do you mean? No, it's not for money. Like they were suffering some sort of mental.
Why else would people make this chatbot other than to make money?
Oh, you're talking about people who made the AI?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the people who actually like ended their lives because of AI or something.
No. I'm talking about the creators of these evil fucking things that I agree with you on. That I think the only reason is to make money, and they found a niche, and they did their niche, and money is the root of all evil.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, again, another reason not to bring
No,
a kid
it's
into this
not.
world because
Money is
every
not the root of all evil.
well, the love of money, the love of money.
Procreation is the root of all evil.
It influences all evil.
No,
But yeah, you know,
procreation is.
that's another reason, Isaac. Like, you know, like you're bringing a child into this world to be a wage slave. You know what I mean? Like they spend most of their time working for somebody else, doing some sort of meaningless.
Wait. What do you got, social? He had something on the subject.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
Well,
I'm saying that sex is the root of all evil.
That's a close one. I would put that second for sure.
But yeah, I say like another reason is, you know, the whole wage slave aspect of life and money. You know, literally everything in our life revolves around money. If you don't got money, you can't do anything.
Yeah, capitalism is a pyramid scheme. Like the person above you is making more than you, right? And every time
Exactly.
you go up the ladder, someone's making exponentially more than you.
And exactly,
Capitalism is nowhere near the worst pyramid scheme.
No.
Procreation.
I'm not saying it's a bad one. I'm just saying it is.
Procreation is the
a
ultimate pyramid scheme. Procreation.
It's not. Yeah. Oh, even worse. Yeah. Especially if they turn us into bots and robots and workers. And, oh wait, they already did. Never mind.
Exactly. You are a robot slave to the elites if you think about it.
I agree with you guys like 99%. I'm just saying. I think there's a reason that I was born, and I'm not going to give up on that.
No, I think I was just an unlucky accident. I feel.
I see.
I got unlucky.
And I would not even put that on you. I would think that that's not true. But anyways.
I mean, no, like I mean, I clearly don't belong in this world. I shouldn't have been born. Like it's obvious. You know what I mean?
My timeline, that's pretty important to me. So.
No, okay. So what's your spiritual belief? Do you believe in like Gnosticism? Like what is your?
Yeah, on a high level, Gnostic. On a high level, Rosicrucian. On a high level, Emerald Tablets of Thought spoke to me on another freaking dimension.
Wait, what?
You got the Emerald Tablets of Thought spoke to me on another dimension.
Are you sure you just went on some sort of acid trip or something?
No. I mean, I do a lot of psychedelics, but that wasn't it.
Okay.
Yeah, but no. I read the book like 18, 20, 30, 50 times. And every time I would read it, it would align with my surroundings in time. I would be reading the book and something in my surroundings would speak to me through the book and into my brain like it synchronized time. I don't know how to explain it. And it happened to me over 40 times when I read this book. So I like the book. Emerald Tablets of Thought.
Interesting.
Yeah, so experiment with it. If you want to test this theory, try me. But I've done it over 40, 50 times. But I've also done the spell in the book. So with a circle around me, and then you enchant names, and they say you'll.
That sounds a bit.
I know. Yeah. I know it is, but I was like, I'm going to test this theory. I read all these ancient books about alchemy. I read all these ancient books about magic. I tried it. That book synchronized with time around me ever since then. So.
I don't know. That sounds like some sort of like the demonic, like, you know, like you're trying to summon a demon sort of thing.
My life's in shit. It could totally be.
You know what I mean? I don't know. I think I'm going to hold off on doing that.
Yeah, don't.
How did it help you doing that? How did it help you?
Don't open it.
How did it help you?
It didn't help me in a way of understanding like why, but it helped me understand that there is something else speaking on.
Did it help you with your life, your lived life?
Like, I don't know, faith-based, yes. Evidence-based, it's only through my eyes I've seen the synchronicities of time unfold. Like every day, everywhere I go, there are synchronistic events that I witness that I know are happening. So I think there's a quantum field. I think the minds are all connected. I think your torus field's connected. I think when you interact with people in public, man to man, woman to man, whatever, like human to human, there is a connection with electricity through our body that we communicate. So I'm on another level of it. You know, like when we're on panel, I can't obviously tap into a torus field of another individual. But when I'm in person, I'm pretty sure I can match their energy and blend in like a chameleon and uncover any amount of information that I want almost. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it.
Interesting. Wait, so you're saying that you've manifested things as well too?
Yeah, sorry, my mom's sick. She needs me real quick.
Oh. Well, we got a pastor here, Pastor D. Is that a kosher thing to do, Pastor D?
What's that? What's that? What you talking?
Manifestation and meditating and trying to like cast spells and all that.
No, it is evil. It is evil. Only Jesus brings salvation. You know that.
Yep. But yeah, I'm sorry, but that sounds a bit too, hocus pocus for me. I can't do that.
We all have our perspectives.
Yeah.
I say that if you don't really know why we're here and what happens after death, why pass that on to somebody else?
Right. Preach, Pastor D. Preach.
Thank you. What part of the States are you from there, Mr. J?
No, I'm not from the U.S. I'm in the Caribbean. No.
Oh, okay. You sound kind of American.
All right.
That is bad.
She has like the flu or something. She needed water.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry to hear that.
What's happened? Sorry.
Rarely gets sick. She's fine, but she's.
Is your cat not well?
No,
his mom.
Oh.
I live with my parents still. So.
Oh right. Oh right.
I'll tell you one thing though. Ever since I downloaded Chickpea into my RoboVac, she's been happy as a clam. Let's push a button and she just cleans my floors and she sings little songs and she avoids the cat poop.
Oh yeah.
So there might be something said for this AI.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying that AI is completely bad across the board because it's also helped me with certain things, but it's mostly like it's a net negative,
Yeah.
It's more negatives than positives.
We don't know yet.
Really good at math. I code and I do math and I just experiment with numbers. I experiment with like GPU and CPU numbers on like engines and stuff like to Bitcoin or make coins on the Ethereum or anyways like blockchains. So I run numbers and stuff. So like I find that every code I put into Grok is pretty fucking good. Sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss. I don't like that. Anyways.
No, you can curse if you want.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm just saying what I mean to say is like I'll put it in Grok and every time I'll run the code, it usually works. Unless I have to make some error, I'll be like, hey, can you fix this part? That's what's probably messed up. I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't see that. And then but I find that when I run other information on Grok, it's very hypnotizing. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you, by the way, what about getting a trading bot?
I've looked into it. I started to build one with 2 coins, and I want to run a 1.3 wager uptake on every deposit, but I want to run every run is a 5x. It said in 10 to 20 steps, I'd have like 100K or 200K.
From how much?
Starting with $10.
And did it work?
I haven't ran it, and I haven't signed up for all the websites I need to run it through Python and C++.
Right.
But
we're taking new parishioners at my church.
I built the bot in Grok, but I haven't ran it. No. I need $10, and I'm in debt 120 right now because I gamble, and I kind of went. Yeah.
Wait,
I just won 1,200 and bought this new PC. It's worth 2,500. So I was like, I started gambling because I was like, oh, I'm gonna win, and I lost it. And we went down. Yeah, I'm
just to let you know that your parents owe you millions of dollars.
Well, yeah, my parents are, and I know that's a fact, but I try not to be too mean.
Yeah, you make the machine, you should pay for the machine.
Yeah, and I tell them that, and they think I'm crazy. I said, hey, I wasn't born. You born me. You don't have a plan for me? What the fuck?
Oh, he's becoming an antinatalist, Mr. Optimistic.
They should have had a plan for me. They had a plan for my other sisters. They didn't have a plan for me.
What What was the plan for the sisters?
No, they took them to colleges. They took them to universities to tour them and all the shit. They sent me to the hometown college, and I never popped off.
Oh, sorry.
They didn't have enough money, probably. They're like, oh, we got enough money for the two girls to go to school. He's a man. He's going to figure it out.
Sexism.
Yeah, I'm not hating either. They went successful, and they're amazing, and they're so nice to me, and they're so sweet to me, and they always help me out if I ask them.
That's the minimum.
Yeah, and that's maybe why I'm not so whatever the word is. I don't even know it.
Antinatalist.
Yeah, anti-birth, whatever. Because my family is hella good to me. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, my family was good to me too, but it didn't prevent the tragedies that happened in my life.
I agree. And I know there's grief in life, but I read in the Bible that there is grief and there is loss and there is overcoming hardship and there's trials and there's tribulation, and it's not the end. It's just part of it. But I wouldn't say that I enjoy it 100%, but there are times in my life where I thank God that I'm alive. And
did you mention the Bible?
In my spirit.
Did you mention
there will be wailing?
Yeah,
why have you been reading the Bible?
You might think I'm some crazy religious nut, but I do mushrooms on the daily.
So why would you read the Bible then? What do you need the Bible for?
I don't know. I read the Bible back at 18.
Okay.
I'm 30 now. I haven't really opened it since then.
You must have been bored.
Maybe.
There will be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
No, it definitely spoke to me. The Bible spoke to me on high levels. I read Proverbs, taught me almost like psychology for the spirit mind. And then Ecclesiastes taught you about intent and people's mind with intent. Like you could kind of break it down and understand people based on those two books. It's pretty weird.
Those two books aren't bad. It's the other stuff that's the problem.
Yeah. Proverbs and Ecclesiastes is more wisdom than anything. It's not like
right. Because I was not about to say Ecclesiastes basically kind of echoes an antinatalist message, right? Which is that life is vanity.
Yes, you're right. But then okay, if you got me on that, I want to intervene and say the book also says all is vanity unless is with God. Everything you do, no matter what you do, is vanity unless it's for God. That's my argument, I guess.
No, but that's nonsense. What are you talking about?
That's what it says in the book. That's what it says in the book.
Don't start speaking about God, mate. You mean the cosmic cunt, as I call it?
Well, Jay just referenced Ecclesiastes, and he knew what the book says. It's all is vanity. He said that. I didn't say it.
Danny, I'm sending you a pastor punch.
I was speaking to Jay, and I was saying what I said. I don't remember.
You said, but all is vanity without God?
Yes, all is vanity, but the book also says it's all is vanity without God. Whether you drink water, whether you breathe, whether you do anything. If it is, there's no point, basically. There's no point. And what's the world going to run into with AI? No point, because there's no God.
Isaac, do you want to say a prayer for social experimentalist and Pastor D? I mean that honestly. I mean that honestly. Do you want to say a prayer for them? Go ahead.
He called the Lord a cosmic cunt.
No, Pastor D, let Isaac say whatever it is he wants to say. Goodbye to Zara. Nice to have you here. Hope you call again soon.
I'll make it sweet and I'll make it short. Hey, Father God, we address you in the name of the Holy Spirit and the Father and the Son and the blood that you paid for our sins and you made us realize that we're not going to fully understand until we do. And that there is brokenness on this earth and there is hardship and everything. And it's something we go through and it's something we go through together. And for no reason that I understand. But I would hope that you speak to them and you show them the things that they need to know. Yeah. Amen.
Okay. And keep your penis in your pants.
I'd like to read from Ecclesiastes.
I don't know, just so giving energy out, Oh, shit.
Can I read from Ecclesiastes? Because it doesn't say anything about that God business.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, vanity of vanities, says the preacher. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. What does man gain by all the toil at which he toils under the sun? A generation goes and generation comes, but the earth remains forever. The sun rises, the sun goes down, and hastens to the place where it rises. The wind blows to the south, goes round to the north. Around and around goes the wind, and on its circuits the wind returns. All streams run to the sea, but the sea is not full. To the place where the streams flow, they flow again. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, wait, that's actually kind of on point with anti-birth.
Nothing about God at all.
Right. That's what we were saying.
Yeah, but no, I know there's a part where it says with God it's not vanity.
Well, they may say that anywhere, but we don't have to take any notice of that nonsense.
Yeah, I thought
Just
I don't
take
know.
notice of
Like
the
closest
stuff that
reference
makes any sense.
I got.
Why would you want to have anything to do with God?
Well, what version of God are you talking about?
Well, a version of God in the Bible for a start.
Well, how do you know him as? Because your identity of him might be different than mine.
Well, if you read the Bible, you'll know God is a nasty, vindictive, violent psychopath, and should never have created the world because, not God. I mean, you should be just reading Genesis should be enough to put you off God.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You might be right. Like, did Einstein create a human and he was like fucking intelligent and he's like, what the fuck did I do? And there's a whole population of us and we're in a lab and like, yeah, I get that. But, like, do we want to make the worst out of it?
No, but what do you mean? But God already made it the worst by just how He designed the planet. Like again, not to harp on animals all the time, but look at nature and how it treats animals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'd say I had an acid trip one day where I went vegan for 1.5 years, and I would never felt better in my life, consciously, spiritually, physically, mentally. But I was 135 pounds. My family was worried about me. They kind of helped convince me to get back on meat because I was 135. Yeah, but
it was because you're not planning your diet properly. But again, not to get into whole veganism.
That'd be helpful because if I could go vegan and be this size, I'd be pretty helpful.
Isaac, you need to watch Hench Herbivore.
Okay, well, let me write this down because this is actually important, and I want to make a shift to vegan again, and I'm trying to figure it out and get the motivation. So, what is it?
Yeah,
Hench Herbivore.
Yeah,
H-E-N-C-H space.
Wait. Sorry, H
E-N-C-H.
Okay.
Hench space Herbivore. Hench Herbivore.
Herbivore. Nice.
Yeah, he's a big bruiser.
He has a good channel actually.
Yeah.
I'm subscribing.
Lots of recipes. He's a real bruiser boy.
Okay,
yeah, but there's lots of
that sounds right. Start the new year, go vegan again.
And there's lots of vegans you can talk to as well on the panel. Isaac, there's Danny, there's Chickpea, there's DNW. They can all give you tips.
Okay, because I used to be like, I had brain damage, but I used to be a vegan, and I used to prepare all my meals and like know what to do. I'd get the pine nuts. I'd like get the chickpea bread. I'd get the mushrooms out, like pick them and put them in the bag, and then I'd get the fucking like artichoke hearts, and then I'd get the like everything you could think of. Make a pizza vegan with chickpea powder bread.
And what about you're not getting enough calories eating artichokes and stuff, tomatoes. You need to eat stuff with calories in.
Like nuts.
Nuts, seeds, yeah.
I was eating tons of pine nuts, almonds, pistachios is my main course as a vegan.
I eat tons of nuts, nuts and seeds.
Pistachios, like I could eat like 600, like 1, 2.
Yeah, 3. I do. I eat loads of nuts. Yeah, I live on nuts.
I could eat 600 probably.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I do. I live on nuts.
No, I need to get back into it. You guys are hella cool, like making me think like that.
Yeah, but I hadn't showed before, he's good for guys because it's a big buffer.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers to that. Much love.
I do.
Yeah.
I get crazy with my theories. Sorry. I know it's out there. It's just like, I don't know. I've tried to piece together what I could see. I mean, I know it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Everyone has their.
Everyone's on their own journey, So what works for you, I guess.
Yeah, and it's fun to like interact and kind of learn. Like, I don't know. It's like I have to show who I am and what shape and form to interact with what shape and form is trying to change my shape and form, or I'm gonna learn, or we're gonna move, and there's gonna be some sort of dance where there's a change on every side. So it's like iron sharpens iron in the Bible. That's how I see it. Diamond sharpens diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Only two things that meet can meet.
There will be wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Yeah. I'm already gnashing my teeth.
Me too.
Yeah, wait, okay. That's a good argument. If the Bible tells us that what's coming, why would we reproduce it? Maybe, what are they telling us? Are we supposed to not?
Exactly.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
No, that's a deep one because I never thought
We've made another Ann.
Just look at Revelations, right?
Ground.
Yeah.
I'm not giving you ground. I'm wondering.
No, but again, just look at Revelations, right? Revelation talks about all sorts of pestilences and wars and
Horror story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but who are these prophets that were born that make it end well?
Yeah, that's after most of us are going to be absolute.
Yeah.
We've all been wiped out. There's only a tiny few left, and then apparently it's going to be 1,000 good years if that's possible.
Yeah, that's a long time. Holy shit! Well, I hope. Oh my god, I hope we're at the end of that one. No.
And plus, doesn't it say that only 144,000 people will make it to heaven or something?
I know.
Yeah,
I don't
12
think that's
Jewish
what I ever
tribes,
read. I think it was like I don't know. Let me see what it says about that because I think it says something different. In my head, it might be that.
No, I think it's like only 144,000. So the vast majority of humans are gonna go to hell. You know, that's again not a good. That's a sign right there to not bring someone into the world.
It's the only way to keep somebody out of hell.
Right.
They won't miss heaven. They won't miss heaven.
Right.
That's only those ones that get themselves marked, Jay.
Because I want to see the verse and why. Because I've read different theories about the verse that's just something that's like a guy like the first wave. I don't know how it's explained. There's two deaths or something. That's the first wave. I'm gonna look it up right now because it has to be in there. It's not gonna just say 144,000 people are saved when like Yeshua literally claims that he saved the whole world, and then you have John, his best friend, see a vision where he says something different. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, but then
there's massive war. There's going to be huge wars. There's
No. In this text, it says, "Oh shit." No, it could be right.
Wait, didn't they say that John as well too? Where they don't even know who wrote the book of John. So how can you trust it?
True. I'm trusting that John is John. You're right.
No, but you can't. Again, the way the Bible is written, right? It was written like generations after the events happened, and so the story was, changed.
So this text says that only 144,000 who go to heaven are priests and kings.
They're raptured.
This one says This one says they're priests and kings. The rest go there, but they're not priests and kings.
Right. So I was right then.
Yeah, but there are
The book of John was written about 80 years after Jesus died. Most likely the John that wrote the book of John and the Revelation, if they're the same person, didn't know Jesus. It's unless he lived 110 years old.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, but what I was gonna make a joke like, dude, I've seen more fucking visions on DMT than these motherfuckers. I've done DMT like 80 times.
Oh my.
Yeah, I love it. I'm not afraid of anything because I almost died once, so I don't care.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm literally don't have any attachments on Earth, and I don't care what happens around my surroundings, and I'm fucking free.
What does DMT do to you?
Oh God, it makes you understand that you are the rider of this bowl.
Oh my.
Well, so wherever one's in charge?
I am my mind. Not my body, not my bones, not my heart, not my brain. I'm a soul and I'm a spirit.
But if we're wherever one's in charge, then why can't we change the world and just make it how we want to be by snapping our fingers?
By the way, if
because the
you've had
world's
sex,
corrupt,
you
and
won't
they've
be
taken
redeemed.
hundreds of years to do this on our minds and studied it.
No, but that doesn't make sense. If we are ultimately God and we're in control. No, but if we're
too many people in charge.
What?
Too many chiefs are not enough Indians.
No, but they stopped. Oh, I forgot where I was going. See, I lose it so fast. I have bad memory. Yeah.
Okay, you were saying that they
In
did
my
it to us over thousands of years or something.
Wait, one more time.
You said that they've taken away our authority over thousands of years or something.
Oh, that is close. Oh, what was it? I have bad memory. I have to. That's why I speak a lot, even though someone might have said something. Because I'm like, oh, I got a spark, and then I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't have said that. But I'll lose it. So I have bad memory. Hit my head. Yeah, coma.
Could be too much DMT.
Out of body experience. A lot of DMT. A lot of mushrooms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. But I had 3 brain hemorrhages like an inch long. So like I ripped my brain in 3 spots and for nine
Damn.
inches. And it cauterized and I healed somehow.
Wow.
And the doctors said I hit the optic nerve and they don't know how I see. And they're like, what the fuck? You hit the part where your brain where you're not supposed to be able to see anymore. And I said, well, God gives me sight.
Oh, I love it.
Weird, right?
Do you want a co-pastor at my church?
No, because I don't feel qualified, sir.
Well, I'll ordain you. It only takes 10 minutes.
Well, for one, I don't know if you're joking, and for two, I don't feel good enough.
But you are worthy. You're worthy. Pastor D says you're worthy.
I ordain people. I've got a class. You just send me $100 and you're ordained.
I'll send you $250 to do it without the class.
Okay, well, in your case, I might waive the fee.
Yeah. I got you, brother. No, I don't know. I just I grew up with like people speaking to me about the Bible at 4 years old, and then I had dreams about speaking to the devil and like
whoa.
Yeah, like so I don't know. I grew up weird. Like the first memory I have is when I was speaking to the devil, and then they were like, and I was like trying to give them sympathy. I was like, "Yo, like we don't even hate you. We hate who you are, or no, we don't hate you. We hate how you act." And I was like telling the devil, "We don't even hate you. We hate how you act." Is a fucking 5-year-old in my head. Like,
we hate that motherfucker. We hate that motherfucker.
It's not even a judgment thing. It's like, just quit. Just stop. Like, it's a 5-year-old.
You know what we really hate? Is that goddamn woman that ate the fruit.
Yeah. What a bitch.
She just caused all the problems. She would have just, ate the snake and said.
Yeah. Fried the bitch.
Yeah.
That would have been a good story. What would the outcome be? I'm going to type that into Croc. What would the outcome be of the Earth if he ate the snake instead?
Yep. Wouldn't that have been fun?
I'm going to type it in, bro. That's hella funny to me.
Barbecue snake, baby.
What would the outcome be if Eve ate the?
Didn't eat. If she didn't eat it,
instead of the fruit, what would the outcome? This is hilarious. I have Grok pulled up. Sorry, I always have it pulled up.
That's Elon Musk, right?
Over temptation would work. There'd be no cannibalistic power. Oh God, what the fuck? It's telling me some deep shit. Like the world wouldn't be corrupt. No.
That damn girly.
And then it said God even might high five her.
Wow.
Grok is hilarious.
Yeah, if I ever get laid off from my job, I think I'll maybe become a pastor because that's one of the easiest ways to make money. Because people are so.
You guys were trying to get me lured into a pyramid scheme.
No, like people are so gullible, They just ordain yourself as like a minister of God or like a prophet, and they'll just pay you hundreds of dollars and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't feel worthy to do that.
I'm getting a message here from God. I'm getting a message from God. You're wrong, Jay.
Wow. Really?
You don't have
So
to.
you
You
say
don't
I'm
have to pay
qualified?
me. You don't have to pay me hundreds of dollars. You can pay me in installments.
Oh, interesting.
What you can every week for the rest of your life.
Beware
And
of
then
a wolf
leave.
in sheep's
And then
clothing.
leave. And then leave what is left over in your will to me after you drank a tasty beverage at one of our summer parties.
DNW, you can't take
Interesting.
my marketing plan.
Yeah, but
Say
well,
that again.
that sounds reasonable, DNW. I'll think about it.
Hey, we could all run a church. We should go backstage, make a new business, and run a new church, and I'll use AI to tell us what to say. All right?
I like it.
Green Soul says a lot of people talk to God, but will never talk with themselves.
True.
Oh, problem.
But maybe by talking to God, they are actually talking to themselves.
Yeah, that's what I always thought.
And we could put DMT in the holy water.
The higher
Yeah, that's
You
gonna
know, then
ensure
they'd
that
really be
people
tripping.
stay. Yeah.
The best way I would interpret God is the higher self. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
Like the highest
about-
potential of who we are. Scott.
Can you imagine how the word would get out? We put DMT in the holy water or the wine, the baptismal wine or whatever.
As long as it's activated with ayahuasca, we'll all be on the same page.
But could you imagine the following we get?
Oh God, dude!
Yeah.
You see fusions and fucking entities.
They would not. Yeah, they would think they actually had a real spiritual experience.
I know all the shrooms I take in DMT, bro.
Yeah, you could be our. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
No, you go.
Oh, well, then you could be our master pastor of the herb.
I just don't get how the Earth would be smart enough to make these plants and want to make me find an illusion unless the Earth was actually coming to a conclusion. You see what I'm saying?
Is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation,
Yeah, I've often wondered about that too. Like, how is it that these plants can?
The link is available in the live chat on
mushroom
YouTube.
doesn't
This
know
is a talk show.
politics.
If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to
doesn't
come on
know
and talk right now.
corruption.
The link is available
It
in the
knows-
live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show.
Oh, you kind of cut out a bit.
No, we're all here.
No, you cut out. You stopped talking mid sentence.
No, I'm just kidding. I probably did. I don't remember what I said.
Oh.
I'm just messing around. No, but there was something deep about like DMT and how it's connected to us, but it's not a part of the politics. It's not a part of AI. It's ancient, and it speaks to my soul deeper than any human can. And I've done psychedelics more than anyone that you know, and I put that on everything. Everything.
Yeah, I wonder where I've often wondered where those plants came from too, and how they have that power over our brains.
Man, I just want to do this. Bow, honestly, because that's how I feel.
But then again, what if like because the brain is a story making machine, right? So what if like whenever you take those plants, right, those plants activate, parts of your brain that the same parts that give you those weird, crazy dreams. You know what I mean? It's something that enhances your brain's ability to just make up stories and stuff.
Yeah, I have theories because I dream every night in a full lucid dream every single night. And I'm not lucid and aware every night, but it's full vivid 3D everything. But I think I took so many psychedelics that I only dream now.
And what do you dream about?
I only dream about epic adventures, cruises, camping, hiking, driving, snow, beaches, surfing, women that love me, that want to be by my side. And I feel that old feeling of me like in middle school with like a butterflies in my stomach with love, like those kind of dreams. Only positive dreams, basically. 95%, I'd say 95.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't get it why I only dream. I do not sleep. I do not black out. I do not get rest. I am always active in my brain. It will not stop. I think it's from being in a coma, but I'm not sure. And I know I'm talking a lot, so someone take it over if you got something. I'm just lost over here.
Hey, Chick-P, do you give your kitties catnip? Are you there?
Chick-P?
Talk to me. Yeah.
Yeah, Chick-P.
Of course, I give them catnip.
Okay, how do they act? Different.
Oh, is it like the high, really high? It's fun to watch. It's great fun.
Okay. They get high.
Yeah, they get high. It's like they're on
I'm gonna smoke
marijuana.
a bowl to that.
What?
I said I'm gonna smoke a bowl to that.
It's lovely to watch it.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Good. He's already great.
Oh, we got Noodles on the stream. What's up, Noodles? Oh, Noodles is someone else who can, I guess, help you out with your vegan diet planning, Isaac. Oh, he's gone.
Guess what, guys?
What's up?
Tomorrow night, I'm gonna be releasing my very first single.
Awesome.
Congratulations. You're going to play it here for us?
Yep, tomorrow night I will.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, if I'm not able to go live, you can go live on here if you want.
All right.
Did someone say Noodles?
Yeah.
Yep.
Where is he?
AKA Vegan Equilibrium.
Oh, I didn't know that was his name. I was gonna say, I forgot.
We're gonna have a live concert on here tomorrow, are we? No, are we?
Well, it'll be a listening party for to the new single.
Oh, okay, cool.
My memory's so bad. I had a joke for the name that was actually really like positive and good, and I forgot. It's so depressing.
Damn.
Like it had to do with noodles, and I can't remember. I remember now. I'm gonna call you ramen.
Ramen.
I'm gonna call you
Ramen.
Ramen noodles. That was it. You remind me of Avatar too. How he always, or Naruto, how he always eats noodles.
I like Pad See Ew noodles.
Pad See Ew?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that. Is that like a Japanese thing or something?
No, it's Thai.
Oh.
Ooh, even better. I like my favorite Thai dish is cow soy.
Kai soy?
Yeah.
Interesting. What does it contain?
There's like 1,000 variants, but the cow soy is mainly the noodle, and then they add wheat crackers, or not wheat crackers. Those little wonton strips. I mean, they're probably wonton wheat strips, yeah. And then they add spices, sweetness, but it's so spicy and sweet at the same time you can't tell. It's like, but there's like 1,000 variants of this dish. You'll never find it the same ever. Cow soy, yeah, it's amazing. God, I wish I could manifest it from Thailand. I've been there.
Nice. I'll look into it.
Yeah, cow soy. I think it's like COI cow or CAI. I can't remember even. You have to look it up on AI.
All right, yeah, I'll check it out.
Well, I'm going to check out because I have Bible study. I have Bible study and I have a sermon coming up tomorrow, so I got to practice. All right. Cheers.
So do you preach antinatalism?
Take care.
Say what?
You preach antinatalism at your church?
I do. I've got enough verses. I got Isaiah 54:1, and I've got Luke, and I've got Ecclesiastes.
Well, we already covered those things. They don't mean what antinatalism.
No, Isaiah 54:1 is pretty clear.
What does it say?
And if I look it up, it'll kick me off the live stream. Someone look it up for me. Isaiah 54:1.
One second.
I'm on my phone.
One.
Wait, does someone
That
have a
one's real
TV
quick.
on? As a,
I
Oh,
got it.
sorry.
I got it. It says beginnings with a call to sing, addressing. Oh wait, that's not it. Is that it? Isaiah 54:1.
Isaiah 54:1, right? Is that the verse, Pastor D?
Yes.
Oh, it's
Yes.
too long. I'm not reading that. I don't know. It's too long.
No, just read like the first few sentences or so.
Oh, okay. Isaiah 54:1 begins with a call to sing, address. Oh, okay. This is a fucking. No, 1 second.
Just
I gotta
read it.
pull that verse. That's an alliteration of it, or a summary. 1 second. It says, "Sing, O barren one who did not bear, burst into song and shout, who have." Oh wow, who have not been in labor, for the children of the desolate woman will be more than the children of her that is married, says the Lord. Wait, the last verse is important. Wait.
Says the Lord.
I don't get it.
We got to do this one more time, I think.
Say it
Isaiah
again.
54:1. It says, "Sing, O barren one who did not bear. Burst into song and shout, you who have not been in labor." So he's saying, you have not had born child, you've not been in labor, you have a reason to be in joy. That's weird.
Yep.
And then it says, for the children of the desolate woman. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Desolate means
Aaron.
Yeah.
Okay, for the desolate woman. Oh, will be more than the children of her that is married, says the Lord. That is insane, bro. Wow. No.
Wait, will be more than the children. Will be more than what?
The children of her that is married. So, like a woman that married is more or is less than a woman who's never born or had a child or anything yet. Because maybe in heaven you can.
Wait, who is saying this?
Isaiah.
That's what God says. God said that.
Yeah, God saith the Lord. That's right. Thank you, Jay.
Wait, no, that's God. That's God speaking.
Let me look this up.
Thus saith the Lord.
And who is he say? And who is he talking to?
Who knows?
Well, I'm guessing
You're
Isaiah.
Pastor, you're supposed to know. You're the pastor.
Okay.
Well, I'm not a real pastor, but okay.
You're not. I thought you
No.
were.
No.
It says this.
So you don't really have a church?
I do have a church when I collect money.
There's a lot of verses, bro. Like, come on, no one's supposed to know all this shit.
Oh, well, there's a whole bunch in there that are against procreation, but you guys will rationalize it away like every other Christian.
I like what I'm hearing, and I'm interested in what I want to tell you is.
Well, I already told you the other two.
Yeah, I know. 2 Christians told you that it was before he got enlightened or whatever. Yeah, I know.
That it makes sense.
No,
it's also it's the one where Jesus in Luke where supposedly Jesus is speaking. He's not saying that it's like good to not have children. He's saying that it's sad that there will come a day when people will say it's better not to.
Some of those verses, yes, there will come a day. But everybody thinks it's today, so why bring kids here? Anyways.
Today, so I said that today.
Noodles, I will make you an associate pastor for the low price of $149.99.
No, I'm gonna have children to glorify God.
You're shooting blanks, dude. You already told me.
I'm not shooting blanks.
You said you had a vasectomy.
That doesn't mean I'm shooting blanks. Shooting blanks is different.
I know, but you're not. Your swimmers are been taken out of the pool.
Well, I can actually still get an extraction done.
Oh God, no.
Oh no.
Oh no, we're talking labs now. We're talking test tubes again.
Can you imagine little noodles running around? I see. I was going to hook you up with my nieces, but now that you told me you're going to get an extraction, no deal. No deal.
No dice.
That's too bad. Oh well.
Yeah. Well.
Why should you? What?
It's the sound of the police.
Why should you deprive them?
Because I don't want them getting noodle juice in them, and then they got to deal with it.
By the way, that's not how an extraction works.
Yeah, well, I don't even want to take the chance. I thought you had potential when you were hanging out with Deets, but now I realize you've turned the wrong direction.
That's
You
all
want to
right.
bring, yeah, well, there's more ramen in the noodles.
Well, I still have a vasectomy, so no pregnant.
Yeah, but I don't know when you're gonna do the dirty deed and get it reversed.
I'm not
Then I
getting
got to be
anything
related
reversed.
to you. Then I got to be
I'm
related
not
to you.
getting anything. Wait, I'm not. What? Why? I'm not marrying anyone.
If you impregnate my nieces,
I'm not. I'm not impregnating anyone.
oh, okay. Well, when you decide what you're gonna do with your noodle, then I'll
You
decide
still
if you
haven't
can.
sent. You still haven't. You still haven't sent me a picture.
Oh, okay, I will.
This is really creepy. Being a matchmaker for your niece. To some man
Well,
on the internet.
I've got some high standards.
I mean, he's a pastor, right? So he's been ordained by God to be a matchmaker, you know?
That's it, and only sterile.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so I have to study for tomorrow's sermon. Bless you, Noodles. Bless you, Jay. Bless you. What's the guy's name?
Chickpea. Oh,
always chickpea. And DNW, I'll bless you too. Wow. And social experiments. All right, cheerios. Tally ho.
See ya.
Bye. Take care. Bye
See
bye.
ya.
So long.
Bye.
What's going on with Danny? I feel like Danny's been really quiet. What's up with Danny? Maybe he fell asleep.
Wake up, Danny.
Danny!
Danny, the police are here to get you.
What you want?
They're coming to get you. They're coming to take you away.
Because you procreated.
I'll plead guilty.
Oh my god.
Charged.
Oh my god.
Wait, Danny, yeah, by your own logic, right? Given that you think that procreation is a crime, would you accept being arrested if it actually were to become a crime?
Yep.
Really?
No, yes, but I think if people show remorse, then they should be forgiven because they didn't do it with bad intent.
Bye,
Okay.
Zara.
Interesting.
But most parents don't have any remorse at all.
Yeah, that's true.
And why
I mean,
the hell
take
should they?
DNW. His parents should have terrible remorse for what they've done, inflicting on the world.
I actually quite like him.
There you go. They did a good job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The fact that you like him is all the more reason for them to be punished.
I think that I think they should have. I think they should have made another one.
Oh my goodness.
A twin brother, huh?
No, they made enough. That's far too many. They made.
I'll take a dozen DNWs. I'll take a bushel.
Oh boy.
An American football team of DNWs coming your
Yeah.
way. I'm going to clone myself.
Very good. I think that's a good idea. What do you think about cloning, Danny?
Cloning?
Yeah.
I think it's a terrible idea. I can't think of anybody who should be cloned.
Why?
Why? Because humans shouldn't be making copies of themselves.
Why?
Because they're no good and they're full of mistakes.
Yeah, but what if you? Well,
But what if somebody wants to clone? Like, what if somebody just like wants a clone to hang out with?
They can have an AI clone.
But what if somebody needs like a clone for for their organs?
What do you mean?
Like, they have a clone. They grow a clone of themselves so that they can harvest their organs if they need them.
Good question. Yeah, I'll let you answer that.
I mean, we're at the stage where nearly at the stage where we can grow organs, right? In laboratories, right?
I hope so.
I think we are.
No, I think we should just harvest organs from parents as a punishment.
Problem with that is they're probably past it. You know, the telomeres are already.
No, not all of them.
By the time you need them, for the most part, they're past it.
What if all three of your kids need the same organ? Who gets it?
I have no idea.
I got you with that one, didn't I?
You have.
Well, he can give one, his wife can give one, and then he can get one of the kids to give one. Oh no, you said the three of them need the same one. Sorry, that's wrong. Well, his dad's still alive, so he can get him to give it. That's it covered, isn't it? Anyway, link is in the chat if anybody wants to come on. Chickpea has been extremely quiet. She's been muted for a long time.
Maybe she's making a bagel.
Don't be facetious.
She's eating stuffing her gob with goo.
Well, no, I'm eating some nuts, seeds.
Okay.
Who else knows that I don't cook? No, I'm just eating nuts and seeds.
When did you
Like
last
a
cook?
squirrel.
Sorry?
When did you last cook dinner?
I haven't cooked dinner for 35 years.
Wow.
Well, I don't cook. I just,
So you haven't cooked since you were 36?
of course, 40, I'd say actually, very late 20s. Yeah, just.
Wow.
You haven't cooked since you haven't actually cooked a dinner since you were 28 or 29?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, when Paul and I
Wow.
split, he took the cooker. I never bought another one.
Wow, you have excellent genes, man. Really good genes.
No, really, I just live on wholemeal bread, lots of nuts and seeds and apples and lots of fruit. I'm a grazer.
Don't you miss getting some hot food into you in the wintertime?
No. I eat like a squirrel, eat the same diet. I should have been born a squirrel. I would have had some babies because I do love baby squirrels. Male squirrels.
Wow, this is all in a completely vegan diet, right?
Yeah. It's very easy.
That's interesting.
Very easy. You know, why would I want to cook when I can have my carrots just grated and my cabbage grated? Why would I want to keep cooking everything? Can't be bothered.
So you eat coleslaw.
No, I don't eat coleslaw, oddly enough. No.
But you just said grated carrots and grated cabbage. That's coleslaw.
Well, I don't. Well, only if you put mayonnaise with it.
No, you could do olive oil instead of mayonnaise.
I suppose I could, but I tend to.
I had a British MILF girlfriend once, and she would make coleslaw like that. She would grate the carrots and the cabbage, and then she would sprinkle olive oil and put salt and pepper, and it was really nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and squeeze a lemon.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, but I just eat mine with mostly hummus and olives.
Wait, so Chickpea.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just can't be. I just find cooking so incredibly boring. No, I do.
Wait, so what was the last thing you cooked then? Do you remember?
No, no idea. Can't remember. Wouldn't have been much because even when I was married, I didn't do much cooking. Yes, I'm not the ideal wife, which is why I'm a little spinster now. I'm not into cooking. I can't bear it, all that faff messing about. I'd rather just eat my carrots raw or whatever it is I'm eating.
Interesting.
I'm still here.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have really good genes.
Yeah, mind you saying that, my grandmother, who lived 104, she barely ate meat ever. She was more into vegetables. She used to cook
Jay,
for herself.
are you hitting on chickpea?
No.
No, we're very alike.
Huh? There it is.
I'm old enough to be
No.
The second match of the night.
No,
I'm old enough to
no,
be
she's old enough to be my exactly my grandmother.
Oh,
his grandmother.
it's just a number.
No, what's
Yeah,
wrong with
right.
you?
Yeah. But why cook when you can just buy bags of nuts and seeds with dried fruit in? Why cook? No need.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, well, there's no need. I'm still here.
And how do you reply to the life abolitionism in the comments? He said, "I wouldn't enjoy eating nothing but nuts and fruit. Those are snacks."
Who said that?
Life abolitionist or life
Oh,
abolitionism.
right. Well, he's not a vegan, so I wouldn't want his diet for all the tea in China. I wouldn't want to.
True.
Now, I'm quite happy with what I eat. And I eat lots of wholemeal bread with peanut butter on it.
Oh, I want that.
What?
I want that.
Yeah, I love it. Why go to all that effort where you could just have some wholemeal bread and peanut butter with an apple? Why go to all the effort?
It's there.
And it makes so much washing up.
I've started using peanut butter powder because they remove like all the most of the saturated fat from it.
Fat. No, I'm skinny anyway. I don't care.
Yeah, but I just don't want the saturated fat.
All right. No. Yeah. Do you eat goose, vegan? Noodles? Do you eat the goose? Those goose, in the little pots.
Goose.
Goose. Oh gosh. Oh, the goose. Little pots of goo.
No, but I think I have like a faint idea of what you're talking about.
Yeah, that really sweet stuff.
I don't know
it's gorgeous. Yeah,
I don't know what you mean.
They're goose, and they're just made kind of little glass pots, and they contain some biscuits, some coconut cream stuff.
You mean like jam?
Like what?
You talking about jam?
No.
You talking about jam?
No. It's made of coconut and
Goo,
yeah,
GU. It's a GU. It's a pot. It's a dessert. It's a little dessert that comes in a glass pot. You buy it in the shop.
And a million calories.
Show him,
lemon.
Chippy. Show him what it is.
I don't think my camera's working. Hold on, I'll go and get. I don't think it's working because I keep being disconnected.
Lemon made me chocolate protein pudding. Because I buy all my meal prep from her, or she does all my meal prep. I order like 21 meals a week, and so for the desserts, she makes this chocolate protein pudding. That's
Yummy.
I think soy based.
Nice. And she's like a vegan like meal prepper or something.
Yeah.
Cool. What are some of your other favorite vegan desserts?
Pussy.
Wow. Okay, besides that one. Do you eat like ice cream, donuts?
Who doesn't like it? Who doesn't like that stuff? I don't eat it very often.
Mm-hmm. No, because actually, like where I'm at, right, there's not a lot of vegan options, but one, I think one of the few people who actually sell vegan ice cream, they charge it like really, really, really expensive, like almost $100 for just one pint. It's crazy.
I don't know what the hell that's all about. I've never paid that much for a pint of.
Yeah, like it's crazy, man. Because you see, it's yeah.
I get regular vegan ice cream.
Nope, you're cutting out. You're cutting out, man. You're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Now, yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Yeah.
I like serve. Yeah, vegan soft serve ice cream.
Oh, soft serve. Okay.
They have.
Oh, you're cutting out again.
Summer.
It's the Archons, man. The Archons are attacking you. The Archons, bro, they're attacking you, bro. They're attacking you.
What, the fart cons?
The Archons.
The fart cons? What's so funny?
I said the Archons. The Archons.
You're laughing at the fart cons? No, there's a place near my house in the summer. They serve vegan soft serve, and it's great, especially when they have the chocolate flavor.
Nice.
Isn't chocolate an amazing kind of thing?
It is, yeah. One of the best.
Have you ever seen a cacao tree?
Yeah, I've been to. When I was back in school, I went on a field trip to a cocoa plantation, or well, cacao. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool. And then,
It is, yeah.
did you try the actual fruit, like the white flesh that's around the seed?
Yeah, it actually tastes pretty good. Yeah, it tastes pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I used to eat a ton of that stuff, and I would actually end up chewing the raw bean, and but it's super loaded with theobromine, so it gets me so fucking wired. It's kind of like it's like drinking like a bunch of coffee, and so I stopped eating it like that.
Really, I didn't know it had a bad effect on people.
Yeah, theobromine it's like it's like caffeine kind of.
Oh, okay. Interesting. You ever see those depressing videos of cocoa farmers trying chocolate for the first time?
Trying to what?
No, a guy asked if he said, "You ever see those depressing videos of cocoa farmers trying chocolate for the first time?"
No.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know. Oh, and he also said theobromide doesn't really affect people like that.
It affects me. Yeah. I guess Chickpea has disappeared. Oh, there she is.
Yep. No, she is. She hasn't come back yet.
Well, she just tried to come on. Hold on. There.
Oh, okay, yeah, there she is. Hey, Chickpea.
It keeps disconnecting all the time. Probably, I had to restart my laptop.
It's the Archons.
Sorry?
It's the Archons.
Farcons.
No, it's no. I think it's Google because my computer's gone AI Google blah 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 assisted or something
But
ridiculous.
the Farcons own Google.
That's
They run
true, though. That actually is true.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. Goo. This stuff. Goo.
Oh, oh, it's a brand name. Oh.
Goo. You get pots of
Goo.
sticky, gooey stuff. Fabulous. Love it.
Oh, I want some goo. I want some goo.
It's nice.
Goo.
Hey, you should Chickpea. You should do a mukbang for us right now.
Oh boy.
What's a mukbang?
It's when you eat. It's when you eat the food on camera for us.
Oh right, no. Oh no, I'm not doing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about here. Look at the cat instead here. So look who's here. Whee!
Which one is this? What's her name?
Whoops! Ow! Right there she is, Lala.
Oh, Lala. La 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 la.
Something wrong on my laptop. There
That's
she
a
is.
cat.
Isn't she gorgeous?
Yeah, she's a very nice cat.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites.
La la la.
La la.
All right, now mukbang the goo.
No, I'm not going to. I've already eaten 2 today, and they contain 400 calories per thing.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Yes, I know. I don't want to put on weight because nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Ow. Yeah,
Skinniness is next to
what? Sorry.
skinniness is next to godliness.
Yeah, skinniness. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Oh, Noodles, the guy has said it probably had a high caffeine content, and that is what you were noticing. Caffeine actually turns into theobromide as well as 2 other stimulants.
Yeah, well, it's the theobromide that is the stimulant in cacao. But yeah, whatever. Either way, I'm very sensitive to it. I can eat chocolate regularly, but when I eat the cacao plant itself, that has a very strong effect. Especially when I chew the raw beans and get the cacao nibs. The nibs.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And my little bruiser boy's just come home.
Wait, so what are the names of all your cats, Chickpea?
Oh gosh, there's Poppy, Lala, Candy, Primrose, Daisy, David, and Bella. 7.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I love them to bits. I tell you, if I didn't have cats, there'd be no reason to be alive. There wouldn't be one. Because they're the only thing I live for. Because cats are my favorite life form. I do love cats.
Even more than squirrels?
Sorry? Yeah, I love squirrels as well. I adore squirrels. I think squirrels are gorgeous. Yeah, they have the most gorgeous babies. There's a couple living where I live. Love them. Love squirrels.
And have you ever had a squirrel as a pet?
No, I haven't. I wish I could. I really love. Shall I tell you something funny? Actually, I put fat balls out for the sparrows that come here, And they
When he says say
disappear.
fat balls.
Also, suet balls. Suet balls. Put them out for the sparrows. Anyway, they keep going missing all the time. One day, I caught a squirrel running away with a fat ball, the suet ball. And I've also had suet balls in my pot plants outside. Squirrels bury plants, the stuff outside, back into my plants.
Really?
They like to eat suet balls, squirrels. Yeah. It's so funny that, I put the sparrows and squirrels eat them. Yeah, I'm one of these weirdos that likes to feed all the little creatures outside. Well, life's so ugly and dull in cities that it's the only, the only joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only joy.
Wait, and what about dogs? You never liked dogs?
No, I'm a cat person. I'm a definite cat person. I'd like an Italian greyhound, but I don't think the cats would stand for it. Because they're only tiny, those little greyhounds. They don't know what they. I don't like to think about it too much because they can be quite vicious because they're very East Endy. They're little madams. They are.
Oh.
But still.
Like I said, in another life, if you didn't have your RA and whatnot, you could have been a really good veterinarian or something.
I wanted to do all that sort of work, but unfortunately, when I was at school, I failed my biology O level because I couldn't cut up a cow's eye. We had to cut it up as part of our exam, and I couldn't.
I still don't understand that. Why would they need to cut up a cow's eye?
Well, because yes, exactly. So I couldn't do it. So that was the end of all that. Yeah, I wanted to work with animals, but because I wasn't brought up with animals as well, I was last in the. I was last in the line of selection because I'd never had any pets or anything apart from a cat. I was very, very young, but so I'd like to work the horses as well, but couldn't get a job doing it.
Damn.
Yeah.
That sucks.
But I've always had cats. That's all right. Doesn't matter. Just live with a load of cats then. Yeah.
I'm gonna mukbang this peanut butter chocolate.
Mukbang. Oh wow! Did you cook that?
No, Lemon did.
All right. Okay. Oh, I've got a friend of mine who's got a cat called Miss Lemon. A tortoiseshell cat. Her name is Miss Lemon.
Wow, noodles.
That's nice.
I guess we got to change the title to Finding Mukbangs now.
Oh, she's a better cook than me. I'll give her due. I tell you, Jay, I'm shocking actually because when it comes to cooking, I've got absolutely no idea. Never have. It doesn't. I used to make bread when I was very young. Oddly enough, I was okay, but baking bread. But anything else, cooking, I don't even know how to boil an egg. I don't even know how to. Not that I eat eggs anyway, because I don't like eggs. But I've got no idea what to do. None.
So have you tried using cookbooks and stuff?
I just don't want to do it. I'm not interested. I was married for a couple of years and the whole food thing broke us up. Yeah.
Do you know how to boil the water?
Yeah, kettle. I know how to do that. I know how to put water in a kettle, and I know how to put bread in a toaster. It's true. It's actually true.
Are we seriously gonna watch Candace Owens?
Wow, the NW, seriously?
Well, she's trending on Twitter, so I just wanted to watch. It's only a minute long, so I just want to watch. Okay, 1 second.
She's awful.
1 second, please.
She's a show.
Be quiet for a minute.
And for clarity, I want to show you guys this as well exclusively, a still image of the much longer video I have that was shown to me of Charlie from behind. Okay, this is the video, and you can see what we have there, that's Charlie's necklace that's hanging. There's no blood on Charlie. There was absolutely no blood on Charlie. Not only did the bullet not go through, it didn't even cause any sort of destruction. And I follow that video until he goes down. There's nothing that we would expect to see from a 30-06. And again, I have a close-up of this. That's his chain. There's no question that what you are seeing there is his chain. And the only blood that I saw was blood in his hand, which was spurting forward, to be clear.
That's because the bullet ricocheted off of his chest plate. He had a like a bulletproof chest guard, and the shot hit the chest guard and bounced up and hit him in the neck.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I thought he just got shot cleanly in the neck, and that was it.
No, I heard it hit his. You know, he had a bulletproof vest on, but the thing is, it didn't do any damage to the T-shirt, which I find really strange. I thought it would have ripped the T-shirt.
It didn't hit the T-shirt. Oh, I see what you're saying. You mean on the front?
Yeah, on the front.
Yeah.
If it had hit the bulletproof vest, surely it would have made a hole in the T-shirt or made a mark.
Well, here's it depends, because let's say, I mean, I'm sure it did. I'm sure it actually did probably make a tiny little hole, but his T-shirt was flush with the chest plate, so there wasn't gonna be like enough slack for like to cause a huge rip. It basically just hit the chest plate directly, and the shirt was pulled taut on the chest plate. So if there is a hole, it'd be like a tiny little hole.
It was a neck shot, and it's the angle. So basically, it was
Right, that's what I thought. That he just got hit flush in the neck.
No, I think it bounced off his chest plate.
JC.
But yeah, I agree with Shideo. I think Candace is just another show, actually.
She's just crazy. She's like, I don't know. She's another one of these people I suspect has some level of schizophrenia or something.
No, I think she's just another Freemason show.
Okay.
Yeah, like she's being paid to keep everyone,
She's the anti-Semitic she's the anti-Semitic Alex Jones.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. But again, she's getting paid to do that. You know that, right?
By who?
Well, they're paying her her handlers.
Yeah.
Who's they?
You know who I'm talking about? They.
No, I don't know.
Come on, I don't even need to spell it out. It's the Freemasons.
How do you know that?
Because she's actually I was watching a video where they discussed her ties to the Freemasons.
Yeah, but like, why would the Freemasons pay her to do that? She's also probably has ties to like, a bank, because she probably has a bank account. I know it's not the bank.
Come on now, Noodles. Come on, it's obvious what's going on. She's being wait. Let me just finish. She's being paid to distract and to divide people. That's what she's there for.
What do the Freemasons get out of that?
Because again, it helps them with their agenda of trying to divide and conquer, divide humanity so that we're easier to conquer.
Conquer how? Like what are the Freemasons trying to do?
Well, they're trying to control the world. That's what it's all about.
Here's another video, guys. I'll watch this one. You ready?
And that's why. So the Charlie Kirk thing really was a frustrating thing for me because, well, I mean, it was a tragic thing, like frustrating. It sounds so like shallow. I just thought that people would realize they're hunting us for sport, all of us. Tucker, they're hunting you. If they could get Shapiro, they would get Shapiro. If they could get Walsh, they could get Walsh. If they could get Candace, they could get Candace. And it ain't the Israelis and it ain't the Jews that are doing it. It's a violent, feral, terrorist, Bolshevik left. and they would get all of us if they could. So whatever acrimony we have, which is like, I'm not a unity guy. I'm a guy who likes the mix, maybe too much. But it's like, dude, they're going to kill us. They're going to kill all of us. And we need to figure out some kind of way to coexist with one another, understanding that the threat against us is existential, and they would, the left, if they could kill Seth Dillon, they'd be glad to kill him. If they could kill you, they'd be glad to kill you. To them, that's just another notch on their belt or a point on the scoreboard.
So what's the administration doing with this?
That was my problem with Trump's first term, is the political violence against Trump supporter, because again, we're just supposed to deal with it. Just deal with it. Was almost completely ignored during his first term.
Is it still being ignored?
Under my definition, it is. Yeah, they're arresting some people. There's more happening than the first term, but the response is not what I would like to see.
So the claim when Charlie was murdered was that this was Antifa or some Antifa adjacent person or organization. I don't know if that's true. I don't know anything about it.
I think it's absolutely true.
I don't know that, and I don't have any other theories. I don't even understand the story. But if people said it was true, so like, okay, where's the roundup of Antifa?
So they're
sorry, you got a dog sneezing right there.
That's good. The good puppy. So I think it was Tyler Robinson. I think a 22-year-old man on a mission is a very dangerous thing. And that I think that there were other people in those Discord servers, and there were people tweeting something big is going to happen tomorrow, and after tomorrow, Charlie won't be around anymore. So I'm very frustrated that there doesn't seem to be much interest in. Maybe those people were just guessing, or maybe they were trolling, but there doesn't seem to be much interest in finding out who those other people
Why do you
were.
think?
It
doesn't make any sense to me.
I always go back to the Garland, Texas mass shooting, which is, to me, this is like the skeleton key of it all. So Pamela Geller, who's very much pro-Israel, about as hardcore as you can be on the issue, did a Draw Muhammad contest, and there was going to be a bunch of other people also like very pro-Israel, and a jihadi was going to shoot the place up. It was Texas, and he got taken out, but by an accident of fate, a local law enforcement officer pulled over an FBI agent who was fleeing the scene, got the guy's phone, and the text message to the jihadi said, "Tear up Texas." Sounds unbelievable. It's 100% true. Senator Grassley has asked for information twice from Ray and Garland, has been stonewalled. I don't know why Kash Patel won't release it. I've asked everybody up as high up the food chain as you can get why we can't get it. And
what's the answer?
My belief is that MK Ultra never ended. COINTELPRO. MK Ultra was, of course, the mind control experiments they conduct on people, where the book Chaos covered this in great detail for people who are curious about that.
About the Charles Manson murders.
The Manson murders, and then there was that Air Force guy who was drugged up and killed somebody, and that didn't even make sense. And I didn't even know about that. Well, that book was completely mind-blowing. And I do think they still have whatever arm of that is, whether that's within the FBI or some other dark site within the intelligence community. I'm certain that still exists. So because of that, you're not going to get any information about that, because I do think there would be some kind of dark op. Because what a lot of people, again, it's just the title of the book shows the agenda. It's just chaos. Get everybody afraid, get everybody panicked, usher in more surveillance technology, usher in a surveillance state, bring in a narco-tyranny where if you're law-abiding, everything you do is monitored by Flock and all these traffic cameras. Everything you do is monitored, but if you're a drug addict on the street, you have free reign to do anything you want. This was the Bolshevik method. There was a Solzhenitsyn quote, Alexander Solzhenitsyn quote, where it went, I don't have the exact quote, but the substance of it was, your punishment for having a knife was different for the thieves. When you had a knife, it was terrorism. When the thief had it, it was just his way of life. And that's what we're living under now with the modern narco-tyranny. And that's why, so the Charlie Kirk thing really was a
What he's saying is so true. I've been wondering what's going on myself. It's like that in London. Yeah, please.
Jay, why do you think that what makes you think that getting someone like Candace Owens to spout anti-Semitic nonsense is going to help them take over the world? Like, how does that follow?
Again, it's gonna rile up people and divide the masses. That's what they want.
I don't think Candace Owens is dividing the masses.
She is, though. Like a lot of people online, for example, are they're upset with her because of the things that she says. A lot of the people in the conservative, side of politics, they're upset with her.
Yeah, I don't think enough people take her seriously, like, for the Masons to think that she's going to make any kind of big difference. And also, it's silly to think that the Masons are trying to take over the world when, like, there's so many different, like, factions, like, people in, like, there's good people in Freemasonry and there's bad people in Freemasonry. Like, it's not like its own, they don't have one organized agenda. It's just like basically a bunch of like dudes that want to be in a fraternity and wear like tuxedos and smoke cigars and I don't know.
No, that's what they want. That's what they want you to think.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were the expert.
Well, David Dyke has written a lot about this, and that's at the lower levels. It's very good for business. If you're working in the city and you want to become a senior partner law firm, yes, it will help you. But it goes up 33 levels, and the top level, no one knows anything about even. So
the guy I used to work for, his dad was a 33rd degree.
I find it a bit hard to believe that he would actually admit to being a 33-degree Mason, because it's something people tend to not think about.
He had the 33rd degree stuff, and he was a engineer for he helped build naval ships during World War II, I think.
No, but if you're a 33rd degree Mason, you're not supposed to proclaim that to anyone.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Got another video here. Got another video.
No, you're not supposed to do that. That's against the rules.
No.
Can we watch another video now, please? Thank you.
While the entire world is focused on Venezuela and Mexico and Cuba and Colombia, Donald Trump just quietly put Canada in the hot seat. Why? Because the operation in Caracas isn't just about Maduro. It's an opening salvo against the British Empire. Here's what the president said.
So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know.
But you're not supposed to notice that. The headlines covering that same press conference are focused on the usual targets, like this one in the New York Post. But while the empire's American propaganda arms want you focused on those usual suspects, by Sunday, the Canadians had figured out what I just told you. The editorial board of the Toronto Globe and Mail announced in their Sunday editorial that Venezuela's fate is a warning to Canada. Meanwhile, the rest of the narrative is being played out by the press, like the New York Times, which says that this is another regime change operation out of the Bush playbook and that it's going to split the MAGA movement. And of course, the New York Times' favorite new political figure, Marjorie Taylor Greene, played her part in feeding into the MAGA split narrative. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is playing its assigned role in the narrative, shrieking about Trump's actions, and some are already calling for his impeachment. But here's where it gets interesting. Some of Trump's opponents, like the former head of Britain's MI6 and walrus man John Bolton, immediately recognized that what the U.S. did in Venezuela was not a regime change operation. They're actually onto something. It isn't regime change. It's a surgical strike against the British Empire's irregular warfare, and a key component of that, which we have long called dope Inc. the nexus of narcotics trafficking, terrorism, and the City of London's centered banking system. And today we're going to break that down. I'm Susan Kokinda. I've been tracking this since the 1970s, watching how the offshore banking operation was set up to sidestep regulation, sovereignty, and law enforcement. And I'm here to tell you that for the first time, someone is taking that on, and it's Donald Trump. So if this sounds like your kind of fight, please hit those like, share, and subscribe buttons so we can reach more people. Here's what we're going to cover today. First, it's not regime change, and the empire knows it. Second, how the empire's operations of dirty money is now in the crosshair, and the Russians know it, and how Trump is deploying to defeat all of these imperial operations.
Oh, she can't be
So
serious.
let's clear up the biggest misconception right now. Many former MAGA allies, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, are screaming that this is neocon regime change 2.0. They're just looking at the surface or outright lying. But listen to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He told us exactly what this is.
I want to start with this big picture question. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations. It's not a war against Venezuela. You cannot continue to have the largest oil reserves, in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, not benefiting the people of Venezuela and stolen by a handful of oligarchs around the world, including inside of Venezuela, but not benefiting the people of that country.
Did you catch that? He didn't blame socialism. He didn't blame communism. He blamed oligarchs and drug trafficking organizations. Now, that takes us back to Trump and his targeting of Canada, which no one seems to want to talk about. Because when you put the words oligarchs and drug trafficking organizations in the same context, you aren't just talking about the cartels in Mexico or Colombia. You're talking about key characteristics of the British Empire, which is the epitome of oligarchy. Or to put it another way, the rule of the few, which is what oligarchy means. And when it comes to drug trafficking organizations, the British Empire has been the most notorious entity in the world when it comes to making money off of drug trafficking, going back over 200 years, including the notorious opium wars of the 19th century. This has never stopped.
I
It's
don't
just
think in the
taken a new
present day,
form.
though.
And that's the importance of Canada in this picture.
Yeah.
It is run by the empire's favorite central banker, Mark Carney, and it is the major political outpost for the crown in North America, used for drug trafficking, as the president mentioned, illegal immigration, and terrorism. Unlike, say, someone like Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, whom Trump accurately characterized as terrified of the cartels, Carney has actually facilitated the financing arm of the cartels in his former role as the head of the Bank of England. While no one else is picking up on the Canada angle, some interesting folks who are not exactly Trump supporters are picking up on another aspect of this, on the fact that what the US did in Venezuela is not regime change. Let's start with the former head of MI6, Sir John Soros. He isn't clutching his pearls about democracy. He recognizes this for what it is. What Trump did is a demonstration of raw power that bypasses the empire's rules-based order.
Well, first of all, I think I'd be cautious about using the phrase regime change. The Americans have abducted the leader of Venezuela, Maduro, and taken him to the US to stand trial. But they are now already dealing with the regime. The army remains in power, the legal structures of the regime remain unchanged, and they're already talking to Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president who's been...
This woman she's delusional. Like Trump isn't doing this to save the world or save America. She's like he's controlled by again. He's also controlled by the elites. So they're not gonna. Yeah. You know, so anyone who thinks that Trump is doing this out of the goodness of his heart, they're being naive.
Back in 1960, the largest banking houses in London, working in partnership with the government and the Exchequer, established 14 completely secrecy jurisdictions. These are the offshore banking centers that now hold between $50 and $75 trillion, with all 50 of the world's largest banks operating within them. These offshore centers exist outside the control of sovereign governments. They're secret, they're unregulated, and they facilitate illegal activity. What we once had, a legitimate regulated banking system, has been transformed into a criminal enterprise.
Yeah.
And interestingly, the Russians have known this for years and have been more vociferous about it than any Western government. In a 2014 speech, Viktor Ivanov, then Russia's top drug enforcement official, laid it out clearly in a Moscow conference. He said, "This allows us to confidently assert that narco money is the foundation of the modern financial system. It is not surprising that during the first peak of the financial crisis of 2008-2009, Antonio Costa from the UN announced that the top banks in the world dumped in around $352 billion of narco dollars to use for interbank borrowing to address the critical shortage of liquidity." And he goes on to make clear that the global financial system needs drug money to survive. The very existence of the global financial bubble, he said, is based on precisely this opportunity for banks to attract liquid narco money. In fact, this garbage fertilizes the present economic system. Now, this is a good time to remember that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent recently commented that 50% of his job involves issues of national security. Now think about it. Since we started targeting drug boats and lighting up the communications channels of the cartels and their financiers, I bet Treasury Secretary Bessent has been just as busy as Pete Hegseth. Now, Venezuela doesn't have to be a major producer of drugs. It's the facilitator for the spider web of narcotics, illegal immigration, and terrorism. And it's well known that Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard operate out of Venezuela. So think about the implications. Trump's moves on Venezuela hits at this nexus, and it effectively attacks the liquidity of the offshore banking system established by the British in the 1960s. He's cutting off the flow of fertilizer to the globalist oligarchs. And this brings us to the real issue, which is the fact that we are fighting not regular warfare, but irregular warfare. For decades, the British Empire and globalist banks have waged war on us using non-state actors, NGOs, terrorists, cartels, all of which are protected by their rules-based international order. A couple of my friends discussed this when they summed up their discussion on Venezuela. Here's what Crypto Rich and Tom Luongo said.
So here's Trump coming along, breaking the rules, which he has to do in order to defeat the international banking cartel, which is spawned out of the city of London.
Yeah.
You can't play by their rules when their rules-based order is all based on it favors them. And it favors them. They set the game board up. And if you want to beat somebody, you can't play the game by their rules. It's basic Sun Tzu. Never never fight on ground prepared by your enemy.
Tom's right. You can't defend your nation if you play by their rules. And the new national security strategy, which Rubio brought up in the above interview, says so. Just a reminder, here's what the national security strategy says about the elite's rules. They lashed American policy to a network of international institutions, some of which were driven by outright anti-Americanism and many by a transnationalism that explicitly seeks to dissolve individual state sovereignty. So on behalf of all sovereign nations, Trump has taken the fight directly to those institutions, both the so-called legitimate ones like USAID, the NGOs, the nonprofits, the universities, and the illegitimate side, the cartels, the criminal empires, and their financiers. We're no longer playing by the rules of the rules-based order. And don't forget, it was Canada's Mark Carney who said that just a few months ago. The old world of steady expansion of rules-based liberalized trade and investment, that world is gone. This is what this administration is taking on in their whole of government approach. No, it isn't regime change. It's the recognition that this is irregular warfare. And for the first time in the entire post-war period, the United States is actually fighting back. So here's the bottom line. While the talking heads and influencers are screaming about regime change and splitting MAGA, Donald Trump just declared war on the financial backbone of the British Empire. He's targeting the offshore banking system that has funded terrorism, cartels, and the destruction of sovereign nations for over 50 years. And he's just targeted Canada for good measure. The most ironic part? The enemy understands what Trump is doing better than many of his supposed allies. Sir John Sars and John Bolton see it. And one of the other superpowers, Russia, has been warning about this for decades. But too many in the MAGA movement are stuck arguing about whether this is another neocon regime change, instead of recognizing that Trump has just launched the biggest offensive against the city of London since maybe the American Revolution. This is why we exist. Promethean Action has been in this fight since the 1970s.
That woman's naive. I'm sorry to say, but she's naive. Anyone who thinks that Trump is doing this because he cares about the American people and he's being some sort of selfless hero, like they're very delusional. Like, come on now.
Jay, don't you think that Trump, you know what? He's such a sickly old man. Doesn't he really know what he's doing anyway? I think he's just reading a script, to be honest. Does he really know?
Yeah.
Does he really?
Exactly. He's Trump is DNW.
You've been very naughty,
No, it is
BMW.
that time, I'm afraid. It is that
Wait,
time.
wait, I just want to say again, that woman she's very mistaken and she's naive and delusional, okay? Like, Trump isn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart because he cares about the American people.
Okay. It's the gong that says we've gone on too long. It is time to end the show.
There's
You
nothing
guys
else to
can
do,
you guys
BMW.
can hang out backstage if you want to. You can hang out backstage and chat if you want to, no problem. But the live show will end. I know you wanted to go on, I'm sorry. But we have to close the curtains. So we will give some closing remarks if people want to. We'll start with Noodles. Noodles, would you like to give some closing remarks for the show tonight?
I got nothing. I'll just look out for my song release tomorrow night.
Yes,
Okay.
good luck.
Good luck with that. Black Man is Fair. If you're there, you haven't spoken for a while. Would you like to give some closing remarks for the show tonight?
No, just as always, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Black Man is Fair, for being here, brother. J.E., your closing remarks.
I just want to say, yeah, thanks again for hosting another live stream, and I hope everyone has a good evening.
All right, great. And Chickpea, we'll leave the last words to you.
Thank you for being here. You know I appreciate it.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye for now.